Chapter 2851. Sky-Splitting Arrow. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ocean serpent demon suddenly went mad, and its tail swung around at the buildings. Steel bars, glass, and cement all turned to powder with the force of the tail. Eagle-winged Shaoli's body shone with a purple brilliance, and they formed a gorgeous round shield, protecting the people on the street. Savage beast! Eagle-winged Shaoli's eyes were fierce. He pointed at the ocean serpent demon's head. Space splintered from his fingertips, as if infinite energy gathered at a point and then blasted away. The ocean serpent demon turned its head. The top of its head had fleshy horns like a coral crown. When the splintered space from Shaoli's fingertips reached its head, the fleshy horns shattered, and blood spewed out. The ocean serpent demon screamed and panicked. It was scared of Eagle-winged Shaoli. Sky-Splitting Arrow. Eagle-winged Shaoli raised a hand. Black cracks appeared in the air. These cracks were in the shape of crossbow arrows. They hung upside down under the clouds. The sky-splitting arrows flew and left terrifying black scars between the clouds and the street. They all shot at the ocean serpent demon. The ocean serpent demon had nowhere to hide. The sky-splitting arrow was a chaos element magic. The strong dimensional power evolving from these chaos element cracks could penetrate against the defenses of most scales and thick muscles. The deep-sea cold pond scales of the ocean serpent demon might as well have been made of paper when facing the chaos element cracks. The ocean serpent demon could not dodge. It was wounded. It bled profusely. A sky-splitting arrow pierced through its ass and nailed it to the wall of a dark blue building. "Wow, that's amazing!" Zhao Manyang exclaimed. The ocean serpent demon had been very difficult to fight. It had beaten them no matter how they joined their powers. However, Eagle-winged Shaoli had easily injured it within a few minutes. His every move had been damaging to the ocean serpent demon. The ocean serpent demon was furious. The star bug stuck to it began to work gradually. It could not regenerate its broken tail, which unbalanced the ocean serpent demon when it moved. This area had many buildings. The ocean serpent demon wanted to rage and rampage. However, it was afraid of the attacks of Eagle-winged Shaoli, so it could only vent its anger on the buildings where humans once lived. The ocean serpent demon began to cry. Low roars from all around them responded to its cries. It's calling other companions from the ocean godly horde. "Let's leave from here," Eagle-winged Shaoli said to Jiang Xiaoshu. "Shaoli, we can't leave. We have an important task." "We need to go to the Bund," said Jiang Xiaoshu. Mu Bai walked to them with Song Feiyao. The two of them were seriously injured, but they might still be able to get to the Bund. "Nonsense. Do you know what's going on at the Bund? The Forbidden Curse Association is teaming up to fight against an ocean godly horde. It is even more terrifying than all the ruler-level demons we've met. You guys were almost defeated when you tried fighting the ocean serpent demon. What can you do there?" Eagle-winged Shaoli chided them. "Shaoli, we're not messing around. We found the sacred totem beast. As long as we find Dean Xiao of the Pearl Institute, we can summon the sacred totem beast," Jiang Xiaoshu explained. "Forget about the sacred totem beast. Don't forget how Jiang Xiaojun disappeared. Stop mentioning sacred totem beast. I have an important task, so I can't waste my time here any longer," said Eagle-winged Shaoli angrily. "Shaoli, why won't you believe in Xiaojun and me? The sacred totem beast does exist, and we have found it. Although Xiaojun died when he looked for the sacred totem beast, he never regretted it. Just like him, I won't regret it. You can continue to carry out your important task, and we will continue to walk to the Bund. We won't stop unless we find Dean Xiao." Jiang Xiaoshu also did not want to entertain her bossy cousin any longer. Eagle-winged Shaoli frowned. The cry of the ocean serpent demon echoed all around, and the roars of other powerful creatures responded one after another from behind the tall buildings. The roars were getting closer. They would arrive soon. Eagle-winged Shaoli was not worried about an ocean serpent demon. He could kill them. But if several ocean demons of the same level appeared here, he would waste valuable time fighting them. I came from the Bund. Dean Xiao of Pearl Institute is there. He assisted us in eliminating the magic disintegration ability of the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Dean Xiao can't leave the Bund though. The Forbidden Curse Association needs him, said Eagle-Winged Shaoli. Eagle-Winged Shaoli looked at Jiang Xiaoshu and Zhao Manyang. These two people were not students from the National Institute. Jiang Xiaoshu and Mo Fan, whom he was looking for, were students from the National Institute. Dean Xiao needs Mo Fan's fusion magic to help him break the magic disintegration ability of the Demon Lord. You and Mo Fan know each other. Do you know where he is? I can sense that he is in the west, said Eagle-Winged Shaoli. Who? He needs Mo Fan's assistance. Jiang Xiaoshu was confused. What's going on? Asked Zhao Manyang. Can you elaborate? We know where Mo Fan is, but... Eagle-Winged Shaoli was overjoyed. He had not expected himself to be this lucky. Jiang Shaoli had a forbidden ability of the divine sense of flying bird. When he closed his eyes and concentrated, he could see everything the flying bird saw and sensed. There were birds all over the place, so he could see many things that others could not. Although this ability was considered less powerful than others, there was no other perfect talent when one needed to find, search, hunt and peep. That was why Eagle-Winged Shaoli could easily find Dean Xiao even though he had been hiding his water element forbidden ability. So, it was easy for him to find someone. He used the divine sense of flying birds to search for thousands of birds, but in the end, he only managed to capture the back of someone escaping on the plain at the east of Helan Mountain foothill from a goose migrating from the west to the east. He had to find Mo Fan within 8 hours. If Mo Fan was somewhere in a cave or a building or any other mysterious realm, it would be difficult to get a hold of his location. Chapter 2852. Magic City's Choice. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was not very difficult to find someone, especially if they weren't disguising themselves. However, time was of the essence. Eagle-Winged Shaoli was too anxious. He had very little time and did not want to waste it arguing with Xiaoshu. He had to find Mo Fan. Eagle-Winged Shaoli let out a sigh of relief when he found out Mo Fan's whereabouts. With his speed, he could bring Mo Fan back within 8 hours. He could call many spirit birds and beasts to assist him with the divine sense of flying bird. He could save a lot of time if he talked to some strong spirit birds and beasts to bring Mo Fan to the east to meet him. I'll take you guys to a safer place first. Make sure you protect yourselves. I must find Mo Fan and bring him to the Bund now, said Eagle-Winged Shaoli. Several vicious and powerful ruler-level demons had been trampling on the neighborhood, ruining the prosperous city. The demons had hidden in another block. Shaoli, that's not the point. Jiang Xiaoshu hurriedly stopped him. What do you mean? I must take Mo Fan to the Bund within 8 hours. President Hongkou, Chief, Fire God, and Dean Xiao are all waiting for me. Is there anything more important than dealing with the Demon Lord who is about to drown Magic Bay City? Eagle-Winged Shaoli said sternly. They exchanged glances. What's going on? They were in urgent need of Dean Xiao. Only his forbidden water element magic could incite a heavy rain across several provinces and revive all the ancient Great Walls to awaken the sacred totem beast. However, the Forbidden Curse Association needed Mo Fan's fusion magic to break the strange and powerful ability of magic disintegration. In any case, Mo Fan must be brought to the battlefield of the Bund of Magic City within 8 hours. Eagle-Winged Shaoli listened to Jiang Xiaoshu's explanation, and he was troubled. Maybe we should consider the greater good, Mr. Baimai said tentatively. Eagle-Winged Shaoli, Jiang Xiaoshu, Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, and Song Feiyao all nodded. Let Mo Fan come to the Bund, said Eagle-Winged Shaoli. Let us take Dean Xiao away, said Jiang Xiaoshu at the same time. Everyone fell silent. Both had different perspectives and plans. It meant that there was a serious clash of opinion between the Forbidden Curse Association and the Sacred Totem Beast Exploration Team. The Forbidden Curse Association would not let Dean Xiao leave. After all, The importance of a water element mage who could complete the forbidden magic independently in Magic City surpassed that of several forbidden mags of other elements. On the other hand, they were convinced that the sacred totem beast existed and lived in China. The sacred totem beast would appear again if only it rained with the underground holy spring essence. The strength and power of the sacred totem beast could turn the tables on the current situation. "You guys should obey the Forbidden Curse Association," said Eagle-Winged Shaoli solemnly. If the two sides disagreed, it would only continue to waste time. Regardless of who held the authority, the mags should obey orders, especially in a time of crisis. So, considering that, they needed to deal with the Cold Moon Demon Lord first. After all, it had pierced through the sky, resulting in countless cold waterfalls. It had even summoned the heaven-shaking demonic waves. Magic Base City was in peril. Even if the sacred totem beast existed, they could find it after dealing with the Cold Moon Demon Lord. "Shaoli, it's useless to discuss this here. Let us meet the president and Dean Xiao so they can make a choice," said Jiang Xiaoshu. Eagle-Winged Shaoli nodded. It was not something they could decide here. "I'll take you guys there now, but be careful not to come into the sight of the Demon Lord," said Eagle-Winged Shaoli. He took them towards the Bund. The prime waves were still standing, and they almost surpassed the landmarks of Magic City. There was a vague outline of a face made of water. It looked cold and evil. The Demon Lord was still calm and indifferent. It did not even bother to take action against the forbidden mags. It was more like a ruler standing on a higher plane and watching the weak and stupid species spend all their time trying to break through the labyrinth cage set by it. "President!" Eagle-Winged Shaoli arrived, but he did not dare to move closer with the fear of appearing in the line of sight of the Cold Moon Demon Lord. "Why haven't you looked for Mo Fan yet? When did you become such a reckless guy?" President Hongkou said angrily. "I must discuss this matter with you and Dean Xiao." "There's nothing to discuss. Go and find Mo Fan now." Hongkou was furious. What they wanted now was action instead of futile discussions. "President, let's listen to him." "We can't rush it," said Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao saw Mr. Bai Mai, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, and Song Feiyao. Dean Xiao remembered that Mo Fan had sent him a video of them riding the Green East Sea God before he went to search for the sacred totem beasts. Only Mo Fan was missing from this group at the moment. Dean Xiao knew exactly what kind of a person Mo Fan was. There must be an important reason if he did not make it back. Eagle-Winged Shaoli reported the matter of sacred totem beast to the president and Dean Xiao. After listening to him, Dean Xiao went silent. However, President Hongkou was enraged. What a fool! Ancient sacred relics are indeed important, but the base city is about to go extinct. Is there a need to make a choice? Bring Mo Fan over now. Tie him up if you have to do so. "President," said Dean Xiao. "Dean Xiao, you don't have to try to persuade me. I know your students did it for Magic City and all of us, but it is clear which is more important. Besides, all traces of sacred totem beast are just guesses. As the president of the Magic Association, I can't make such a hasty and unrealistic decision," said President Hongkou. "President, I think you have misunderstood. It is not your choice or Mo Fan's choice that matters, but mine," Dean Xiao calmly said to President Hongkou. President Hongkou was stunned. "What is your choice?" "I'll go and make the rain to awaken the sacred totem beast," Dean Xiao answered. "Dean Xiao!" President Hongkou could not believe his ears. "You would rather believe your students than the Forbidden Curse Association?" "No, I don't trust any of you. I only trust my own judgment." Dean Xiao shook his head. Finally, he pointed his finger at the evil and extremely powerful Cold Moon Demon Lord. "That is deliberately wasting the time of forbidden mags." Chapter 2853. Waiting for the Sacred Totem Beast. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. President Hongkou looked stunned. He never thought that Dean Xiao would say such a thing. He could ask Mo Fan to cooperate with the Forbidden Curse Association, even order him as the president. But he could not force Dean Xiao to obey him. In terms of strength, Hongkou was stronger than Ding Xiao. However, water elements mags could diffuse and suppress the power of ocean demons far more easily. When the ocean demons fought with water elements mags, they were not much different from the demons on the land. It was very crucial in the fight against the ocean demons. Ding Xiao, please think once again. Their plans for Sacred Totem Beast are just mere guesses. The most important thing right now is to fill the gap in the sky above Magic City and the incoming heaven-shaking demonic waves. The Forbidden Curse Association swears by our souls that the Demon Lord will do all these things. If we defeat it, it will ease the current situation in Magic City, said Hongkou earnestly. Several forbidden mags were fighting with the Cold Moon Demon Lord, and the situation on their side was not optimistic. Even if they had not thought of a way to defeat the Demon Lord, the mere presence of Ding Xiao, a water element forbidden mage, could reduce the pressure and offer some morale to the Forbidden Curse Association. Regardless of whether Ding Xiao could deal with the prime waves or not, his presence here was of utmost importance. He could not let Ding Xiao leave. We also know nothing about this creature. Even if we can solve the threat of the prime waves, can we conquer the Demon Lord? It stands there so fearlessly, almost unbothered by everything. How do we ensure that a more terrifying ocean demon won't appear after we solve the problem of the prime waves? Ding Xiao asked. Since everything was uncertain at this time, no decision was perfect. Although it was the Forbidden Curse Association's decision, it did not necessarily represent the solution. Ding Xiao knew very well that the totems had once expelled the ocean godly horde. If they could awaken them, they might be able to change the current situation in the Magic City. As a mage, Ding Xiao believed that the sacred totem beast was important in such a desperate situation. Ding Xiao. Hongkou raised his tone, and his face darkened. This matter is related to the survival of Magic City, and your choice is particularly important. No matter how things turn out, the Forbidden Curse Association will stand by you if you choose to stay. However, if you leave and Magic City falls, you and your students will be considered traitors in the future. I beg you to think about that. President Hong, all mags are responsible for the destruction of Magic City. Our neglect and inattentiveness have led to today's catastrophe. However, I have nothing to say even if you choose to place the entire blame on me and my students. When a crisis and catastrophe emerges, the first thing you do is not reflect but find a person or a group to take responsibility for this matter and become the target of everyone's anger. It is the ignorance of thought and the retrogression of civilization, and there is no cure for this. Ding Xiao was unmoved by President Hongwu's attitude and retorted fiercely. Very well. Ding Xiao, I'm looking forward to the sacred totem beast. Along with the lives of millions that will be lost in the Magic City, the unimaginable wreckage and an ocean full of human blood, I will wait here for your sacred totem beast. Hongkou said coldly. His bloodshot eye showed his anger and despair. He cared about Magic City. So did Ding Xiao. Those families, who were hugging each other and crying silently in the shattered house, were all waiting for the mags they revered and respected to eliminate the wandering ocean demons and find a solution to remove the Black Alert. However, when two people with the same goal had a major clash, they became indifferent towards the common enemy. Ding Xiao could not say that his way was the right way. No one knew the results when facing the unknown. He just followed his heart. Shaoli, send them away. Hongkou was expressionless, and his tone was cold. Ding Xiao bowed and turned to leave. Regardless of the outcome, Hongwu's generosity on the edge of despair deserved Ding Xiao's salute. However, Ding Xiao had become insignificant to Hongkou. Everyone left with the Green East Sea god. Magic City became smaller and smaller as they flew further. They were lucky to survive and leave the Magic City at this time. But how many would be as lucky as them? This place was also their home. Although they were outnumbered, everyone was fighting for their world against those ocean demons in their own way. The Green East Sea god flapped its wings and increased its speed. Finally, Magic City disappeared from their sights. However, Ding Xiao, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Jiang Xiaoshu, Song Feiyao, Eagle Winged Shaoli, and Mr. Bai Mai looked on with heavy hearts. In Magic City, they felt at ease for some reason. But once they left Magic City, they felt sad and guilty. What should they do to save Magic City from this disaster? Those evil ocean demons did not slaughter ordinary humans but chose to kill the Mags first. It meant that their failure would be the beginning of a disaster. What kind of torture and humiliation would those powerless people face in the city at the hands of the ocean demons? Can we do anything to help? Mr. Baimai asked in a daze. No one could answer. At least we didn't pin all our hopes on the Forbidden Curse Association, which is stronger and more authoritative than us. We are doing what we feel is right, said Dean Slough. Can the sacred totem beast really save us? Aren't we pinning all our hopes on it, said Eagle-Winged Shaoli. At this point, it was pointless to argue. We're too weak. Under the cruel survival law, we're nothing but food for other races. Magic can never stop advancing, said Dean Xiao. I finally understand why Mo Fan wanted to attack Asian Magic Association and kill Su Lu, Mu Bai suddenly said. Dean Xiao nodded. He knew what Mu Bai meant. Many people felt that Mo Fan acted impulsively, and he was often reckless. But Mo Fan and the others were not looking at things the same way. If no one stood up for certain things in life, it would continue unquestioned. Chapter 2854. Make It Rain. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The vast territory was covered with beautiful mountains and rivers. The Green East Sea God flew at a high altitude and overlooked the land of China. They could see the ancient Great Wall guarding the land of northern Xinjiang. At the beginning of magical civilization, the monsters in northern Xinjiang were the biggest threat to this land. People had experienced the same disaster and pain at that time. Every period had its disaster and would endure the test of survival. As the leader of the 20,000 kilometers coastline, Chairman Xiaozheng had been transferred to the west. His transfer was to prepare for the counterattack in the future. Even if the coast had been defeated, there was still a vast and boundless land. As long as they struggled and endured, they would survive. After passing through various provinces, they saw the vast and magnificent mountains and plains. The heaviness in their hearts slightly abated. They were focused on the important things that needed to be done. Dean Xiao, my water Buddha beads can make it rain heavily. However, there is not enough water in these provinces, so I need your skill as a forbidden mage to dispatch enough water element for me, Zhao Manyang said to Dean Xiao. I understand. It's not easy to make it rain heavily on millions of square kilometers. Are you confident you can do it? Dean Xiao asked. Absolutely. Zhao Manyang nodded earnestly. Mo Fan had been waiting at Beiguan town for a long time. When he saw the Green East Sea God in the sky, his face changed. When he saw that Dean Xiao was on the back of Green East Sea God, he could not hide his joy. Mo Fan knew very well how difficult it might have been to pull Dean Xiao away from Magic City, but he was here. Everything was ready. It was not too late. Are you guys all right? Mo Fan glanced at Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, and Song Feiyao. All three looked disheveled and injured. They looked pale. They probably needed time to recover and recuperate. Everyone shook their heads. Let's start now. The situation in Magic City. Mu Bai could not complete his sentence. They needed to go to Magic City in person to be able to know the state it was in. Okay, let's get started. Manyang and I will make it rain, and you guys summon it. Dean Xiao did not want to waste a second more. Mo Fan took out the underground holy spring and gave it to Zhao Manyang and Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao stood on the tower of Beiguan town in his long robe. His hands slowly stretched out, and there were traces of blue water vapors on his fingertips. When his fingers moved, the water vapors followed the movement. These water vapors were composed of blue crystals. They were not completely liquid. Every crystal was clear and bright, and contained powerful water element energy. Beiguan town had a vast land and sky. When the weather was clear, the sky would connect to the ground, presenting a long, soothing arc. Dean Xiao slowly raised his hands to the top of his head and blue crystals flew up. These blue water crystals were as fine as sand. At first, they were only scattered over a few kilometers in Baiguan town. When Dean Xiao whispered, these blue water crystals multiplied at rapid speed. After a while, blue water crystals surrounded the whole world. These countless blue water crystals were like ice. Each of the water crystals floated individually. The distance between each of them was the same. Mo Fan and the others watched this incredible scene in Baiguan town. They were in awe. Many powerful mags could shroud the world with magic. However, no one could cover dozens of kilometers of the area with magic particles like Dean Xiao. He was indeed a forbidden mage. Mo Fan watched Dean Xiao manipulate millions of blue water crystals and use them to collide, arrange, absorb and gather. Finally, these water crystals made the windy and dry plain in Baiguan town completely humid and immersed it in the suspended water crystals. Go! Dean Xiao raised his hands, and millions of crystals containing water energy were propelled with a strong flying force. The water crystals slanted and flew higher and further in the sky. The blue water crystals left beautiful blue lines over the land of northern Xinjiang. These lines were like the mysterious blue meteor shower that bloomed in the depths of the universe. It was exquisite and incredible and enthralled everyone who saw it. All the water crystals dissipated and scattered in the sky for tens and thousands of kilometers. Some dark clouds appeared in the clear sky. The clouds were very high, and their numbers were increasing. They soon covered millions of kilometers of land. How it turns into rain is up to you, Dean Xiao said to Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang nodded. He held the water Buddha beads tightly and concentrated. The water Buddha beads had a strong ability to control water and a capacity to cause natural disasters if not regulated. It would gather a large amount of cloud and moisture in a certain area. This extreme ability often only brought terrible disasters to lands, such as typhoons, rainstorms, hail, and snowstorms. Wind, cloud, rain. Zhao Manyang threw the water Buddha beads high into the sky of Baiguan town, and the water Buddha beads hovered at the highest point. Layers of watermarks emerged like ancient inscriptions. Each of them was extremely huge. When the strong wind hit, the temperature across the entire plain changed, and the airflow was affected. The air current swept the earth. The clouds tumbled rapidly with the changes in the airflow. At first, they stopped in the sky. Then, they moved toward the land. The thick clouds were like a long black cloth. The central and northern parts of China were sunny, with the warm sunlight shining on the earth. But in just a short period, the whole situation changed. A few bean-sized raindrops fell, hitting the stone ground with a crisp splatter. Suddenly, the rain came down heavily, and the sound increased. Rain instantly shrouded Baiguan town. In the past, most of the rain in Baiguan town was always turbid. The rain was mixed with the flying sand and dust. It became cleaner only after raining for a while. But this time, the rain was clear. It took on a blue color that felt cleansing. Blue rain. Baiguan town had never had blue rain. Chapter 2855. Flying Pattern. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The entire northern Xinjiang was like a brown world. The Great Wall, the towers, the beacon, and the trenches gradually revealed their original appearance as the blue rain washed over them. It was quiet and tranquil. At Yangmen city of Shanxi, the geese flew from the south to the north in the rain. After the rain soaked their feathers, it was difficult for them to travel long distances. The flock of geese landed at a mountain in Yangmen city. They stood quietly on the ancient pine trees and stared at Yangmen city. The rain washed away the dust in Yangmen city and revealed its glory. It had high walls and was entrenched on the ridges. Yangmen city had lived through many weathers before, but never through blue rain. The essence of the blue rain had penetrated the ancient wall. The ancient city wall composed of soil, stones, and rock glowed with a mysterious luster. It looked sturdier than metals and contained more energy than magic stones. Suddenly, the geese resting and avoiding the rain were startled by a sound from the mountain. The geese and other birds near the city flew away. They did not know what was going on and only knew that such a violent noise meant that there was a predator around. Nothing appeared. It looked like the mountains trembled as the wall of Yangmen City rose and moved. Gansu of Jiayu City was once the most important and prosperous pass on the Silk Road. It was built with earth and bricks. The building was painted red and stood under the mountains. The structure was so magnificent and protected that enemies could never break in. When the blue rain came, Jiayu City did not change much. The color of its walls and the eaves of its buildings had not changed at all. People only saw a majestic figure standing on the city tower in the rain. It evoked the soul of the Great Wall, which was the guardian of China for centuries. This soul awakened and was staring at the blue rain and the sky. Finally, the quiet city began to shake like Yangmen City. Jiayu City has come to life, some people exclaimed. The city wall and tower rose up and became an ancient giant composed of earth, bricks, and towers. This ancient giant moved and flew toward the sky in the blue rain. Each piece of soil near the historical ancient capital was covered with ancient rubble, and each piece of rubble had its own story to tell. Some stories had been passed down to this day and some had long been forgotten. It did not take long for the blue rain to fall here. The small rubbles was mixed with the mud and soil of the ancient wall, and they glowed golden. As the blue rain fell, the things guarded by people, put into the museum, and buried under the ground broke through the soil like flower buds. People of the ancient capital were startled. The catastrophe in the past was caused by turbid rain, which triggered a riot of the undead. The earth was restless again when the blue rain appeared. However, they did not expect to see blue bricks, rock fragments, and special structured clay emerged from the soil. It was raining, and the rubble kept flying to the sky. The rain fell, and countless rubble flew. The two formed an incredible scene inside and outside the ancient capital. Such a scene was unexplainable, and it shocked everyone. The maple leaves were all over the mountains and plains, the ancient roads were long, and the blue rain fell heavily. The Great Wall was built in Badaling during the Warring States period. After the Qin and Ming dynasties, it had become the most spectacular cultural relic. A majestic and dangerous juncture and tower were on the top of the mountain. This blue rain also appeared on the Great Wall Ridge in the capital. The ancient Great Wall Ridge stood above the mountains, as if it was about to touch the sky. Someone once drew a picture of the Great Wall on the clouds. However, he never expected it would fly up one day. The rain constantly awakened every part of the ancient Great Wall Ridge in the capital. It rose from the ground and soared above the clouds. No one would have thought such a majestic and ancient building would come to life. The blue rain did not last long. The magnificent Beiguan town was suspended in the sky. Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, and others still remembered the shocking picture of the ancient city wall rising from the ground and forming the shield of China. However, Beiguan town did not do that. Instead, it broke away from the earth and flew toward the sky. After the blue rain, the sky was clear like a pure crystal mirror. The dust, yellow sand, clouds, and mists were all gone. Beiguan town was suspended in the air. When people looked from the ground, it was just as bright as the scorching sun. Mo Fan and the others were all on the tower of Beiguan town. Everyone looked at Bin Wei, the watchman of the ancient Great Wall, with a confused look. Floating pattern. Bin Wei was also shocked. As an ancient inheritor, she had never heard of Beiguan town and other ancient city walls having such a power. Bin Wei only knew the royal sky pattern. The ancient spell that Mo Fan brought from the deadly bridge should be the sacred soldier pattern. It should be able to turn the ancient city wall into an invincible ancient sacred weapon like Sky Observing City. However, this was completely different from what they expected. Beiguan town floated into the air. Several other great walls with beacons were also floating in the air. The sky was clear. On the top of the tower of Beiguan City, everyone could see from a distance that several other city walls that once displayed the royal sky pattern were also in the air like a long fortress. Ding Xiao could not believe his eyes and could not explain the current phenomenon. There was no ancient sacred soldier. There were only some ancient city walls floating in the air. Oh my god! Yangmen City, Jiayu City, Juyong City, the ancient city wall, and several other ancient great walls are all floating in the air. They are floating in the air! Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Chapter 2856. National Beast of China. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan grabbed Zhao Manyang's phone and watched the video clip that had circulated on the internet. In the video, he saw the mythical phenomenon that spanned all over the country. The majestic ancient great walls of 1,000 meters broke free from their original place on the mountains and soared into the sky. They floated above the land, just like Beiguan Tower. Mo Fan, fly to the space above the sky and take a look from there. Ling Ling shouted. Okay. But even if I reach the space above the sky, I doubt I'll see the reappearance of the mythical phenomena, said Mo Fan. We may have succeeded, but how do we transfer them from here? Ling Ling was engrossed in her thoughts one moment and excited the next. This is an ancient spell. I can sense the aura of a forbidden curse. Dean Xiao stared at the sections of the floating great walls. The majestic great walls floated at the same height. After they broke free of the land, they flew to the sky and hovered there. They cast enormous shadows on the land below. The people on Earth were so awed that they started worshipping them. Mo Fan flew into the sky. He looked down and saw the central plains of China. The area within his sight was limited because China was just too big. Mo Fan paid close attention to the segments that came from various important cities. He was shocked to find that the Great Walls floating in the sky were not just the existing Great Walls, but also many other ruins of the Great Walls that had not been recorded in the present era. The ruins were buried underground in the past. Their fragments had blended into the soil, but the blue rain had summoned them into the air. The ancient capital was at the top of the wall. Countless rubble, soil, stones, and rocks coiled up in the sky above the capital. They formed a gigantic skull with 2 horns. The skull was completely made up of soil and stones. It stood with an air of divinity in the middle of the sky. The segments of the ancient great walls from other areas were composed of beacon towers, stone towers, and walls. But when Mo Fan looked down from the space above the sky, the segments connected and formed a long body that covered the central plains of China. He looked further to the east and saw a tail. The tail resembled a snake's tail. It looked very similar to that of the black totem snake. As the ancient great walls connected to one another, he noticed the horns of the divine deer, the face of the white tiger, the body of the black snake, and the claws of the green East Sea god. No. This was not the black totem snake. This was the great serpent on the cloud. This was the sacred totem beast. Buzz. Mo Fan was astounded when he was greeted by such a phenomenon. The pendant on his chest vibrated. Usually, Little Loach remained as a black creature with no luster. It would only glow slightly when it advanced to the next level. At that moment though, Little Loach turned dark green. It floated before Mo Fan and slowly uncoiled itself. It was the ancient Great Wall's companion vessel. It was the symbol of the sacred totem Azure dragon. It was a part of the sacred totem beast. Mo Fan's eyes were teary. You're the one they speak of, right? Mo Fan asked while staring at the floating Little Loach before him. The underground holy spring and the sleeping ancient capital have been waiting for you instead of me. Little Loach did not answer him. It could not answer him, after all. This is the reason why I can absorb the totem beast's power. Mo Fan marveled at this fact. There were signs everywhere. All of the answers had been right in front of him. Still, he had to take one step at a time in this arduous journey to find the totem beasts. Mo Fan finally understood everything. The reason Little Loach accompanied him was because Mo Fan was the one destined to complete and protect it. Everyone could own Little Loach, but not everyone could awaken it. Since you're awake, let's go to the magic city now, said Mo Fan to Little Loach. This time, Little Loach did not return to Mo Fan's chest. It broke free of the necklace and slowly implanted itself on his forehead. Little Loach gradually fused with Mo Fan and formed a visible dark green seal. The seal was the scar of the sacred totem beast. It glowed as bright as the sun or the moon. Mo Fan stood suspended in the sky like a god. He glowed in green with splendor. Green light spread on the lands of China and rested on the segments of the spectacular and divine ancient Great Walls. Boom! The floating pieces began to move. They rolled up like monstrous waves and sailed like an enormous ship towards Mo Fan. The horns and skull were of the ancient capital. The body and torso were of the Yangmen city. And its tail was of the Emperor Qin's island. The ancient Great Walls gathered together and gradually formed a gigantic green dragon. The green dragon floated in the endless Milky Way across the universe. The ancient Great Walls that had risen from the ground to stop Kufo's undead army in the past had been just a part of the green dragon's chest. The historic city walls and buildings from the ancient capital as well as the debris and tombs buried underground across the lands were the green dragon's flesh and blood. The unknown ruins were buried under the vast land of China. After the ruins were summoned, they flew to midair and fused to make the green dragon's muscles and scales. The giant shadow of Yangmen city was one of the green dragon's claws. The majestic long walls of the imperial city formed the green dragon's bones. Saimatai, Green Mountain City, Arrow Buckle Great Wall, Tiger Mountain, and Jumeng Gate from the east eventually formed a part of the Green Dragon and joined with the Emperor Qin Island segment. Mo Fan felt shocked and awed at the sight before him. Mo Fan had navigated the country's great rivers and mountains. He had set foot in numerous famous historical sites. He had either stood guard or explored these places. He had been to many places overseas such as Egypt, Arabia, Italy, and Greece. These places had their own ancient civilizations with great national beasts recorded in their literature. Mo Fan used to wonder what China's national beast would be like. And he finally had the answer to that question. This was China's national beast. It had been sleeping in various places and mountains. It had been guarding China's great lands. It was the country's true national beast, Azure Dragon. Roar! The Azure Dragon's roar echoed like thunderbolts. Its roars transmitted from the western land to the eastern coast. Its roar sent shock waves across the lands. He saw green lightning in the sky. The lightning covered the space above the sky and gradually spread all around. For a moment, people from every province witnessed the miracle. The Azure Dragon was far in the space above the sky. Even so, people on Earth saw its magnificent body. After all, it was made up of the ancient Great Walls. Meanwhile, Mo Fan stood on the Azure Dragon's horn. He turned around and saw the Azure Dragon's seemingly endless body in the vast blue sky. Faith and hope sprouted in his heart. Mo Fan said to the awakened national beast, "Let's go to the Magic City." Chapter 2857. The Country's Guardian, the Sacred Dragon. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Azure Dragon traveled in the space above the sky. Mo Fan could easily reach the stars. The Azure Dragon's magnificent shadow was cast in the vast lands of China. The Azure Dragon flew between heaven and earth. It flew across the sky and mountains. Even the glory of the sun and moon paled in comparison to its glow. Mo Fan stood between the Azure Dragon's horns. They passed by the central plains. The intersection between the horizon and the skyline was visible. Pieces of the awakened ancient Great Wall flew toward the Azure Dragon to complete its scales, horns, claws, etc. The sacred totem Azure Dragon grew increasingly majestic. It flew above China like an ancient godly ruler patrolling the earth where its people lived. The ancient rocks and the engraved statues made up of the sacred rocks that had been sprinkled with the underground holy spring seemed to have waited for the arrival of this day. They had waited for the summoning from heaven. The Azure Dragon's roars awakened their imperishable souls. The ancient Great Walls were made from generations of wisdom, blood, sweat, and tears. Disasters and wars could destroy humans because they were made of flesh and blood, but they could never destroy the brave souls that had blended into the mountains and streams. The ancient Great Wall segments contributed to the sacred totem Azure Dragon scales, flesh, blood, bones, and horns. The Azure Dragon flew in the sky. Every single piece of the rubble that made up the Azure Dragon contained its own glorious and depressing story. The rubbles was what made the Azure Dragon glow with such splendor. They bestowed the Azure Dragon with infinite power. The Azure Dragon flew past the Yellow River and to the Chang River. It continued to move along the Chang River and drew closer to the Magic City. The sky above the Magic City was totally different from the clear sky in the west. The Magic City was enveloped in darkness, as if the devilish creatures were devouring the city whole. Icy cold sea water continued to pour onto the city. The city was in turmoil. Ocean demons were all over the streets. Even though Mo Fan had watched these sights in various clips on the internet, his eyes turned red with anger at the Magic City's deplorable state. Jing'an was a place he was very familiar with. It was where the Pearl Institute was located. Jing'an had turned into a white nest. Mo Fan saw many humans trapped upside down in chrysalises. They were hung on both sides of the buildings as well as on the trees. The buildings and trees were densely packed with human chrysalises. They were barely alive. They could not break free from the chrysalises. They had no choice but to endure the humiliation and hang in the middle of bone-chilling coldness and rainstorms. They felt hopeless. The terrifying shark men and hunter dirty demons had made Shuhui City their hunting grounds. Citizens were enslaved and trapped inside the buildings. The shark men and hunter dirty demons brutally killed the mags. Even the powerless, newly awakened trainee mags were not spared. Treasure Mountain had turned into an ocean. More than half of the city was soaked in sea water. The sea water was red. The floating corpses in the water made one sick. The ocean demons had revealed their true brutal nature. They slaughtered all living things in their path. They enjoyed showing off their ocean godly horde's power. They enjoyed smelling the blood from other hordes. On top of that, they enjoyed watching humans sink into despair. Mo Fan caught sight of several glowing figures. Many people longed for a little hope. Today, the Magic City could no longer protect them and granted them the hope that they needed. Still, these people struggled to hold on to their beliefs. The ocean demons were far stronger than the humans. The number of ocean demons outnumbered humans. If the humans could not even find the faintest magical glow within the Magic City, it was evident that the city would soon be completely destroyed. Mo Fan noticed a swarm of terrifying silvery white creatures in the direction of Pudong. These creatures had replaced the murky sea water and were striking the Huangpu River's northwest bank in waves. The endless number of salamanders and shell demons collapsed the buildings, robust fortress and the defense lines the moment they reached that area. They razed the city streets to the ground without mercy. Meanwhile, the ocean demon serpent continued to patrol around the skyscrapers. And the chief shark rampaged between the overpasses. The traffic was a tumbling torrent. The shark men chased after the mags in the middle of the waves. A pile of ruins towered in the middle of the largest city. The ruins were made up of countless residential buildings, commercial buildings, and office buildings. As a result, the mountain of ruins could be seen from more than a dozen kilometers away. The Demon King illuminated in bluish golden shell armor prostrated on top of the ruins. It squinted its eyes. Its two unusually thick and flexible whiskers swung actively like two ancient white snakes. The Demon King opened its eyes. It moved its neck. It seemed to have smelled an imposing aura that came from the space above the sky. The flesh on its neck opened, revealing layers of colorful poisonous horns that resembled whiskers. For a moment, the poisonous horns looked like a sea of gorgeous corals. However, those were not corals. Touching them would mean instant death. This was the Demon King's fatal weapon. The multicolored Demon King stared begrudgingly at the sky. Unbeknownst to all of them, the sea water stopped pouring from the sky. The sky above the city had turned dark. A majestic silhouette slowly revealed itself from the misty clouds. The sky was riddled with holes, and the water poured down through them. The pouring revealed a part of the Azure Dragon's magnificent green body. It hid a large part of its body in the mists. It coiled in the space above the clouds. A claw appeared from the clouds. The multicolored Demon King became alert and screamed in panic before attempting to flee from the ruins. However, the Azure Dragon had targeted the multicolored Demon King with its claw. Its claw was comparable to that of the Mountain of Ruins. It grabbed the multicolored Demon King and carried it above the clouds. The multicolored Demon King screamed miserably in the sky. It frantically shot its poisonous horns from its neck. The poisonous horns expanded in the sky and formed a forest of corals. The corals were sharp and poisonous. They darted toward the clouds. Yet the mighty claw remained unharmed as it continued carrying the multicolored Demon King above the clouds. The magic city was crowded with ocean demons. The multicolored Demon King was protected by countless ocean demon chiefs. The ocean demon chiefs alone could dominate the city, let alone the multicolored Demon King. However, the unbeatable multicolored Demon King was taken into the clouds by a mysterious creature, like a chick in an eagle's talon. The sky was dark. It was so dark as if the sky above the magic city was entirely covered with a cloth. Glimpses of light shone on the creature's body through the gaps. Chapter 2858. The two greatest Emperor-level Demon Kings. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Squawk! The ocean serpent demon groaned. It had lost one of its horns, so it grew increasingly violent. It attacked every creature regardless of whether they were mags or its own disagreeable kind. The icy cold, elegant, and calm queen, ocean serpent demon, had turned into a brutal, bloodthirsty, and crazy monster. When the ocean demon chiefs and ruler-level ocean demons saw the multicolored Demon King lifted up into the sky, they became fearful. They were so scared that they buried their heads under the city. Even the hunter-dirty demons burrowed into the underground sewers. All of them tried to flee, except the ocean serpent demon. Its head was covered with blood, and it frantically searched for the main culprit who had attacked it. It bit whatever came into its path. The silhouette in the sky became the ocean serpent demon's target. The ocean serpent demon roared before spreading itself and swimming upstream along the transparent waterfall to confront the mysterious creature above the clouds. The multicolored Demon King was touched to learn that the ocean serpent demon was so kind enough to lend its helping hand without caring much about others. Little did it know that the ocean serpent demon's horn was its sensory hub. It could sense heat and danger through its scales. In fact, the ocean serpent demon's regulation of temperament came from its special horn. Without its horn, it would turn mad and insane. It could not identify its enemies and allies. The ocean serpent demon swam upstream into the sky. It reached below the mysterious dark creature. Just then, the mists dissipated. A green and huge abdomen was revealed. The abdomen was several thousand meters long and coiled up multiple rounds in the clouds. They could not see the rest of its body, as if the rest of its body spanned the other end of the sky. The ocean serpent demon was enormous. It could coil up around high-rise buildings. Its height was around 500 or 600 meters. It was considered a gigantic figure in this international and prosperous city. However, when the ocean serpent demon was at the same height as the creature in the sky, it looked nothing more than a roach in the mud. Meanwhile, the green creature looked as magnificent as ever, like a holy mountain that stretched across the sky. The ocean demon serpent turned stiff, as if it had accidentally scurried into the realm of an ancient ice river. Its body, scales, and blood froze. The ocean serpent demon's frenzies and violence were nothing in the face of such a powerful opponent. Even though it had lost its sensory ability, it was aware of the green creature's level of supremacy after witnessing its green body, which resembled a dragon. It would be stupid if it still could not understand how powerful that creature was. Zap! Countless lightning appeared in the clouds. It was only then that the stiffened ocean serpent demon recovered its senses and realized its end. It gave its best to flee from the sky above the magic city. Green lightning arched across the sky and tore the ocean serpent demon's body apart. The powerful ruler-level ocean demon suffered from a catastrophe as it swam upstream. The lightning wiped out its hard scales, bones, and demonic aura. The multicolored Demon King was still struggling. The ocean serpent demon was of a lower level, it lacked the skill to fight the emperor-level sacred dragon in the sky. The city was teeming with ferocious ocean demons. The demons had fixed their eyes on the dark sky to see the green silhouette's true form. But, after the ocean serpent demon was executed, the other demons' hissing and roaring came to a halt. The ferocious and arrogant demons hung their heads and tried to flee. The magic city turned silent all of a sudden. The canopy covered the earth, ocean, and the large city. At that moment, it landed. The dark shadow in the sky had seemingly covered the sky and the sun. Just then, there were some changes in the sky. The sky had not only darkened but turned terrifying. The people were too small to see it clearly. They instinctively became fearful. They felt as if they were suffocating. The creature was right above their heads. They summoned their remaining courage and looked at the edge of the sky ahead of them to find its barely visible green body. When they turned around in panic, they noticed a moving green tail in the endless sky. The multicolored Demon King's sea of poisonous coral attack was shockingly powerful. The people felt as if they were facing a death phantasm when they saw its striking demonic colors. However, its multicolored coral attack was nothing compared to the powerful green claw above the clouds. The multicolored Demon King struggled to break free. It hissed and tried to fight back. It tried to fight the Azure Dragon with all its might. However, the Azure Dragon grabbed it even tighter. Green lightning in the sky struck the multicolored Demon King, and it suffered in excruciating pain. The magic city crowded with ocean demons fell silent. At that moment, wisps of white ghost silk flew from the white monster lair. It weaved an enormous white tentacle in midair and slammed at the Azure Dragon. The white tentacle was so huge that it could wipe out the entire city in a single sweep. It contained endless demonic energy. It pierced the canopy and cut through the chaos dimension. The appearance of the white tentacle was unprecedented. The forbidden mags had been fighting with the other demon kings and were extremely shocked when they saw this. If the white tentacle had attacked them from the start, the forbidden mags, super-level mags group, and advanced mags group basically would have died a long time ago. After all, who would have thought the demon that had turned Jingen into a white monster lair was an emperor-level demon? It was clear that the demon that created the white monster lair decided to launch its attack at that moment was all because of the multicolored Demon King. It refused to let the mysterious creature in the cloud tear the multicolored Demon King into shreds. The enormous white tentacle must have come from another terrifying dimension. To make things worse, it appeared in this peaceful world, hence doing a lot more damage. The Mags team from the Magic Association had intended to barge into Jingen to kill the white demon. They were dumbfounded when they saw this. If the demon was capable of summoning such a white tentacle, the fact that it had remained silent was actually a trap. It was waiting for the Mags to fall into its trap. It's an Emperor-level ocean demon. The white demon in Jingen is an Emperor-level ocean demon. Retreat now. Everyone, retreat! The teacher from the National Institute cried out in shock. He hastily ordered the mags behind him to stay away from Jingen. The enforcement union in the Magic City launched a full-scale demon-slaying operation. They had to get rid of several key potential problems to increase their survival rate. Saving the people from the white monster lair in Jingen was part of their rescue plan. But to think they had almost fallen into the ocean demon's trap. If it had not been for the fact that the multicolored Demon King had been attacked by the mysterious creature suddenly, the white demon would have continued to hibernate while carrying out its hidden, greedy, and ruthless agenda. Chapter 2859. The Demonic Ruins White Spider Emperor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The white tentacle struck the sky. The great force pushed the clouds away and revealed the Azure Dragon's body. The white tentacle struck the Azure Dragon's abdomen. The white tentacle contained countless antennas that resembled suction cups. They clung onto the Azure Dragon's abdomen. Boom! There was a loud bang. The next moment, the white monster lair in Jingen expanded. White gigantic legs broke out of the white membranes and landed in the city area, causing a slew of terrifying sinkholes. There was not much sea water around the white monster lair. But after the white demon broke out of its nest, the city fell. Sea water from nearby cities gushed in and flooded Jingen. The White Demon King stood in the middle of the tumbling city. It extruded the terrifying white tentacle from the spinnerets at its back. The white membrane that covered the entire Jing'an also came from its enormous spinnerets. At first glance, the White Demon King looked like an enormous spider. Its legs were thin and long, and the spinneret on its back was as large as a whale's belly. The thin filament of silk extruding from the spinneret could turn a city into a terrifying white lair. It's the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor. Fengli was shocked after he saw the demon's true form. Demonic Ruins was a horrific forbidden place found in the south of Japan several decades ago. The ruins were found under the sea of unknown origin. The ruins seemed to exist in the folding of space. When one entered, the ruins seemed much bigger than from outside. The China Forbidden Curse Association had once joined forces with Japan Forbidden Curse Association and explored the inside of these ruins. The mags who entered the ruins were either dead or became delirious. It took them a very long time to recover. However, by the time they recovered, they had forgotten everything about the ruins under the sea. In the past few decades, the humans had not given up exploring the demonic ruins under the sea. They finally discovered the traces of several powerful ocean demons, and the White Spider Emperor was one of them. Even the White Spider Emperor that had never left the demonic ruins under the sea heeded the ocean godly horde's instruction. It was no wonder the ocean demons had become so fearless. The demonic ruins White Spider's white tentacle grabbed the Azure Dragon tightly. Its tentacles sank into the ground to secure itself. The expanded white monster lair had turned into a gigantic city machine. It had become the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor's armor. For a moment, the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor grew incredibly huge. It was above Jing'an, with densely packed buildings right under its body and feet. It had traveled for several kilometers. The sticky membrane was no longer soft. It quickly hardened and became as hard as iron and steel. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor's snow-white color radiated an icy cold aura. When it rose, it could easily reach the sky. The prosperous high-rise buildings stood underneath its belly. There were countless thin, white filaments of silk under its belly. Each silk carried a large mass of flesh chrysalises. Each chrysalis contained a living human. They had been stuck together like insect eggs. They formed many gigantic white chrysalis groups under the demonic White Spider Emperor's belly, and it was about the size of a classroom crowded with a few hundreds of people. It was as big as a stadium. The humans were trapped within the white spider silk. It was humid and disgusting. When Fengli and the rest of the Enforcement Union members were greeted by this sight, they were stunned. Could this be the White Monster Lair's true form? What should they do to kill such a demon? The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor tried to pull the Azure Dragon down from the clouds with its white tentacle extending from the spinneret at its back. With the help of the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor, the multicolored Demon King unleashed its poisonous coral thorns and pierced the Azure Dragon's claws and abdomen. Roar! The Azure Dragon hissed. The multicolored Demon King was in midair, and it slowly flew down onto the city. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor made a strange cry. It increased its power. The thin, white filament of silk all over its body became harder than iron and steel. Countless white, steel-like brackets appeared in the sky above Jing'an. The steel-like brackets acted as the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor's tentacles. The white tentacle clinging on the Azure Dragon's abdomen became more powerful and pulled the sacred totem Azure Dragon down from the clouds. The sky above the magic city was riddled with holes, and the sea water poured onto the city like a waterfall. The air was misty and foggy. The Azure Dragon dropped down slowly, but still, they could not see its skull and tail. There were two giant claws in the sky. One of them grabbed the multicolored Demon King tightly while the other claw approached the ground. Just when they thought the demonic ruins White Spider King was about to slam the Azure Dragon onto the ground, the Azure Dragon grabbed the demonic ruins White Spider King with two of its claws close to its abdomen and tail. The Azure Dragon grabbed it and yanked it to the sky. The earth was lifted up. The buildings were thrown into the sky. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor wanted to slam the Azure Dragon down, only to end up being caught like the multicolored Demon King. The Azure Dragon had not been dragged down. It just approached the land with its hind claws. Just then, the white monster lair expanded again. Countless white silk transformed into long white snakes and wrapped around the Azure dragon's hind claws. The demonic ruin's white spider emperor frantically spit various filaments of silk onto the ground so that the sticky silk could stick to the city ground. However, all of its effort was in vain. The Azure dragon was enormous. Its body was magnificent. The demonic ruin's white spider emperor was just as the size of the Azure dragon's claws. The Azure dragon grabbed the multicolored demon king with its front claws and the demonic ruin's white spider emperor with its hind claws. Many people in the city saw the terrifying sight. The sky was dark. They had no idea how long or huge the green creature was. It grabbed the multicolored demon king with its front claws on one side of the city and the demonic ruin's white spider emperor with its hind claws on the other side of the city. The multicolored demon king continued to struggle to break free of its grasp. Meanwhile, the mighty demonic ruin's white spider emperor looked furious. It tried to break free but still ended up being dragged away from the ground. Nobody could figure out what sort of a creature the green thing in the sky was. The multicolored demon king and demonic ruin's white spider emperor were powerful emperor-level ocean demons. They had dominated the entire magic city. Even so, the two were helpless when confronting that green creature. Chapter 2860. Absolute Divine Power. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Roar. The Azure dragon's roars shook the sky. Air waves surrounded by icy cold fog blasted in the sky. The air waves blew past the demonic ruin's white spider emperor and melted its sticky white filaments of silk. The flesh chrysalises hanging on the demonic ruin's white spider emperor's belly fell to the ground in front of the Enforcement Union members. Each chrysalis contained a living human. Every flesh chrysalis basically contained a mage. They looked skinnier than before. Their internal organs were weakened. It was clear that the demonic ruin's white spider emperor had absorbed their vitality in order to weave its magnificent white lair. Save them now. Quick! Feng Li said to the rest of the Enforcement Union members with great urgency. Large piles of flesh chrysalises fell to the ground. Feng Li and his group quickly stripped the filaments of silk from their bodies and throats. Fortunately, the humans trapped inside the chrysalises were still alive. They broke themselves free of the chrysalises. They were weak, but they could walk. Jingen is safe. Jingen is safe. The people hiding inside the buildings jumped for joy. The demonic ruin's white spider emperor had taken control of Jingen all by itself. Everyone had witnessed it being captured. They felt relieved, as if the death sides above their heads had finally vanished. Calm down. Everyone, calm down. We're in this situation together, so we must unite and face the enemy. Those who are still capable of fighting the war, follow me. We're going to stop the ocean demons from surrounding us. Those who have lost their magic power, help the rest who are still trapped inside the chrysalises and the refuge. We have to work hand in hand to stand guard over the refuge. Citizens, stay there. We cannot let them be involved in this disaster. We must hide them somewhere safe. Feng Li shouted at the rescued people. What exactly is that green silhouette above the sky? Is it here to help us? Several mags from the Magic Association asked in confusion. They had not returned to their senses. Whatever had transpired a while before was still shocking. Two claws appeared from the clouds and grabbed the multicolored demon king and the demonic ruin's white spider emperor. The sight had stunned the ocean demon chiefs, ocean demon rulers, as well as the super-level ocean demons. Was God watching over the citizens in the Magic City? Was there still a glimmer of hope for the citizens? I'm afraid it could be a more powerful emperor-level creature. We haven't seen its true form. Even though it is an enemy of the ocean demons, it might not necessarily be our ally either. We can't simply jump to any conclusion, Feng Li spoke solemnly. Most people assumed the enemies of the ocean demons were naturally their protectors. But Feng Li was a wise man. He was aware of the country's current situation. There were no forbidden mags in the country who could summon such a divine beast to take on the multicolored Demon King and the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor. Hence, its appearance was a mystery. Why did it appear in the sky above the magic city? Why was it the ocean demon's enemy? What worried Fonley the most was that the powerful green silhouette might not have arrived with the intention to help humans but rather to show off its power. If the green creature cast its divine power on humans and crushed the cities with its magnificent body, the magic city would be destroyed. The Demon Lord was still standing at the bund of the magic city. It was taller than the skyscrapers. The sky above the skyscrapers was covered in darkness. The black heaven-shaking demonic waves were approaching. The shocking wave line in the sky was approaching the international city. It looked like a tsunami. It was as though a majestic ocean was hanging upside down between heaven and earth. A pair of icy cold, bright eyes appeared. The eyes were narrow and eerie. It no longer fixed its gaze on the flying forbidden mags. Instead, it placed its attention on the clouds, as if it was looking for something. In fact, the creature that it was searching for was the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon coiled up in the space above the sky. It saw everything. It was above the sky and the clouds. The sky was dark. A gap slowly appeared in the middle of the dark clouds. Suddenly, a mass of poisonous and colorful corals was smashed against the prime waves, as if throwing a group of sea urchins at it. The next moment, a gigantic white creature fell from the sky and smashed at the Demon Lord. The forbidden mags looked up and were caught in surprise. Weren't they the multicolored Demon King and the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor? The two great Demon Kings had each occupied a prosperous city in the Magic City. They had gone on a wild rampage. The Forbidden Curse Association had to assign members to keep these Emperor-level ocean demons in check. However, the Demon Lord posed a tremendous threat to the humans, hence the Forbidden Curse Association assigned the Forbidden Mags to restrain it. There were very few forbidden mags who could fight a brutal Emperor-level ocean demon alone. However, they had never expected the multicolored Demon King and demonic ruins White Spider to be smashed at the terrifying Demon Lord like soccer balls. Bam! Bam! The Demon Lord's prime wave served as an indestructible shell. Even though the multicolored Demon Lord and demonic ruins White Spider Emperor were flung at it, the two Demon Kings just bounced away. The multicolored Demon Lord was covered in blood. Its neck that was filled with poisonous flesh had been ripped to shreds. On its back were shocking claw marks. Its tail and forelimbs had been severed. It died in agony. Meanwhile, the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor's spinneret had been torn apart. White blood gushed out like a flowing stream. The filaments of silk all over its body that were as hard as iron had been shattered. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor landed at the Hongkou River. As it got up, it was still a bit shaky. It half prostrated its body as it looked up at the dark shadow in the sky in panic. Who lured these two Emperor-level ocean demons over here? Fire God shouted. The forbidden mags had exhausted their energy in fighting the Demon Lord. With the addition of the two Emperor-level ocean demons in the fight, how were they supposed to take on these ocean demons? They look like they are severely wounded, said an elder forbidden mage. President Hongkou frowned as he stared at the two Emperor-level ocean demons. He was confused, too. He wondered why the two Emperor-level ocean demons rampaging through the cities would appear here of all places. More than that, he was confused why those demons were so severely wounded. The two Emperor-level ocean demons had lost their arrogance and demonic aura. They stared at the clouds as if their great enemy was approaching them. Was there something more terrifying above the clouds? Was that the reason the two ocean demons were so afraid and panicked? Chapter 2861. Is that Mo-Fan? Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. There were many layers of clouds in the dark sky. The clouds parted and revealed a magnificent mountain. But there was no mountain in the Magic City. The mountain they saw was so massive and towering that it would have taken an army of mountains stacked up together to reach that height. The Forbidden Curse Association members could not stop looking at it. When that mountain approached the city and the Hongkou River, the crowd was shocked to realize that it was not a mountain at all. It was a gigantic creature's head. The creature's head gave off an air of divinity, as if it had crossed a divine boundary before reaching the human world. It appeared unexpectedly and was shocking to behold. It was as if a mythical creature had come alive. It was so real. Its horns, whiskers, and eyes contained ancient divine powers. All living creatures had to bow and submit before it, including the humans. It was the sacred totem beast. It was an ancient god of the previous era. It protected all living things, and humans worshipped it. Even though magic allowed the humans to fend for themselves, this did not mean that the ancient god was weak. The humans replaced the ancient god with a magic system. It took a large number of humans and numerous wars to end the era of the ancient gods of the totem beasts. The reason God was known as God was because it could destroy any horde in a single blow all by itself. The Azure dragon was the leader of the four greatest sacred totem beasts. When it landed in one of the prosperous cities, the city appeared tiny to it, so did the humans and ocean demons. The Azure dragon looked down from the clouds. The forbidden mags were used to seeing various bizarre phenomena. But when the ancient mythical creature appeared in the urban city, they froze. The city was crowded with ocean demons, and the mags fought hard in the battle. Even so, when they witnessed that sight, they were dumbfounded. The dark cloud that covered the sky above the magic city finally dissipated. The clouds moved away and revealed a green and enormous body. The place covered by fog gradually cleared, revealing a green magnificent torso. For a moment, the humans thought the world had turned upside down. When they looked up, it was as if the earth and heaven had swapped places. The mountain ridges slowly appeared on the lands. But those were just the ancient gods' torsos. They looked up at the sky holes that were constantly dumping sea water onto the city. At that moment, the sea water poured onto the ancient divine dragon's body. It washed the mud off its body. The people had assumed that the sea water had stopped pouring into the city. Now, they realized that the creature had blocked the holes and obstructed the flow of the water for a while. The Azure dragon's body was massive. Who would have thought a living creature could fill a piece of the sky and make the sky look so crowded and even tiny? The Azure dragon had to coil up its chest, abdomen, and tail to fit in the sky. The members of the Forbidden Curse Association finally knew why the arrogant multicolored Demon King and the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor looked so terrified. Emperor-level creatures were the closest thing to gods. The Azure dragon had coiled up and taken up residence in the sky above the magic city. It was of the creator level, as if it had come from the depths of the universe. It should not have appeared in such a small world. Look there! Isn't there a person standing on top of the Azure dragon? Several members from the Enforcement Union cried out. They were standing on higher ground, and they saw the mysterious creature in the sky. It felt sinful and blasphemous to just look at it directly. They did not believe it until they noticed someone standing above the Azure dragon's head. Feng Li quickly rushed to the highest ground. He looked past the crumbling buildings and saw the Azure dragon's head. The Azure dragon peered out of the clouds and looked at the magic city. Feng Li then saw a figure standing between its horns. The figure was very tiny. All living creatures bowed before the ancient sacred totem beast. If Feng Li had not used his mage sensory ability, he would not have recognized the figure standing above the Azure dragon's head. The longer Feng Li stared at the figure, the more he found the person to be familiar. At the south of Treasure Mountain was a watchtower. A woman with blood stains all over her body leaned against the edge of the tower. She cupped the vapor from the sky and splashed it on her face. She ruffled her muddy hair. Her eyes had become numb to the killings. But when she turned to the sky above the bund, her eyes lit up. Mo Fan. She saw him standing between the Azure dragon's horns. He stood above its head. Your mind is playing tricks on you. Hide now and take a rest. Ari Tutu rushed over and supported Mu Nujiao. It really looks like him. Mu Nujiao pointed at the person standing between the Azure dragon's horns. You're dying soon. Stop thinking about him. Meanwhile, an elderly man stood in the middle of the ocean demons at the Pudong Sea area. He trampled piles of ocean demons' carcasses under his feet. The number of carcasses could almost make up an island. The elderly man's suit was tattered. He was confronting a shimmering Salamander Emperor. The Salamander Emperor was stunned by the presence of the Azure Dragon in the bund above the sky. The elderly man could not help but turn his head around. He saw the Azure Dragon peering out of the clouds and recognized the figure standing on its head. Mo Fan. The sacred totem beast. Relief showed up on Song Chiming's tired face. His legs grew weak. He was old. His cultivation continued to weaken. If only he was in his prime, he would have already chopped the Salamander Emperor's head off. Fortunately, the younger generation was still strong. Lingling, I can't stay by your side anymore. Song Chiming fell backward slowly. His back was filled with salamander carcasses in white and bronze armor. When Song Chiming fell backward, thousands of salamanders and shell demons were so shocked that they fled. Song Chiming's body was buried among the shell demons' carcasses. As an old mage, he had no regrets about being given a coffin made up of the ocean demons' carcasses. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was a small hunter firm. He set it up after his retirement. He taught potential young people to deal with the demons in the Magic City. He was born and now was dying in the Magic City. He used to be successful and famous. But he was now long forgotten. Before he died, he had contributed his all to the Magic City. He witnessed a legend born in his hunter agency. He could finally die peacefully. The Magic City would not fall even after his death. Instead, it would be reborn. That person had summoned the Azure Dragon. Chapter 2862. The Divine Throne and the Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though Mo Fan stood between the Azure Dragon's horns, he did not have many expressions on his face. Countless people looked up at him and the Azure Dragon. He and the Azure Dragon saw how the people in the Magic City had struggled and exhausted themselves in defending the city. The people were wounded, yet they continued to fight the war. Everyone deserved respect. Mo Fan noticed the people were looking up at them from the ashes, ruins, and war. They fixed their gaze on him and the Azure Dragon. However, he did not feel glorious or proud. Instead, he felt he was given a heavy duty. Who could stay out of all this trouble? No one could. That was the reason why all of them held on even today. Hawk! The Cold Moon Demon Lord had been very calm, but now it made a strange sound. It sounded like an evil army's trumpet. It could summon all the ocean demons in the city and make the icy cold sea water that had flooded the city surge to great heights. The Magic City was large. Giant ocean demons wreaked havoc in every urban area. Upon hearing the Cold Moon Demon Lord's trumpet, there was an uproar in the Magic City. The ocean demons' hisses rang throughout the city and the sky. A manatee demon from the Treasure Mountain charged towards the bund. A black squid demon crawled up from Shu Hui's sewerage system. It trampled the buildings under its feet. A land dragon demon charged at the bund from the east of the Rainbow Airport. The Lord of Sharkman was awakened in a tennis court at Changning. It swayed its black golden body and flew towards the bund. At Pudong area, the Salamander Emperor and Extreme Shell Demon leaped over Song Chiming and his group's defense line and charged at the Lu family's mouth. The Salamander and Shell Demon's army did not continue to march forward. Under the intimidation of the Azure Dragon, lower-class demons such as the Salamanders and Shell Demons were weak in their knees. The Ocean Demons were grouping together. Apparently, the Cold Moon Demon Lord was the primary perpetrator of the attack on the Magic City. The moment it made the sound of a trumpet, all the Ocean Demon chiefs across the Magic City gathered together. They flocked to the Cold Moon Demon Lord's throne at the Hongkou River. The Ocean Demons gathering included the severely wounded multicolored Demon King and the Demonic Ruins White Spider Emperor. After the Ocean Godly Horde was assembled, they became more courageous. They held their heads high and hissed provocatively and furiously at the Azure Dragon in the sky. One could enjoy the view of the Dongfang Oriental Tower, Shanghai Tower, Universal Financial Center, Jinmao Tower, and other skyscrapers from the bund. They could enjoy the prosperity of the city and magnificent high-rise buildings in the modern era. However, after the Cold Moon Demon Lord sounded the trumpet, various ocean demons took over the place. They were huge and ferocious. They bared their fangs and exuded demonic auras, as if a tsunami was incoming. Lightning flashed and thunder struck. The sky was dark. Strong wind blew. The city was filled with ashes. The dark world seemed to be coming to an end. For a moment, the ocean demons looked as if they had gained an upper hand in the war. They formed piles of demonic mountain ridges that were higher than the skyscrapers and almost reached the dark skyline. The Cold Moon Demon Lord was the leader of the horde. The Emperor-level ocean demon was on its throne and acted like the demon of destruction. It despised all the puny lives of the world. When the citizens saw the ocean demons on such a large scale, their glimmer of hope faded once again. They were trapped in the magic city. The city was huge. These people were already on the verge of breaking down just by witnessing the ocean demons and ocean demon chiefs rampaging through their cities. At that moment, the entire magic city was filled with ocean demons. The ocean demons at the Pudong continued to gather at the Hongkou River. The sight was too horrific. Even the appearance of a single ocean demon in the human world was considered a terrifying disaster, let alone the appearance of dozens of them. Roar! Hiss! Their hissing rang throughout the magic city. The sound came from the little demons. There were many little demons. They roamed about the city and hunted down the mage groups. When the Azure dragon appeared, the ocean demons all over the city trembled in fear and burrowed into the sea. They dared not show up before the Azure dragon. But after the ocean demons were summoned and gathered, the army showed up from the water. They responded to the Cold Moon Demon Lord and other ocean demon chiefs' forces and hissed at the sacred totem Azure dragon in the sky. The ocean demons that had been fighting on their own had reunited. They wanted to fight the Azure dragon and kill it. Their roars and hisses were deafening. The Azure dragon's body was fully revealed. They saw its large green body in the space above the sky. It did not seem to belong to this world. It was as majestic as ever. It fixed its gaze at the ocean demons. The Lord of Sharkman flew past the Azure dragon, trying to provoke it, but the Azure dragon remained motionless. It allowed the ocean demons to group together. The magic city could not hold back another round of attack. After the ocean demon chiefs left the areas where they had wreaked havoc, the people in those areas breathed a sigh of relief. The Mags still had a chance of survival. Guarding the city was even more difficult than destroying it. Mo Fan had always been aware of this truth, and the Azure dragon understood him. "We are never alone," Mo Fan said while touching its horn. In the past, Mo Fan had always spoken to his pendant. At that moment, his pendant had returned to the sky, and it finally responded to him. Roar! The Azure dragon's roars resounded everywhere. Figures glowing in holy light moved towards the intersection between the greyish sky and the earth in the magic city from every direction. The Hongkou River was flooded. An enormous silhouette, the size of an island, gradually emerged from the deep flow of the stream. People felt fearful just by looking at it. Splash! There was a blast from the stream, and the waves struck several ruler-level ocean demons. The next moment, an enormous ocean beast appeared. Its majestic armor was carved with ancient marks. It stepped on the whirling vortex with its powerful limbs. 2 whiskers drooped from its mouth. They were hundreds of meters long. It was ancient and exuded an imposing aura. "It's the Black Totem Turtle." Several mags from the Forbidden Curse Association recognized the Black Totem Turtle glowing in blue, and they cried out in shock. For a moment, they thought another round of great ocean demons had gathered again. They had never expected it to be an ancient totem beast. According to hearsay, the Black Totem Turtle had appeared in Xiamen and defeated the Twin Plague Demon. The Black Totem Turtle was just like the Guardian of Hangzhou, it came to protect humans. Swish! Green poisonous gas appeared on the Hongkou River like a tornado. The next moment, a giant snake covered in scales appeared at the riverside of the Bund. It rose. It was magnificent and was comparable to those ocean demon chiefs. Its eyes gleamed as it stared at the ocean demons. It was the Black Totem Snake. The black totem snake's scales shimmered even more brightly than the last time they had seen it. It looked different. It gave off an air of divinity, as if it could re-enter the realm of the holy at any time. The glow from the black totem snake and the black totem turtle reflected on each other. For a moment, the two great totem beasts seemed to have advanced to a new level. They exuded an imposing aura. Their auras intimidated the ocean demon kings. Even Mo Fan was struck dumb when he saw them. This was the first time the black totem snake and the black totem turtle had met, and their encounter inspired each other to unleash their totem beast's sacred power. Chapter 2863. The Totem Beasts Gather Together. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Pirim. There was a long cry in the sky. A green eagle-like silhouette dived down before spreading its wings and hovering above the Azure dragon's head. The green East Sea god flapped its wings and brought up a strong wind. The wind then turned into a muddy storm and covered the areas near the bund. The air was rife with holiness and savagery. Mo Fan thought the encounter between the black totem snake and the black totem turtle had inspired them to unleash their totem beast power. However, he noticed the green East Sea god's feathers were gleaming, too. It radiated an aura different from before. Mo Fan turned around and realized the seal of the sacred totem beast was still there on the Azure dragon's body. The curvy and densely packed symbols spread all over its body. The three greatest totem beasts, the black totem snake, the black totem turtle, and the green East Sea god, had similar symbols glowing faintly on their bodies. The black totem snake had symbols that resembled snake scales. The black totem turtle had symbols that resembled turtle shell curse. Meanwhile, the green East Sea god had symbols that resembled feathers. The symbols that resembled the snake scales and feathers were parts of the Azure dragon seal of the sacred totem beast. After the Azure dragon awakened, it stimulated the ancient totem beast's true potential. Roar! The Azure dragon illuminated and summoned the totem beast's source of power. A holy beast covered in snow-white fur charged at them from the west. As it sped, the gushing water turned into thick ice. Frosts rained. Heaven and earth froze. The creature displayed a strong aura of divinity. It made it look as if it had descended from the divine realm and was only momentarily dabbling into this filthy earth. It's the heavenly scar sacred tiger! The chief of the Eastern Mage cried out in awe. Tianshan Mountain was a holy place, and many mags had visited and lived there. But the legend of the heavenly scar sacred tiger had remained something of a myth which sounded fascinating but was far from reality. Tianshan Mountain was very far from the magic city. They wondered why the heavenly scar sacred tiger appeared in the city. The heavenly scar sacred tiger could inflict enormous destruction on the ocean demons. The ocean demons had taken great pains in summoning the waves, but the heavenly scar sacred tiger froze a large part of the waves so easily. The high-level ocean demons could summon the waves and rains. But the little demons were stranded on the beach like lonesome sharks. Even though these little demons had sharp fangs and were strong, they could no longer pose threats to the mags. Swoosh! A flying creature, that usually only appeared under the moonlight, advanced towards the magic city from the same direction as the heavenly scar sacred tiger. Its wings were almost transparent, but they had a dreamy luster. It was different from the powerful heavenly scar sacred tiger that could freeze the lands. It gave off an air of holiness like a nymph under the moon at night. It granted people a sense of peace and tranquility. The ocean demons were rampant, and their demonic auras filled the city. The citizens lived in fear and trepidation. But when they stared at the moon moth phoenix, they felt an unprecedented calmness. It was the black totem turtle, the black totem snake, the green East Sea god, the white tiger, and the moon moth phoenix. The 5 great totem beasts appeared all at once. They surrounded the Azure dragon's head. The totem beasts responded to each other. Hence, their totem holy power reached a pinnacle. They glowed in radiant holy light. This was especially so for the Azure dragon. The Azure dragon was green in color. It was barely visible in the dark sky. After the arrival of the 5 great totem beasts, the seal of the sacred totem beast that covered the Azure dragon's body glowed brightly. The totem beasts responded to each other. At that moment, each of them underwent a metamorphosis. Even Mo Fan was astonished. He was very familiar with each totem beast. But today, he finally saw their true forms. They were glowing with holy symbols. Before this, the totem beasts were always in their beastly form, which was no different than demons. However, today, the totem beasts had transformed into their true form. They had ancient gods with the holy seal of a totem beast. The little demon army had been hissing all over the city. Upon sensing the imposing and holy aura, they fell silent. Meanwhile, the ocean demons surrounding the demon lord panicked. They had to confront their greatest enemies. The forbidden mags from the Forbidden Curse Association were so shocked that they were rendered speechless. They had never expected the totem beasts, which had disappeared long ago, to be the ones to stand up for them and protect the magic city. Gawk! The demon lord made a strange sound. It seemed to be telling the ocean demons that they had nothing to be afraid of with those very few totem beasts. The place was not filled with the totem beasts. There were only 5 of them, after all. Many totem beasts had become extinct, and some of them still remained unknown. The totem beasts before them were the remnants from the Holy War. Meanwhile, there were 4 Emperor-level ocean demons and many ruler-level, super-level, supreme ruler, semi-emperor-level ocean demons among the horde. With such power in their group, the ocean demons had no worries about not being able to destroy the small city. President Hongkou, with the help of the 5 great totem beasts and the Azure dragon, is a glimmer of hope in this war, asked a mage in plain clothes floating in midair. Hongkou looked up and saw the mage was none other than the water element forbidden mage, Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao landed. He stood on the ruined bund where he could get a full view of the city below. The Hongkou River was filled with dragon demons. When he arrived at the river became calm and still. The river and sea water flowed quietly. Even though there were many powerful ocean demons on the other side of the river, Dean Xiao had it under control. Dean Xiao alone suppressed the ocean demon's demonic auras. The demon lord fixed its scary gaze on him. Its gaze was filled with hostility and hatred. The magic city will not be destroyed. We'll fight the ocean demons to the end. President Hongkou summoned his courage and shouted at the sky. Was it true that the magic city was already in a hopeless state? The arrival of the sacred totem beast and the 5 great totem beasts were still no match for the swarm of ocean demons. But the magic city belonged to the humans, resolved President Hongkou. The humans consisted of the Forbidden Curse Association, super-level union, and an army made up of endless intermediate and basic-level mags. Listen to my instructions. Forbidden mags, gather at the bund. President Hongkou shouted again. He hoisted a flag emanating purple electric light into the sky. It was the Magic Association's rally flag. Mo Fan had seen the same rally flag back when he was at the ancient capital. He had never guessed how many forbidden mags and experts resided in the magic city. Today, he finally had his eyes open. Listen to my instructions. Super-level union, gather at the bund. The chief of the Eastern Mage raised a blue electric banner. His banner glowed, just like the purple flag. Chapter 2864. The experts gathered at the Magic City. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. In Jing'an, Feng Li leaped down from a higher ground. He turned to his assistant and gave his order, all elders, judges, and deputy judges of the Enforcement Union, gather now and follow me. We're going to fight at the bund. But there are still many ocean demons within the city, the assistant said hesitantly. The Enforcement Union was under the Magic Association. They were, however, independent of the Magic Association's authority. They followed the orders of the head of the Enforcement Union and no one else. The ocean demons have grouped together. We must unite to kill them and the Demon Lord. It's only by doing so can we ensure the Magic City's survival. The Demon Lord is the primary perpetrator that instructs the ocean demon army to rampage through the city, said Feng Li. Mr. Feng is right. We're gathering intermediate and higher level mags. Isn't that sufficient to take on the ocean demons? Elders, judges, and deputy judges, leave this place to us, said Nighthawk. Nighthawk was an experienced member of the Enforcement Union. He hated himself for not having achieved super level even today. Otherwise, he could have followed the Magic Association's highest order and fought the ocean demons with them. The super level mags left for the battle, but they still had remaining advanced and intermediate level mags with them in the city. The experts stopped the sky holes. They gave their all in fighting the ocean demons. The experts were mainly composed of the advanced level, intermediate level, and basic level mags. Couldn't they unite and kill the roaming ocean demons? The battle was not solely the responsibility of the Super Level Union and Forbidden Curse Association. Every mage had a duty in the battle. There's still hope for us. Inside the Liu family's secret place at the back of Kuan Mountain, the head of the Liu family paced back and forth before the stone entrance. He wanted to turn a blind eye to the gleaming blue electric flag in the sky, but he felt restless. He returned to the secret place. He frowned and said to the crowd, "How many super-level mags do we have in the Horde?" "Only 10. Judging from the current situation, we will have difficulty in taking on an ocean demon of ruler level and above. Shengming, you stay here. The rest of you will accompany me to the Bund," the head of the Liu family said solemnly. Grandpa, Liu Qingyao, ran to him. He did not understand why his grandfather had made such a decision. "If the Magic City falls, we'll end up dying in Kuan Mountain, too," said the head of the Liu family. "But they will take us to Ding City soon," said Liu Qingyao. "You can leave, but I can't. I don't want our future generations to bear the humiliation and burden of our failures. I don't want to lose our dignity. We are a dignified family," said the head of the Liu family. "If you're not leaving, then we aren't leaving either. I don't want to go to Ding City. Those who want to go to that city, please do so." "You're right. I won't go there either. The Scarlet Demons occupied our home, destroyed our market, and devoured our people. We want revenge." For a moment, the head of the Liu family was lost for words as he stared at the crowd. They would either stay or leave, but together. He had been protecting his family over the years. He did not expect them to have this resolve in times of trouble. He could not help but feel proud and hopeful. It was worth sacrificing himself for the sake of his people. "Okay. You'll kill the Scarlet Demon, and I'll kill the Demon King." The streets at Chengning were in a state of severe disrepair. A hunchbacked old lady walked down the street. Her eyes looked tired. Several starving hunter-dirty demons followed her. They bared their fangs. The old woman looked up and saw the purple flag. Finally, there flickered some form of life in her sunken eyes. A baby's cry echoed from a nearby building. When the hunter-dirty demons heard the cry, they quickly charged towards the building. They licked their lips in anticipation. The old woman raised her hand, and the speeding hunter-dirty demons came to a halt. They stared at the old woman in horror. The old woman passed by the hunter-dirty demons and found the crying baby girl. "Little one, even your parents can't protect you. Who else do you expect to grant you a chance to survive?" the old woman said to the wailing baby. The old woman found a battle mage and handed the baby to him. "If I survive the war, you'll be my granddaughter. I'll show you how to play music, chess, read, and paint. But I'm not going to teach you how to use magic," said the old woman to the baby. She gave her a wrinkly smile. She then vanished into thin air. The next moment, a faintly visible light appeared on the streets and swiftly crossed the ruined city before approaching the Bund. The light drew close to the purple flag. It was the Forbidden Curse rally. At Lingyan Mountain in Hangzhou, a middle-aged man in a monk's robe walked out of the bamboo forest. He summoned a flock of bamboo birds with colorful feathers. The bamboo birds swarmed to form a flying carpet and allowed the Lingyan monk to step on them and flew toward the Huangpu River. At the Bund, countless lights gathered, like stars in the night sky. The Magic City was lifeless. It was unlikely that there would be any magical armed forces. However, following the shimmering rally flags, an increasing number of people advanced towards the city. The first person to arrive at the Bund was none other than the teacher of the National Institute, Feng Li. A group of elders, judges, and deputy judges from the Enforcement Union followed behind Feng Li. These people had achieved a super-level cultivation base. The White family from the Magic City followed next. The family were experts. They were stained with blood. They had just witnessed and fought a battle before this. Still, they heeded the rally order and arrived at the Bund. Soon, the super-level mags from all over the Magic City arrived at the destination. The superordinate mags from the Magic Association, the Eastern Mags, the South Wing Mage Group, the North Wing Mage Group, the Enforcement Union, the renowned White family, the Mu family, the Lu family, the Dongfang family, the Jiao family, the Battle Mages, the Hunter Union, professors from academic institutions, association members, and experts, as well as experts who were not a part of any organizations, all arrived one after the other. For a moment, the magical light in the Bund dazzled so brightly that they looked like shimmering stars in the sky. Under the Purple Forbidden Curse rally order, aside from the Forbidden Mags from the Forbidden Curse Association, several new faces also arrived. These people lived near the Magic City, but no one knew they were actually Forbidden Mags. The Lingyan monk and the old woman radiated imposing auras that were comparable to that of the leaders of the Forbidden Curse Association. The sacred totem Azure Dragon was the head of the totem beasts. And the 5 great totem beasts gathered around it. All the experts with a cultivation base of super level and above came together in the Magic City. At that moment, everyone was on fire with a willingness and enthusiasm to fight off the ocean demons to make the world a better place. This is our showdown with the ocean demons. This war will decide the survival of the Magic City today. President Hongkou, from the Magic Association, shouted. Mo Fan was standing between the horns of the sacred totem Azure Dragon. He pointed at the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The Azure Dragon roared. Its roars shook the ocean demons and suppressed their demonic auras. The ruler-level ocean demons were intimidated by the Azure Dragon. They trembled in fear. The Black Totem Snake, the Black Totem Turtle, the Green East Sea God, the Heavenly Scar Sacred Tiger, and the Moon Moth Phoenix heeded Mo Fan's orders. Fight to our last drop of blood! Mo Fan shouted. For a moment, the totem beast's holy light illuminated everything around them very brightly. The Black Totem Snake and the Black Totem Turtle took the lead and charged at the ocean demons on the other side of the river. Their auras suppressed the Emperor-level ocean demons. They were fearless. Chapter 2865. The Black Totem Turtle vs. the Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Azure Dragon sucked in a deep breath before spitting a windstorm at the ocean demons. The windstorm easily pushed the river water to the clouds and killed half of the ocean demons. The windstorm contained powerful wind erosion ability. The creatures covered in hard armors and scales shattered in pieces and decayed rapidly. This was especially so for the Salamander Emperor and the Extreme Shell Demon from Pudong. The Azure Dragon weathered their thick and hard shells and armors through the windstorm. As a result, the ocean demons revealed their hideous forms. Without their shells and armors, their combat capabilities dropped significantly. Most of the ocean demons were covered in hard armors, steel scales, and thick shells, but the Azure Dragon's windstorm acted corrosively on their skin. The Cold Moon Demon Lord was hiding within its prime waves. When it saw what the Azure Dragon did to its demons, it could no longer hold itself back. The Cold Moon Demon Lord gradually expanded its prime waves that turned into terrifying blue claws. It aimed at the Azure Dragon's throat. The appearance of the blue claws was like a devil from the Pond of Death. It looked grotesque. Mo Fan did not notice the Cold Moon Demon Lord's attack. By the time he saw it, it had grabbed the Azure Dragon's throat with its hideous claws. The Azure Dragon's windstorm came to a halt. The Cold Moon Demon Lord increased its evil power and attempted to break the Azure Dragon's neck. Countless evil spirits surrounded and danced around the Cold Moon Demon Lord's claws as they clung on the Azure Dragon's neck. The Azure Dragon lost its balance. Mo Fan turned around. He did not know how to help it to break free of the evil curse. But the Azure Dragon was a sacred totem beast. It would not be easily wounded. The ancient holy scales glowed brightly, and it slowly raised its head. Roar! Its majestic roar shook all the evil spirits away. The Azure dragon moved rapidly. The wind blew because of its movement and brought up a terrifying storm that covered dozens of kilometers. Its holy scales glowed brightly. The Azure dragon were fearless when confronting hundreds and thousands of ocean demons. It crossed the river and charged at the massive ocean demons that were as tall as the skyscrapers. Its front claws touched the ground. Its claws unleashed a green dragon thunderbolt and shattered the ruler-level ice axe manatee. The frightening and powerful ice axe manatee instantly turned into ashes. It smashed at the ocean demons with its lengthy body made up of ancient great walls. The ocean demons fled everywhere. Several lizard dragon demons reacted too slowly and turned into puddles of meat pies because of the clash. The demon spell lit up. More than a dozen of the ruler-level ocean demons lunged at the Azure dragon's throat. They received the Cold Moon Demon Lord's instructions and attacked the Azure dragon's throat again. The throat was now the most vulnerable part as it had been cursed with the evil spell. The Azure dragon's holy scales glowed dazzlingly. The ruler-level ocean demons looked as if they were gnawing on a raging green divine lightning. The lightning counterattacked them. They were either paralyzed on the ground or sent flying away. Cheeyik! The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor roared. The Emperor-level ocean demons were the only ones that could threaten the Azure dragon even slightly. As the ocean demons surrounded the Azure dragon, the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor's narrow eyes looked at it with malice. It aimed at the Azure dragon's throat. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor lunged. Even though it was large, it moved as swiftly as lightning. When it clashed with its enemy, it inflicted tremendous damage on them, especially with its razor-sharp tentacles. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor's tentacles were like white death scythes. It could pierce the Azure dragon's throat. The Azure dragon was enormous. It floated in the sky like a mythical mountain. It would be difficult for it to avoid some of the attacks, especially an Emperor-level ocean demon's ambush. The Azure dragon had destroyed the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor's spinneret on its back. The enraged demonic ruins White Spider Emperor aimed to fatally wound the Azure dragon's throat with every single attack. Quack! Following a majestic roar was a black-brown gigantic figure leaping in midair. It smashed at the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor with its ancient turtle armor that was as thick and heavy as an island. Before the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor could complete its 900 spider-killing scythes, it was blasted away like a white cannonball downstream into Pudong. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor crawled up. Its legs were long. It stood on the flowing river. Its skin was previously white, but now it had turned green and blue. It glowed in faint eerie light. Apparently, it had boiled. The black totem turtle came from the dark tortoise lineage. It was born to fight in a war. It approached the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor with heavy feet thudding on the ground. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor flashed by. It was as fast as lightning. The white light cut through the tumbling river and the luxurious buildings on the riverside. Terrifying cracks appeared between heaven and earth. It was a frightening sight to behold. It was clear that the black totem turtle could not move as fast as the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor. The sacred symbols glowed on its shell, which were like that of the Azure dragon. But the black totem turtle's symbols were not as complete as the Azure dragon's seal of the sacred totem beast. Still, the black totem turtle's incomplete symbols on its shell unleashed amazing protective powers. Like the interlaced laser light, its brown, ancient, and cursed shell glowed magnificently and formed a huge shield that arched over most of the river. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor slashed the black totem turtle's arc shield, which made a loud piercing sound. Still, it could not hurt the black totem turtle. The black totem turtle stood up. It smashed the air with its reef-like muscular forelimbs. An ancient bell appeared in the air. The ancient bell issued a divine sound wave and lifted up the moving demonic ruins White Spider Emperor. Quack! The black totem turtle finally located the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor. It then tucked into its ancient martial turtle armor and turned into a huge, round turtle armor before sinking into the tumbling stream. The black totem turtle disappeared suddenly. The demonic ruins white spider emperor was dizzy because of the sound wave. The next moment, there was a blast on the river surface 3 kilometers away. A thick and heavy turtle armor that resembled a golden wheel smashed at the demonic ruins white spider emperor. The demonic ruins white spider emperor was facing the sky. It fell into the river downstream once again. A steel bridge collapsed. Its carcass was smashed into the tumbling waves in the river. Without the steel-like body made up of filaments of silk, the demonic ruins white spider emperor's combat capability is greatly reduced, Feng Li said with excitement upon seeing the sight. When the demonic ruins white spider emperor was in Jing'an, it was covered in steel brackets made up of the filaments of silk. Chapter 2866. Difficult to inflict damage on it. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The demonic ruins white spider emperor had absorbed many Mag's life source to replenish energy for its spinneret and spit out more sticky filaments of silk. When it fought, the massive spinneret served as its white, large steel body. It horrified everyone. But it had been too arrogant. It had provoked the Azure dragon. The Azure dragon grabbed it and lifted it up into the sky and shattered its white, massive, steel-like body into pieces. The Azure dragon also destroyed its spinneret. When the demonic ruins white spider emperor was at its strongest, the Azure dragon had delivered a severe blow to it. Without the spinneret on its back, the demonic ruins white spider emperor lost its strongest weapon. Thus, its combat capabilities had dropped drastically. Still, the demonic ruins white spider emperor was not weak. It was, after all, an emperor-level ocean demon. Even though it lost its strongest emperor-level ability, it could still kill the powerful super-level and emperor-level creatures effortlessly. The black totem turtle's power was close to an emperor level. This was especially after it contacted the black totem snake. After they interacted with each other, they glowed brightly compared to other totem beasts. Under the brilliant holy light, it was still as majestic as ever despite the incomplete ancient symbols on its shell. The demonic white spider emperor crawled up from the broken bridge at the Hongkou River. Its abdomen was severely wounded. Blood gushed out of its wound. It was clear that the demonic ruins white spider emperor was severely wounded once again. The black totem turtle was a supreme-level totem beast. Under the sacred totem Azure dragon's radiance, the black totem turtle possessed power that enabled it to fight an emperor-level creature with ease. The demonic ruins white spider emperor groaned. Just then, a sea devil spider king glowing in red crawled over to it. It stared at the black totem turtle in fear. The red sea devil spider king was an enormous creature. Still, it was tiny before an emperor-level creature. Its long tentacles appeared on the sea surface, but they trembled. It was afraid of the black totem turtle landing on it and turning it into a dead specimen. But the demonic ruins white spider emperor had no intention of letting the red sea devil spider king help. The demonic ruins white spider emperor spread its white tentacles and hopped onto the red sea devil spider king. Its abdomen was wounded, but the wounded abdomen revealed countless fangs. Why were there fangs inside its wound? The demonic ruins white spider emperor's wound turned into a large mouth and bit the red sea devil spider king. The red sea devil spider king struggled to break free. It groaned in pain, but the demonic ruins white spider emperor did not let it flee. The fangs inside its wound gnawed the red sea devil spider king and shredded it into pieces before swallowing it. After the demonic ruins white spider emperor devoured the ruler-level red sea devil spider king, filaments of silk grew around its wound. The sticky filaments of silk quickly became flesh, skin, and armor. It was rejuvenating. Chi-yik! The demonic ruins white spider emperor let out a maniacal laughter, as if it was mocking the black totem turtle for launching a meaningless attack. The demonic ruins white spider emperor had recovered. The wound on its abdomen was gone. But it had not recovered from the damage inflicted by the Azure dragon. The Azure dragon was within a sea of ocean demons. It was killing hundreds of them. Since the black totem turtle had targeted the demonic ruins white spider emperor, it had to kill it. But the Black Totem Turtle was at a loss when it witnessed the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor's strange ability to devour and rejuvenate. If the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor could recuperate by devouring other creatures, the Black Totem Turtle must kill it in a single blow. Otherwise, it would only be wasting its energy. Meanwhile, the Cold Moon Demon Lord remained standing in its prime's waves. It had not cast its true demonic spell. The Demon Lord seemed to be concocting a terrifying plan. It did not unleash all its power on the Azure Dragon. It would only stop the Azure Dragon when it cast some overbearing totem divine ability. Mo Fan found the Demon Lord's behavior to be strange. The ocean demon surrounding the prime waves protected the Cold Moon Demon Lord without caring much about the others. As long as the Azure Dragon did not directly threaten the Cold Moon Demon Lord, it would not make a move. Mo Fan frowned. Is the Cold Moon Demon Lord truly so arrogant that it can maintain such indifference even against the Azure Dragon? Is it more powerful than the Azure Dragon? The Azure Dragon's level of power was closely related to the seal of the sacred totem beast. If they were able to find a more completed seal of the totem beast, the Azure Dragon could become stronger. The same applied to the other totem beasts. If they could discover more totem beasts, they could reflect on one another, and their sacred totem beast power would increase. The Black Totem Snake and the Black Totem Turtle had obviously benefited from this. They both glowed dazzlingly. Under the sacred totem Azure Dragon's glow, the two totem beasts could even fight with Emperor-level creatures. The seal of the totem beasts on the Azure Dragon was incomplete. But with the nourishment from the underground holy spring, it was still a supreme creature among the Emperor-level creatures. Then, why does the Cold Moon Demon Lord look so calm and at peace? Could there be any other hidden plot? Mo Fan wondered. Little Loach. I mean, Azure Dragon, strike it with divine lightning, said Mo Fan. The Azure Dragon flew into the sky. More than a dozen of ocean demons clung to its body. The Azure Dragon shook its body and sent the ocean demons flying several kilometers away. Its horns unleashed dense green divine lightning in the dark sky. The lightning interlaced and covered the sky above the bund, including the ocean demons. Bam! A beam of divine lightning struck the Cold Moon Demon Lord's prime waves. When the lightning struck, thousands of green ripples appeared on the river and land. Countless ocean demons were turned to ashes, including several ruler-level ocean demons that had been protecting the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The terrifying divine lightning killed the ruler-level ocean demons effortlessly. The Emperor-level ocean demons that were unable to avoid it in time were severely wounded. However, the prime waves remained unaffected. The Cold Moon Demon Lord was protected inside the prime waves fortress. It turned to the Azure Dragon, mockingly. Mo Fan was shocked. So was the Azure Dragon. Why did the lightning have no effect on it? Was the Demon Lord more than just an Emperor-level creature? Mo Fan pondered. Perhaps the Cold Moon Demon Lord was in the same grade as the Dark King. Emperor-level creatures were just pawns that it could toy with. Thus far, the Dark King was the strongest creature Mo Fan had ever encountered. Regardless of whether it was the Black Dragon Emperor or the chairman of Azure, Sulu, they were like puppets to him. They could easily change the rules of heaven and earth and laws of attraction. If the Demon Lord was at the same level as those two, Mo Fan wondered if they still stood a chance of winning this war. Chapter 2867. The Chan Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan, the Cold Moon Demon Lord can neutralize magic. Prime Wave's fortress is very sturdy. We can't destroy it even if all of us use forbidden curses to attack it, said Dean Xiao. Hongkou, the president of the Magic Association, stood next to Dean Xiao. Hongkou and the other members of the Forbidden Curse Association had tried using other magic abilities when Dean Xiao had left. However, they were unable to deal with the Cold Moon Demon Lord's ability to neutralize magical attacks. Even though the sacred totem beast, Azure Dragon, was here, it still could not hurt the Cold Moon Demon Lord. They had to outsmart it by finding a solution to its ability of neutralizing magic instead of using brute force. It was rare to find demons with more destructive power than the Azure Dragon in this world. I don't understand why the Cold Moon Demon Lord doesn't kill all the forbidden mags if it has the protection of the almost invincible Prime Waves Fortress, said Mo Fan. The Cold Moon Demon Lord hardly attacked. It was indifferent to everything the sacred totem beast or other forbidden mags launched an attack of great destructive power. Its demonic spells were strange and were always effective. Its cold eyes cut off the fire element forbidden curse that the fire god had just completed. The Cold Moon Demon Lord's curse also stopped the years of turbid wind of the Azure Dragon. The Cold Moon Demon Lord was unparalleled in terms of strength. However, its behavior was quite odd. I think it's chanting, said Dean Xiao solemnly. Chanting? President Hongkou and Mo Fan were confused. The waterfall that can make a hole in the sky and cause endless seawater to pour out is from the magic it cast. The heaven-shaking demonic waves that arrived in the magic city 9 hours later are also the demonic spell that it cast. The latter magic requires an extremely long process of chanting, just like how powerful forbidden curses need a lot of time and energy to be cast, said Dean Xiao. Many magic and demonic spells had a chanting process. It was not as simple as standing in a place and chanting out the spells. It constituted a lot of process like preparation, accumulation of magic, the drawing of a magic circle, the setting up of a magic formation, among other things. The most unique criteria of a spell chant were that the caster needed to stay in a place and chant uninterrupted. Is it still casting spells? President Hongkou found it unbelievable. If the Cold Moon Demon Lord had been casting spells, how could it be distracted to cast other demonic spells? The Forbidden Curse Association had thought of this before. They knew that by killing the Cold Moon Demon Lord, they had a chance of stopping the heaven-shaking demonic waves hanging on the skyline. However, the Cold Moon Demon Lord could also cast other spells at that crucial time. I've seen this ability to multicast in South America, Mo Fan said as he suddenly understood something. Sharjah. She was an angel of the holy city. She was also an excellent mage. Her natural talent was to multicast spells. She could cast 3 spells at a time. When casting one spell, she could use an entirely different element to cast another spell at the same time. In the process of chanting a god-level demonic spell, it can also cast another spell. However, it can't do it frequently, so it will only cast spells during a few intervals. Its chanting can't be interrupted, so it must use Hongkou River to connect to the sea to set off the heaven-shaking demonic waves. It gathered all the ocean demons to prevent the Azure Dragon from messing up with its plan, said Dean Xiao. I get it now. President Hongkou finally understood. Mo Fan looked at the east. A terrifying aura suffocated him. The skyline that he looked at wasn't really a skyline, it was an ocean connected to the sky. That deep and dark sea seemed to have swallowed everything in the east. The rolling waves had become a line that divided the world. The ocean is supposed to be on the horizon. Why is it rolling vertically to the sky? Mo Fan wondered. How powerful is a demon which is able to set off such terrifying demonic waves? Not only did the Cold Moon Demon Lord want to destroy the magic city, but it also wanted to drown it underwater. We must stop it. Mo Fan felt the doom. We can't deal with its magical disintegration, so we can't stop it. President Hongkou sighed. Dean Xiao glanced at Mo Fan. Mo Fan, we need your fusion magic. The Ocean Prophet has been watching humans for many years and knows our magic system well. The Prime Waves Fortress is used to deal with humans. We need your fusion magic that doesn't belong to the system to deal with the Prime Waves Fortress. Will it succeed? Mo Fan asked. Yes, Dean Xiao answered with certainty. Mo Fan did not hesitate. He removed his fusion gloves and handed them to Dean Xiao. However, Dean Xiao shook his head. We are not familiar with fusion magic. We might fail even if we have the gloves. I need you to help me complete the forbidden curse. All right. I'll follow your instructions. Mo Fan nodded. It's not difficult. You just need to be in my formation and stay alive until my medium magic is complete, said Dean Xiao. Mo Fan glanced at the Cold Moon Demon Lord and the group of demons rushing toward them at an impossible speed. Dean Xiao, as far as I know, the medium magic requires a relatively long process. If you and Mo Fan are both in danger during this process, it will interrupt the medium magic and cause our efforts to be in vain, said President Hongkou. That's why we need protection. We can't juggle two tasks like the Cold Moon Demon Lord. President, I'll leave my safety in your hands during the whole casting process of medium magic. Just like me, Mo Fan also needs everyone's protection. Although the process won't restrict him, the characteristics of the medium magic are too noticeable, said Dean Xiao. Don't worry. I swear I won't let the ocean demons hurt you, said President Hongkou. Dean Xiao looked at Mo Fan. Let's start. I need you to stay in my medium formation. The range of the formation is large, so you can move freely in the formation. However, those ocean demons can also step into the formation during the process. Mo Fan nodded. He would not die since the Azure Dragon was there to protect him. If he helped Dean Xiao complete the Fusion Forbidden Curse, the Cold Moon Demon Lord's plan to drown the Magic City would fail. No matter how ferocious or numerous the demons were, the only thing that could destroy the Magic City were the heaven-shaking demonic waves. Chapter 2868. The Protection of the Dragon Wall. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Dean Xiao started to set up the medium formation. A dark red soul line connected Dean Xiao's index finger and Mo Fan's back. Mo Fan turned to look at it. He found that the soul line did not affect his movement. In contrast, Dean Xiao stood there and was motionless. Dean Xiao concentrated, and a dark red giant pattern appeared on the ground like a huge drawing. Energy flowed in the giant pattern like water. Some dark places began to light up. When a part of the pattern was lit up, the soul line between Mo Fan and Dean Xiao became brighter and more visible. The medium formation was desolate yet magnificent. Dean Xiao stood in the formation and felt a large amount of energy flow from the dark pattern. Sometimes, a strong dark red airflow would become a storm and move in every direction. Dean Xiao chanted and set up this medium formation with the help of Mo Fan's fusion magic. It was a forbidden formation that could destroy the Prime Waves fortress of the Cold Moon Demon Lord. President, I've set up the formation. I'll leave the rest in your hands, said Dean Xiao. A light arc surrounded and protected him. Dean Xiao closed his eyes and ignored everything that happened around him. The process of the Forbidden Curse was long, but he needed to complete it. At that moment, the Cold Moon Demon Lord looked at them. When it stared at Mo Fan, he felt as though he was trapped in an abyss. He felt goosebumps prickle all over his skin. This guy, Mo Fan suddenly realized something. It was the ocean demon head Apis saw before. He could never forget the pull of that gaze. This creature was indeed the real leader of the ocean godly horde. It was an evil being that controlled every ocean prophet and used the ocean prophets to control the whole ocean horde. Mo Fan! President Hongkou shouted. Mo Fan was lost in his thoughts for a while. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the Cold Moon Demon Lord had summoned a group of powerful ocean demons from the Pudong Ocean area again. The ocean demon's eyes flickered and became triangular. Every ocean demon that had rushed toward Mo Fan and the others madly had a similar imprint of mind control in their eyes. The Cold Moon Demon Lord had controlled them all. They might have been ocean demons and ocean beasts with no interest in human territory. Yet, they rushed toward Mo Fan and the others desperately, as if they hated humans. The Cold Moon Demon Lord let out a strange cry again. More demons targeted Mo Fan and Dean Xiao. After the ocean demons heard the cry, they became aggressive and rushed toward the medium formation immediately. What's going on? It seems to know that we'll use the medium formation to deal with it. President Hongkou was surprised. The Demon Lord's reaction shows that Dean Xiao's method might actually work, said the chief Eastern Mage. That's why we should protect Dean Xiao and Mo Fan. The ocean demons passed by the Hongkou River and rushed toward Mo Fan and Dean Xiao. Some forbidden magic could not really block the ocean demons. It was terrifying. The Azure Dragon also seemed to know the medium formation between Mo Fan and Dean Xiao was important. Its tail slowly formed a circle, which protected Din Xiao's medium formation. The tail of the Azure Dragon was huge, so it circled around the formation like an ancient city wall. The Azure Dragon raised its head and roared when the ocean demons rushed at them. Suddenly, multiple blue meteorites hit the Hongkou River and killed many ocean demons in an instant. The Salamander Emperor stepped into the river. Its mountain-like back bulged and covered the ocean demons from the blue meteorites of the Azure Dragon. The ocean demons passed through the river. Their target was Din Xiao's medium formation. The Cold Moon Demon Lord issued another order. Suddenly, all the ocean demons stared at Mo Fan. Some octopus monsters had hundreds of eyes, and they were all directed at Mo Fan. What's going on? Mo Fan was shocked. It was difficult to kill Din Xiao, who had the protection of the Forbidden Curse Association. However, Mo Fan was an easy target. Mo Fan, they want to kill you. Mr. Feng rushed over with the members of the Enforcement Union. I know. Mo Fan was anxious. Both sides of the Hongkou River were full of ruler-level demons. It was even more critical than the war he had fought before. Many forbidden mags had been killed, let alone super-level mags. More than half of the ocean demons rushed toward Mo Fan to kill him. The Cold Moon Demon Lord must have known that the medium formation was important, so it wanted to kill either Din Xiao or Mo Fan to stop it. It was easier to kill Mo Fan as he was not a forbidden mage. Little White Tiger roared. Mo Fan saw the white figure speed on the Azure Dragon's tail and body. Its cold breath froze a few ocean demons that wanted to jump over the tail of the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon turned around and saw many ocean demons trying to pass through a blind spot in its vision to kill Mo Fan. The Land Dragon Demon and the Lord of the Shark Men hit the Azure Dragon's neck and chest. Azure Dragon's scales cracked because of the force. The Land Dragon Demon and the Lord of the Shark Men were both Emperor-level creatures and were more powerful than the multicolored Demon King and the Demonic Ruins White Spider Emperor. Azure Dragon, you take care of those Emperor-level creatures. I can take care of myself since I have Little White Tiger, Moon Moth Phoenix, and Black Totem Snake with me, said Mo Fan. The tail of the Azure Dragon had formed a sturdy wall that blocked the ocean demons. However, there were too many of them. Despite the meteorite rain, some ocean demons with special abilities could still break in through the barrier. Chapter 2869. Land Dragon Demon. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Azure Dragon understood and stared at the two Emperor-level ocean demons. The Lord of the Shark Men was a relatively powerful creature among the Emperor-level ocean demons. Unlike the giant shark beast, the Lord of the Shark Men had uneven skin and body. Other people would even mistake it for an offshore mine if it floated on the sea. It had all kinds of deep-sea ores all over its body. These ores had different colors. They looked like agates, coral fossils, and pearls, making the Lord of the Shark Men look very luxurious. The meteorites the Azure Dragon summoned were strong. The ocean demons below Emperor level would die easily if the meteorites hit them. The Lord of the Shark Men liked to provoke. It flounced its body full of precious ores and showed its shining teeth. The Azure Dragon slowly opened its mouth and inhaled. On the east and west banks of the Hongkou River, waves of air rolled past. After a few seconds, just as the airflow in the world seemed to have stopped, and there was no wind, a big blue cyclone appeared around the Azure Dragon's mouth. The Azure Dragon spat out the cyclone horizontally. The cyclone grew bigger as it left its maw. Blue meteorites still fell from the sky. When these meteorites tumbled into the cyclone of the Azure Dragon, it turned into a blue whirlwind and sucked the Lord of the Shark Men from the Hongkou River. The cyclone overturned the Lord of the Shark Men and countless ocean demons. The meteorites also smashed some unlucky ocean beasts to pieces. The cyclone passed by the river and killed the ocean demons as well. The ocean demons were as vulnerable and pitiful as the servant class and warrior level creatures. The Lord of the Shark Men fell on the east of the Lu family's mouth, and some of the precious ores on his body had fallen off. The hot-tempered Lord of the Shark Men flew up and glowed red like a volcano. The hot magma splashed and flowed through the odd-shaped holes on the Lord of the Shark Men's skin, turning it into a mountain burning with magma. It rushed with the magma to hit the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon raised its head and ignored the attack of the Lord of the Shark Men. It only stared at the Lord of the Shark Men. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled, including a large area behind the Bund. This area was full of forbidden mags, Emperor-level creatures, Ruler-level creatures, and Super-level mags. The buildings in the city had long been destroyed and thrown in the sea. The Azure Dragon used its mind and suspended the stones, tiles, bricks, marble, sand, steel, and cement in these ruins. It had controlled half of the ruins in the city and used them to build an old stone gate. The Lord of the Shark Men was aggressive. It wanted to burn the Azure Dragon with its body full of burning magma, but a stone gate made of half of the ruins in the city blocked its path. The stone gate was sturdy. Even the Lord of the Shark Men could not break it. After hitting the stone gate, the Lord of the Shark Men became dizzy, and most of the magma on its body was extinguished. The Land Dragon Demon crossed the Azure Dragon and rushed to the Dragon Wall while the Lord of the Shark Men tried to attack the Azure Dragon. Their target was Mo Fan, so they did not need to fight with the Azure Dragon. The Land Dragon Demon could move freely in the air at a high speed like an electric eel in the deep sea. The Azure Dragon sensed it and used its body to block the Land Dragon Demon. However, it still could not stop the strange movement of the Land Dragon Demon. Unless the Azure Dragon focused wholly on dealing with the Land Dragon Demon, it would wander around its tail. The Azure Dragon had a giant body. Despite several meanderings in the air and on the ground, its tail was in the People's Park, and its head was in the river. Lions and elephants hardly noticed the insects on their back and hind legs. Similarly, the Land Dragon Demon was not a huge creature. Its dragon bloodline and appearance made it easier to get into the blind spot of the Azure Dragon. Dean Xiao's formation was at the People's Park. 1/5 of the dark pattern of the medium formation was lit up. 10 minutes had passed. Dean Xiao needed 50 minutes to complete this formation. It was not that long of a time. Inexperienced forbidden mags would take a few days to complete such a formation if they were careful enough not to destroy the energy node. A sharp cry rang out which made Mo Fan's head hurt. He looked up and saw an evil dragon with dark glass patterns appear on the dragon wall. The cry came from it. This dragon had claws that looked like a lizard's claws. It was slowly crawling through the dragon wall to the medium formation. Dean Xiao! Dean Xiao, Mo Fan called. Dean Xiao closed his eyes and ignored everything. Mo Fan was anxious and fearful. The Land Dragon Demon was an Emperor-level creature. If it jumped over the dragon wall, Mo Fan would not be able to withstand its demonic spells. "I will protect you," said Jiang Shaoli. He spoke without much conviction. The reason was that he was a forbidden mage but could not complete a forbidden curse alone. It would be difficult for someone like that to fight an Emperor-level creature. Jiang Shaoli meant well, but his protection would be useless against an Emperor-level creature. Mo Fan looked at the little white tiger. It was fighting outside the dragon wall. The frozen crystals on its body were expanding, but Mo Fan could not see it. The little white tiger had not obtained many seals of Totem Beast, so it could not win against the Land Dragon Demon either. The dragon wall moved and became a maze-like wall, which separated Mo Fan and the Land Dragon Demon. The Land Dragon Demon was cunning. When it realized that the Azure Dragon had spotted it, it immediately disappeared from the dragon wall. Although Mo Fan could not see the Land Dragon Demon, he could sense it. It was using a special method to stare at him. Mo Fan knew that it would appear again. It was waiting for the Azure Dragon to shift its attention to other creatures. Chapter 2870. Black Snake at the Back. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Cold Moon Demon Lord had been quietly watching the battle. It knew that the Land Dragon Demon had gotten near the medium formation but could not approach it because of the Azure Dragon. It cast another strange demonic spell, and a giant hole appeared in the sky. A cold waterfall poured down on the Azure Dragon. The waterfall was poisonous. When it touched the Azure Dragon, its poison quickly melted away the sacred Totem Beast scale of the Azure Dragon and suppressed the holy seal of Totem Beast. The Azure Dragon would not let the Cold Moon Demon Lord continue to pour down poisonous water on it. It suddenly stood up without moving its tail, which was still a dragon wall. Thousands of trails of gold light fell like dragon swords and almost covered the entire sky of the Bund. The Dragon Sword of Light had a powerful purifying ability, and the poisonous water pouring down from the hole in the sky quickly evaporated. It also burned away the ocean demons with dark attributes. Many ocean demons had dark traits, such as curses, poisons, and corruption abilities. The Gold Dragon Sword of Light the Azure Dragon summoned was the nemesis of these substances. It purified and wiped out many evil spirits, demonic spells, and demons of darkness. The poisonous water that wanted to corrode the dragon pattern of the sacred totem beast had evaporated. The Azure Dragon stared at the Cold Moon Demon Lord majestically, but the Cold Moon Demon Lord looked at it with malice. The thorn on the Azure Dragon's tail suddenly erected. The Azure Dragon turned around and saw that the Land Dragon Demon had jumped over the dragon wall and was rushing toward Mofan. The Azure Dragon changed the shape of its tail and used the thorn on its tail to attack the Land Dragon Demon. The sweep of the tail gave rise to a heavy wind. Unfortunately, the Land Dragon Demon was prepared for it. It quickly hid in a puddle of water in the park to dodge the tail of the Azure Dragon. The Land Dragon Demon jumped again. It transformed into a blue electric light and rushed toward Mofan at a high speed. Mofan saw the bolt of destructive lightning but could not move to defend himself. Even before the evil dragon lightning of the Land Dragon Demon touched Mofan, his heart had stopped beating. His mind was blank, and his muscles were frozen. It seemed that he could do nothing but wait for the Emperor-level creature to kill him. The Azure Dragon roared and blocked the attack of the Lord of the Shark Men with its front claw. Its tail that failed to attack the Land Dragon Demon rolled up and revealed two giant legs. Its legs caught the tail of the Land Dragon Demon and pulled it back. The Land Dragon Demon had not expected to be caught by the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was indeed terrifying. However, the Land Dragon Demon had the bloodline of a lizard, so its tail was unimportant. The Land Dragon Demon bit off its own tail brutally and escaped from the claw of the Azure Dragon, bleeding. The Land Dragon Demon ignored its bleeding bottom and rushed toward Mofan as if its hatred could not be satiated until Mofan was killed. Mofan still could not move and did not know if the black dragon suit he wore could withstand the deadly attack of the Emperor-level creature. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr to support us. Unlike before, Mofan was now very calm. He stared at the Land Dragon Demon and used his dragon sense to see it. Its skin was like electric cables, which could excite evil dragon lightning that was many times stronger than the lightning element of forbidden mags. The evil dragon lightning could kill creatures within a radius of several kilometers. Mofan could not move, or even think, let alone use his magic. The Land Dragon Demon was about to succeed in its mission when a giant snake with ancient holy scales appeared before it. The snake bit the Land Dragon Demon's neck and injected poison into its electric body. The electromagnetic skin of the Land Dragon Demon instantly diffused. The black totem snake bit the Land Dragon Demon and rushed out of the medium formation with the creature in its mouth. The Land Dragon Demon struggled to break free from the black totem snake's poisonous teeth. It gave up a big part of its neck, rolled into the muddy water, and hid in the buildings and ruins. The black totem snake did intend to let go of the Land Dragon Demon. It was also familiar with water. When the Land Dragon Demon ran to the river, the black totem snake chased after it. In the place near Hongkou district, the black totem snake finally bit the bottom of the Land Dragon Demon. The Land Dragon Demon cried in pain. It paid a painful price for its mission to kill Mofan. However, the black totem snake had been guarding Mofan by his side and waited for the arrival of the Emperor-level ocean demon. Unlike the black totem turtle, the black totem snake had received a stronger radiance from the sacred totem beast. It had acquired the radiance of both the black totem turtle and the Azure Dragon. The black totem snake was now akin to a miniature but poisonous Azure Dragon. If the Land Dragon Demon was not injured and poisoned, it could still fight with the black totem snake. However, it would die if it kept fighting after getting injured. The target of the Black Totem snake was obvious. The Land Dragon Demon was one of the most powerful Emperor-level ocean demons. If it could kill the Land Dragon Demon, it could lessen the pressure on the Azure Dragon and other sacred totem beasts. It had lain in wait for the right time to strike. It was smart, ruthless, and brutal. On the river in Hongkou district, the Black Totem Turtle was still fighting with the White Spider Emperor. The super-level Union Mags of the renowned family were also fighting with the Deep-Sea Dragon Empire. Zhao Manyang stood on the Black Totem Turtle. At his arrival, the Black Totem Turtle's strength increased once again. We can't attack mindlessly. We must think of a solution. If this creature can quickly recover his vitality by swallowing other creatures, we must think of a way to stop it from doing that. Otherwise, all the attacks will be useless, Zhao Manyang said to the Black Totem Turtle. Surprisingly, the Black Totem Turtle listened to Zhao Manyang's advice. The Black Totem Snake is nearby. Think of a way and let the Black Totem Snake poison those ruler-level creatures so that, when injured, the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor can eat those poisonous creatures, Zhao Manyang hurriedly said. The Black Totem Turtle stood up. Its body bulged like an enormous dark brown mountain in the city. It was communicating with the Black Totem Snake. The Black Totem Snake noticed it. The Land Dragon Demon was running toward the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor to find protection for a while. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor was indomitable. It constantly ate other ruler-level creatures to regain its energy and combat power. Even its spinnerets destroyed by the Azure Dragon were slowly growing. Once its spinnerets rejuvenated, the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor would be much more difficult to deal with than other Emperor-level creatures. Chapter 2871. Vengeance Ocean. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Black Totem Snake understood what the Black Totem Turtle wanted. In the past, the Black Totem Snake usually released poisonous fog on a large area to incapacitate every creature within range so they could not move. However, the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor would notice it. Therefore, the Black Totem Snake released poison less noticeably. It peeled off some of its scales which turned into water snakes when they touched the seawater. The snakes swimming in the river glowed with blue light. Some people might even mistake them for discarded plastics or leathers. They targeted a group of giant lizard dragons and entered their bodies secretly. The giant lizard dragons did not notice the poisonous water snakes. Soon, the poisonous snakes began to spread poison from an artery to their whole bodies. The poison would not take effect immediately. It would first eat away at the organs by assimilating into the blood. But it would not touch the heart and the head so the demons would not die. High-level creatures could self-examine and find deadly poisons in their bodies. They could make their bodies secrete antidotes to keep themselves alive. The poison of the Black Totem Snake was more advanced than crude, deadly poisons. It would leave the brain and heart of the creature untouched so that the creature would assume that its body functioned normally and would not notice it until it was too late. When its body slowly decayed because of the poison, it would be too late for the creature to secrete antidotes to save itself. Those giant lizard dragons would not notice the water snakes eating away at their organs very slowly. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor would be fooled into eating these giant lizard dragons when it needed to regenerate, thereby poisoning itself. As they expected, the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor devoured the giant lizard dragons again. It was like a hungry beast and ate every giant lizard dragon around it. After eating 3 giant lizard dragons in a row, the spinnerets at its back began to grow and spit out ghost silks on the surroundings. The demonic ruins White Spider Emperor let out a cry as though it was laughing. It sounded terrifying. It was happy because it could now create ghost silks again, so it wouldn't take long for it to be fully armed and metamorphose into White Iron Spider Emperor. Unless it fought head-to-head, no Emperor-level creature could defeat it when it was in this form. More white ghost silks came out of the recovered spinnerets. They were sticky and could wrap many creatures and buildings in the surroundings at a time. White spider silks covered Hongkou district. A white nest appeared in the city again. Suddenly, the body of the demonic ruins White Spider Emperor twitched. Its claws scratched on the ground, as if its chest was burning. The ghost silks it secreted softened for some reason. As they softened, they became liquid like ice cream, making Hongkou district look like it had been splattered with paint. The demonic ruins white spider emperor seemed to have grown older, and its middle claw suddenly fell off. The hard armor, muscles, sharp tentacles, and sturdy claws became corrupted and fell off as well. The demonic ruins white spider emperor was furious. It finally realized that it was poisoned. The white spider emperor was a venomous creature. It was not tortured to death by the poison in its body. It began to stab into its own body with its front claws, releasing all the poisonous blood. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. The white spider emperor drank a lot of river water to make up for the lost blood in its body. However, it hurriedly stopped drinking when it found out that the river was full of poisonous water snakes. It stared at the black totem snake, and its hatred was palpable. The black totem snake would not let the vicious ocean demons go. When the demonic ruins white spider emperor was poisoned, the black totem snake attacked it. The flickering holy scales all over its body acted as an indestructible armor, so it wasn't afraid of hand-to-hand combat. The demonic ruins white spider emperor and land dragon demon began to rely on each other. The land dragon demon tried to use the deep-sea dragon empire in Hongkou district to block the attacks of the black totem snake and black totem turtle. However, the super-level union attacked right after the deep-sea lizard demon dragon troop gathered. There were hundreds of people above the Hongkou district, and most of them were masters from renowned families. The super-level magic, jointly chanted, hovered and superimposed in the sky. A magical storm shaped like a black hole formed over the Hongkou district and the other side of the river. The lizard demon dragon troop suffered heavy losses. The demonic ruins white spider emperor and land dragon demon were injured to varying degrees in the attack. The black totem snake and black totem turtle were affected as well. The magical storm could not distinguish the target and attack everyone equally. The black totem snake and black totem turtle endured with the scale pattern of sacred totem beast. Even though the magical storm would injure them, they could not let the two emperor-level creatures flee. The demonic ruins white spider emperor and land dragon demon could recover at a high speed. Demonic ruins white spider emperor's body released snake poison just as quickly as the land dragon demon's tail grew. To kill them, they would have to pay the price. Keep on attacking. The two totems can hold their own, said Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang rode on the black totem turtle elegantly. He had become the spiritual leader of the union of renowned families. If they could kill the two powerful emperor-level creatures, it could boost the morale of the magic city. I'm here to help. The fire god appeared. He flew in the sky with a powerful forbidden curse. A red sky pool floated above the fire god. When he shouted, the red sky pool slowly tilted and poured down the fire of sky pool toward the ocean on the other side of the river. The fire of sky pool was an extremely powerful forbidden curse, almost comparable to the joint magic of super-level mags. It was hard to imagine that a single person's power could surpass that of many top mags. He was a true forbidden mage. The fire of sky pool had killed many lizard demon dragons. The furnace of the gods rolled down on the world, and the two emperor-level ocean demons could only struggle to survive in the fire of sky pool. If they were in a good condition, had evil dragon skin, or had a white iron body, they would have sustained minor injuries. However, they were already injured, so the fire of sky pool dealt them a fatal blow. Chapter 2872. Battle in Hongkou District. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Attack! The two emperor-level creatures are dying. Zhao Manyang shouted excitedly. He had never expected that he would be chasing and defeating an emperor-level creature ever in his life. Zhao Manyang was thrilled. He was not as crazy during the battle in Ace. After all, he grew up in the Magic City and was fond of this place. Also, the Zhao family had many businesses in the city. Zhao Manyang would kill anyone that destroyed his family's business, even an emperor-level creature would be no match. Everyone was willing to obey the person who could order the black totem turtle. Even the fire god of the Forbidden Curse Association talked to Zhao Manyang with respect. There are too many salamanders across the river. If we attack rashly, we might fall into a trap. Please order Black Totem Turtle to open a way for us, said the fire god. The Black Totem Turtle was indeed ferocious. It could even deal with the invincible Emperor-level creature alone. The Black Totem Turtle was also a marine creature. Its roar could make any ocean demon's demonic spells ineffective. If the Black Totem Turtle could take the lead, other people would be at ease. Attack! It's no longer a defensive battle. We want revenge on the Pacific Ocean. Zhao Manyang shouted. Although it was a bit of an exaggeration, they were in need of such inspiring words in the battle. Zhao Manyang took out the wooden fish containers and water Buddha beads. His cultivation was not as high as those of superordinate mags and apex-grade mags. However, the wooden fish container was associated with the Black Totem Turtle. After the Black Totem Turtle received the radiance of the sacred totem beast, the wooden fish container stimulated to infinite potential. Every magic was 4 times sturdier and as powerful. When combined with the blessing of the god seal, a super-level defensive barrier could be 8 times thicker than the barrier of a normal super-level mage. The water Buddha beads were powerful water equipment. Wuku was sinful, but the water Buddha beads left behind seemed to have inherited most of his abilities as a water element victim. Because of this, Zhao Manyang's control over water element was almost the same as semi-water element forbidden mags. Water element had absolute suppression over ocean demons. Zhao Manyang could not deal with Emperor-level land dragon demon and demonic ruins white spider emperor, but he was a great threat to the deep-sea dragon empire. Hey, don't be too aggressive. Follow everyone's momentum for the attack, said a soft voice. The irritable black totem snake broke free from the lizard demon dragon troop after it heard the voice. A woman wearing a light red uniform of the Enforcement Union jumped onto the crown of the black totem snake. She patted its head affectionately. Ms. Tang Yu, you came at the right time. Let's cross the river with the black totem snake. We can't let the land dragon demon and demonic ruins white spider emperor recover and flee. Zhao Manyang's eyes lit up when he saw Tang Yu. Tang Yu was the head of the magic court of Nanshi Mountain. She had just arrived at the scene. The other judges and deputy judges also landed on the head of the black totem snake. They stood in an orderly line. 2 totem guardians appeared one after another. If they were here, the super-level union could communicate and cooperate with the 2 sacred totem beasts perfectly. This was crucial for mags, who lacked frontal resistance. There were not many summoning element mags in the Magic City, so many ocean demons disrupted the formation of the mags. After they made a sturdy formation, the destructive power and lethality caused by it would be even more powerful than that of the demons. The body of the black totem turtle was the most reliable. When it stood in front of them, it was like a natural barrier. Its shell acted as a protective wall, and it gave the super-level mags time to cast magic spells however they wanted. Unlike the black totem turtle, the black totem snake was a pair of sharp fangs. It could tear apart, attack, bite, and poison the enemy. Its defensive power was far inferior to the black totem turtle, but its aggressiveness was far superior. Its arrival threatened the lives of the demonic ruins white spider emperor and land dragon demon. The existence of the 2 sacred totem beasts stabilized the battle in Hongkou district. Hongkou district could win if they killed the 2 emperor-level creatures. More than half of the pattern had lit up. The dragon wall was formed again, and the ocean demons below ruler level could not jump over the tail of the Azure dragon no matter how numerous they were. Even if a ruler-level creature broke into the dragon wall, its demonic spells would be restricted by the Azure dragon, and its strength would reduce radically. Mo Fan, you have to be extra careful since the black totem snake is not here, Eagle-winged Shaoli said to Mo Fan. Don't worry. I'm not weak. The green East Sea God is blocking the giant shark beasts in the sky. If they attack, the formation formed by me and Dean Xiao will be destroyed, so you should go and help the green East Sea God, Mo Fan said to Eagle-winged Shaoli. Shaoli looked up. There were many big creatures eyeing them in the sky. They were all chief sharks and giant shark beasts. There were about 20 of them. At first, there were more than 50 of them, and each of them had reached the ruler level of the shark horde in Lanyang City. The Green East Sea God had killed 30 of them, but it had no time to kill the remaining 20. They were here to destroy the medium formation. Their strategy was easy. They would use their bodies to smash the People's Park into a hole. Then, the medium formation would not have any support on the Earth, so it could not absorb the elements of this world. "All right. Take care," said Eagle-Winged Shaoli. Mo Fan's body was full of fire, and he stared at an evil tyrant crocodile that had been annoying him. The moon moth phoenix flew. Its figure was almost invisible in the dark under the clouds. Unlike other sacred totem beasts, the moon moth phoenix did not join the battle. Lingling and Lingqing both laid on its back and as it flew toward the Pudong Ocean area. After flying for about 10 kilometers, they saw many ocean demons moving toward the Magic City. Some even swam in the ocean. Even if they could not see their faces, they could guess that the creatures were tyrant-level demons. The moon moth phoenix hid. Even if it were exposed, it would be fine since it could use the charm of the moon moth. If it didn't attack the ocean demons, they would pass by it without attacking back. "Grandpa, are you sure he is down there?" "I can only see the corpses of salamanders," Qinglong asked. There were piles of corpses of salamanders. They wondered what kind of a person had delayed the arrival of the white disastrous clouds. "He is down there," Lingling said with conviction. "Wait. Let those tyrants pass by first," Qinglong said calmly. Chapter 2873. Rise of a New Evil, the Ocean Undead. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lingqing's focus was on the Red Ocean Demons. The Red Ocean Demons were different from the others. They did not have skin or flesh. They were all bones. Fish bones were sharp and spiky. The ocean demons in red fish bones roaming on the water surface created an odd and terrifying sight. The sea water where they passed by turned red, as if it was infected. Even the plants under the water died. "Over there!" Lingling discovered something and cried out urgently. The moon moth phoenix dived down and landed on top of a pile of shell demons and salamanders' carcasses. The moon moth phoenix flapped its wings and stirred up a strong wind. The wind blew off their armors, which were as hard as granite, layer by layer. Hundreds and thousands of salamanders and shell demons' carcasses were swept away. Finally, an elderly man was revealed from under the pile of carcasses. He laid in the middle of a salamander's golden armor while he faced the sky. He looked as if he was laying on a large golden rocking chair. "Grandpa!" Lingling and Lingqing quickly dashed over to him. The moon moth phoenix flew to him. It spat out a drop of crystal-clear dew. The dew fell on Songchiming's forehead. At that moment, the blood vessels all over his body lit up, and the speed of blood flow, which was very slow before that, increased. After some time, Songchiming opened his eyes. He stared at Lingqing and Lingling, and a strained smile appeared on his exhausted face. "Am I still not dead?" Songchiming asked. Before he had collapsed, he was already exhausted. The Salamander Emperor had laid its eyes on him like a hungry wolf. It would have devoured him without doubt. Did something happen that made the Salamander Emperor stop wasting its time on an elderly man? Songchiming wondered. "Do you really think you're still in your 30s or 40s? You're old. Why can't you just stay home and enjoy your retirement?" Lingling was so upset that her eyes welled up with tears. Fortunately, Lingling had prepared a gift for Old Bao during his grand birthday. The gift would enable her to locate him no matter where he was. That was how she had found him today. "I feel more at peace knowing that I can contribute to this fight." Songchiming smiled wryly. He slowly got up and tried to look at his star universe, only to find that his star universe had crumbled. The star sun within was chaotic and out of order. It was completely out of control. Songchiming felt bitter and helpless. Dear readers, You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. His cultivation base had collapsed. It could be either because he was severely wounded in the battle, or his aged body could no longer support the massive star universe. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave now. Lang Qing helped Song Chiming onto the moon moth phoenix's back. Song Chiming could barely move on his own. He was paralyzed. He considered himself fortunate to have survived. Wait! Song Chiming cried out. Immediately, he was seized by a coughing fit. He had used up too much energy. His cough was bad. It sounded as though he was going to die soon. Even so, he grabbed Lang Qing and Lingling's wrists tightly. He insisted that they listen to him carefully. Lang Qing and Lingling were puzzled. Why was he pushing himself even though he was already in such a terrible state? If they could get him home in time, he could survive and regain his health with proper treatment. Why was he trying to die in this place? Did he truly find this to be something honorable and worthy? Had he ever thought about his 2 granddaughters? Help me down, Song Chiming said firmly. Grandpa! Help me down! He insisted. Lingling and Ling Qing had no choice but to help him to get down to the pile of salamander carcasses. Song Chiming had Lang Qing to turn over some of the carcasses. He then asked her to approach the seawater that had turned red. Lingling had no idea why he had to do all this. When things became a little clearer, her expression changed. Song Chiming, having found his answer, looked pale. This is the reason why I'm not dead yet. Such cunning ocean demons. We have to go back and inform the rest, Lingling said urgently. It's pointless. The 2 of you will take me back to the Hunter Agency. We must rely on him to take on the powerful ocean army, said Song Chiming solemnly. Grandpa, who are you referring to? Lingling was puzzled. I've seen many evil forces and have been searching for the Red Demon to avenge your father. But the Red Demon is very well hidden. I found its doppelganger several times. It wasn't an entirely fruitless journey. I've frozen them in a bottle using the evil bead sublimation method, said Song Chiming. The evil bead sublimation method, then Mo Fan, Lingling and Lang Qing's eyes lit up. Yes. It's sufficient for one-time use, Song Chiming nodded. Let's delay no more. Creak! Lang Qing was about to say something when she heard an unusual sound coming from the piles of ocean demon carcasses. They stopped talking. They looked at the piles of carcasses as it emitted eerie red light. Something was writhing within the pile of carcasses, as if a fast-growing magic bud was trying to break through the soil. Creak! The sound grew and rang across the Pudong Sea area. The carcasses floating above the sea twitched oddly. They seemed to be coming back to life. The 3 of them jumped onto Moon Moth Phoenix's back. They've awakened. Hurry up, said Song Chiming. The Moon Moth Phoenix flapped its wings and shot into the sky. The Pudong Sea area turned eerie red. Massive whirlpool ripples appeared on the Red Sea. The whirlpool consumed all the carcasses, and the dead creatures came back to life. Most of them became crimson-red skeletons. They were razor-sharp with exaggerated bones covering their bodies. They looked as if they were put together from a mountain of fish bones in the Dead Sea. They turned into demonic evil creatures. It's the ocean undead. The Moon Moth Phoenix flew high in the sky. The undead's evil aura was close to slamming it down. The Pudong Sea area had transformed into a shocking demonic cave. Countless ocean undead crawled up from the ocean silt and mud. They did not have flesh on their bodies. They were covered in crimson-red bones. The reason Song Chiming was not killed was because the Salamander Emperor had planned to sacrifice him to the ocean undead. The demon struggling in the middle of carcasses harbored a strong lifeless force, resentment, and evil aura. If Song Chiming hadn't been rescued, he would have become a source of life force for the undead. Chapter 2874. The Ocean Queen, 1. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. At the People's Square, the Earth pattern had lit up and turned into a complete seal formation. The three elements, lightning, water, and light, had coalesced into three different colored beads, and they surrounded Din Xiao. The three beads contained the Forbidden Curse's powerful spell. Din Xiao ascended into the sky and stopped at the highest point in the battlefield. The beads with three different elements glowed in purple, blue, and gold around him. The lights arched across the sky and charged at the Cold Moon Demon Lord's prime waves. As soon as the three beads came in contact with the prime waves, they unleashed their true powers. The bead with the lightning element could unleash sky lightning. Lightning surged. Each lightning bolt was so bright that it illuminated the pitch-black magic city. These bolts were capable of creating a sea of fire. Such lightning covered the sky, including the southeast and northwest parts, and they gathered in the sky above the Bund. The sound of the lightning storm was deafening. There were multiple sky lightnings. Thousands of lightning struck the prime waves within a few seconds. The light was so bright that even blazing sunlight paled in comparison. The world looked as if it had been set on fire by the flaming lightning. But this was only a part of the fused forbidden curse. When the sky lightning struck the world, the gold sacred chant descended like the wrath of God. The sacred chant glowed in radiant gold and descended with splendor. It scorched and cleansed the land. After the two extreme forbidden curse cleansed the prime waves, the blue bead seemed to have disappeared into thin air. But the blue forbidden curse bead had already burrowed into the prime waves and neutralized the magic. The lightning and light forbidden curses had been neutralized and had no effect on the prime waves. However, the blue forbidden curse bead acted as a catalyst to break down the fortress. After the bead released its magnificent power, the fortress began to crack. At first, the crack was barely visible, but it soon spread to the entire prime waves fortress before collapsing. It worked! It truly worked! President Hongkou was so excited that he was almost incoherent. They finally neutralized the prime waves fortress. The terrifying lightning and light forbidden curses intertwined and shone brightly on the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The creature remained in its place, but its eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Din Xiao had mentioned that the prime's waves was the Cold Moon Demon Lord itself in disguise. He was right. The prime waves fortress was not the Cold Moon Demon Lord's real body. It floated in the sky. When the prime waves fortress collapsed and turned into a pool of water, the Cold Moon Demon Lord revealed its true form. It was not as terrifying and hideous as expected. It did not look strange and grotesque. It floated above the Hongkou River. It looked like an icy cold human from afar. Only its eyes, tail, and crown horns set it apart from appearing perfectly human. Still, all this did not affect its throne as the most devilish ocean demon lord. The Cold Moon Demon Lord resembled the evil trench demon that proclaimed itself as the ocean godly prophet. They did not see the Cold Moon Demon Lord's legs. Instead, it had countless whiskers that served as its lower body. When its whiskers gathered close, they resembled a woman's long dress, except without a sense of aesthetic beauty. It had a tail. There were two large whiskers under its whisker-like lower body. Those served as its tail. When it lifted its tail, it almost reached its crown horn. What terrified them the most was that the end of its tail was not the shape of a thorn or a fin. Instead, it was a round, cold, silver eyeball. The eyeball shone in the cold moonlight. It looked noble even in its evil countenance. Its cold moon eye did not grow on its face. It grew at the end of its tail. I was no wonder it could move its eyeball at incredible angles and keep track of everything. The Cold Moon Demon Lord's body resembled a human. It had a torso, arms, neck, head, and orifices. But its cold moon eye on its tail radiated only wickedness. The eye of the tide. The eye of the ocean. Din Xiao could not stop himself from blurting out the words as he stared at the bizarre and evil demon lord. The members from the Forbidden Curse Association had heard of the legend surrounding the Eye of the Tide and the Eye of the Ocean. At that moment, they finally understood why the Demon Lord could cast such a powerful, divine spell that spanned across the ocean and land. The Eye of the Tide had summoned the waves that surged to the skyline in the Pudong Sea area. The waves were likened to a destructive tsunami that could drown the entire magic city. The eye of the ocean was the source that created countless holes in the sky, thus allowing icy cold water to pour onto the city. If there was an ocean nearby, it could cast endless spells. After the prime waves collapsed, the cold moon demon lord remained in the sky. Its skin was blue. Even without the prime waves as its disguise, the cold moon demon lord maintained its arrogance. It looked down at the humans' world, as if it only saw a low-level, dirty civilization below him. The ocean prophets were its pawns and thus, it could control them. The cold moon demon lord was proficient in human language, but it did not bother to speak. Its demeanor and gaze implied only inevitable destruction. It wanted to wipe out the magic city and construct civilization that belonged to the ocean creatures only. It wanted the ocean godly horde to conquer the world. Boom! While they were staring at the cold moon demon lord in shock, a loud sound rang out from Pudong. A red, evil tide charged at them rapidly. It looked like a tumbling red desert from afar. Each grain of sand represented an evil spirit. The red tide had covered the entire Pudong. Even the large number of salamanders and shell demons paled in comparison to the tide. The tide looked aggressive and lifeless and filled both sides of Hongkou River. The ocean demons trembled in fear upon sensing the imposing aura. So did the humans. It's the ocean undead. They have infiltrated our sea area. Dean Xiao stared at the red ocean undead. There was no luster in their eyes. Dean Xiao, does this have anything to do with her? Mo Fan asked in shock. She warned us before. Even if we're aware of the issue now, we can't do anything. Dean Xiao heaved a weary sigh. How did Ding Yumian turn into an undead? How did she gather such a large number of undead within such a short period of time? She was not the primary perpetrator. She was one of the victims. The war by the sea had led to many deaths over the years. Mountains of carcasses and corpses had filled the bottom of the ocean. The blood remained in the seawater by the bay for months. All this served as a fertile ground for the undead. But the humans had not explored much about the ocean undead. In theory, the ocean undead were much more powerful than the undead of the land. After all, the amount of biological waste deposited in the ocean far exceeded the land's surface. Chapter 2875. The Ocean Queen, 2. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. What was bound to come had arrived. After Ding Yumian had vanished, the faded ocean undead were assumed to make a comeback. People had lived in dread for this day. The true queen of the ocean undead was someone else. The evil spirit in Ding Yumian was just one of the many insignificant conquerors. The incoming red desert looked as if it could destroy everything. The sound of weeping, whimpering, and roaring rang. The undead's roar was torture. The magic city was already severely damaged, it couldn't face another wave of undead army. Even if they managed to defeat all the enemies, could the magic city recover from this? The place where the undead had trampled became lifeless. The magic city's source of life was water. It had a flat and fertile land. But the ocean had flooded the city. The undead wanted to invade the land. The people of Magic City had not seen the ultimate judgment day. They were scared. In the middle of the red desert, the skeletons covered in red, long veils traversed in the air and approached the cold moon demon lord. One of the skeletons was cloaked in white veil. Its white veil was covered by cobwebs, but the red skeletons appeared noble in it. The female skeleton laughed like a woman, but its laughter was shrill and eerie. It was as if she had already taken down the magic city. Humans were meant to be defeated in this war from the beginning. If humans could not defend the war by the coastline that spanned up 20,000 kilometers, it would be the same as surrendering the city, filled with resources, to the enemy. The ocean godly horde would then expand the resources rapidly and become the world's ruler. If the humans fought back, there would be an increased number of deaths. Carcasses, corpses, and blood served as the undead's breeding ground. The ocean godly horde had granted the ocean undead a noble status. The ocean demon would no longer wander under the dark ocean. The Royal Skeleton Queen rose to the same height as the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Its undead army had reached the Lu family's mouth. The difference between the ocean undead and the ocean demons was that all the ocean undead were covered in bones, without any flesh. They were mostly made up of fish bones and the sharp parts from the demonic beasts, such as their claws, sharp tail, sword fin bones, external and internal teeth, etc. These were what made up the ocean undead army. Hence, the ocean undead army looked like an empire made of blades. They looked like red live weapons. There were too many of them. It was horrific. We have more enemies. President Hongkou was exhausted. So were the other members of the Forbidden Curse Association. They had given their all in fighting the powerful ocean demons. The Azure Dragon and the 5 totem beasts had slightly made a difference in the outcome of the battle in their favor. But in the end, the ocean demon army they had been fighting was just part of the ocean godly horde. The ocean undead empire was far more powerful. The salamanders and shell demons were scrawny compared to them. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Pudong was flooded with the red undead army. The humans had been fighting the ocean demons over the years. The carcasses and corpses in the past battles had become the fuel with which the Royal Skeleton Queen made its undead army. Why do you have to fight back so hard? You will still end up dead and defeated before me. The Royal Skeleton Queen let out a shrill laugh. It had been living under the ocean for countless years. All the living creatures in the world would end up becoming skeletons sooner or later. Hence, it did not have to summon a single soldier or cast an undead spell. After all, the fact of the matter was that living creatures died at one point and then they would belong to the Royal Skeleton Queen. Thus, the Royal Skeleton Queen did not bother playing tricks in a war. If need be, it would show its true power and unleash its massive army on the idiotic humans who assumed they were the ruler of the world. President Hongkou, what's its level? The chief of the Eastern Mage asked. The Emperor-level ocean demons consisted of the multicolored Demon King, Land Demon Dragon, Demonic Ruins White Spider Emperor, the Lord of the Shark Man, the Salamander Emperor, and lots more. Still, none of them exuded a more imposing aura than the female undead leader. The female undead was comparable to the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Perhaps it, too, was an evil spirit. If that was the case, this was a one-sided war. The magic city would be utterly destroyed. No one had ever survived in the undead's presence. The undead were very sensitive toward the living. They were obsessed with transforming the living beings into their own kind. The Lord of Shera, the Extreme South Emperor, and the Bermudian Devil are the world's 3 greatest emperors. There are 10 emperors who have the power to dominate the world, and the Ocean Queen is one of them, said Hongkou. The Ocean Queen had been a myth for a long time. But the Forbidden Curse Association members were aware of it and its group's existence. They lived in the depth of the ocean. They required a completely different living environment. Therefore, they were basically not considered much of a threat to humans. However, the ocean godly horde had been in a Pacific war over the years, and this had strengthened the ocean undead. Moreover, their habitat had gradually expanded to the continents. If only the humans knew that the ocean godly horde had allied with the ocean undead, they would not have fought back. They would have saved their resources and moved to other places. The powerful enemy appeared from the ocean one after another. The humans had just regained their confidence, only to fall into despair again. It was impossible to retreat. They can't stay inside the refuge any longer. Had the officers transfer all the citizens inside the refuge to the Ding City, said Councilman Gu in disappointment. There are still many ocean demons inside the city. The transfer process could. Another councilman hesitated. The undead itself is a virus. It can infect all the citizens within a very short period of time. Enough of questions and doubts. Do you want all the citizens of the Magic City to end up becoming the ocean undead, said Councilman Gu. Got it. They could no longer stay in the city. The refuge with waterproof barrier, forbidden isolation, and hidden systems could not stop the undead's infection. the people inside the refuge would become undead sooner or later. If the undead attacked the living humans, it would lead to casualties which couldn't be cured. They would slowly turn into undead themselves. The magic city was severely destroyed. The arrival of the Ocean Queen had further intensified the frightening aura. Migration was the wisest decision. They had to abandon the city and flee. Chapter 2876. Total Warfare. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. There were many ocean demons roaming in the magic city. If they were to transfer the people from the refuge to other places at that moment, it would undoubtedly lead to a huge crisis. But the Magic Association had no other choice. Evacuating the people out of the city was much better than leaving them all here to die. "What about us?" asked one of the apex-grade mags. If they were to start evacuating people from the refuge, it would certainly be a challenging ordeal. But what about the mags? Should they retreat with the people or stay and fight? "We have no way back," said President Hongkou. When they had established the base city in the Magic City, they built a refuge. There was an emergency exit inside the refuge. The refugees stood a chance of leaving the Magic City alive. If the mags fought the ocean demons and kept them busy, the people could survive. But there was no way out for the mags. The ocean demons gathered. Likewise, the humans assembled. They had shifted the important battle to Hongkou River. Most of the ocean demon army and undead army were temporarily blocked at the Hongkou River barrier. The ocean demons descended on the magic city through the sky holes. The ocean demons in Pudong outnumbered the large ocean demon kingdoms drastically. Regardless of the outcome of the battle at Hongkou River, the people in the refuge had to leave. The mags had to stall for time to give the citizens sufficient time to migrate to other places. If the ocean undead were not present, they could buy more time. The mags below super level could destroy roaming ocean demons to enable a safer evacuation process and less fatality. But the current situation was completely different. If they continued to stay, the dead people would become a part of the ocean undead and infect the living endlessly. The refuge was crowded with people. The infection would bring immediate fatality and spread uncontrollably. They were already defeated the moment Councilman Gu made the evacuation announcement. What was left now was to flee for their lives and strive to survive. If the mags could hold the battle for a while, more people could leave the city. It was only after all the people in the refuge had left that the Magic Association would give the mags an evacuation signal. Would any of them still be alive by then? I smell your fear. Here's my suggestion: pick up the shattered pieces all around you and stab your poor little hearts. The Royal Skeleton Queen spoke loudly. It sounded like it was reading a victory speech. Regardless of whether you continue to fight back or commit suicide, you'll still end up becoming my people. Those who heed my order, I'll perceive you as showing me your fidelity. The Ocean Queen stirred the people's minds. It flaunted its massive undead army and mocked the mags. Meanwhile, the Cold Moon Demon Lord swung its two tails gracefully. It remained as cold as ice. The eye of the tide and the eye of the ocean on its tail carried a hint of scorn. It remained quiet, but the way it carried itself was evident that it believed it would win this war. It had its hands on the Magic City. The only thing that piqued its interest was the process of the war. It would either conquer the Magic City according to its will and orders, or it would encounter some plot twist and changes as it occupied and trampled the city. Either one, it would still lead to the same result. It preferred the latter. And the appearance of the Azure Dragon was a change in the process. At that moment, it rested its cold moon eyes on the Azure Dragon. "Kill them," said the Cold Moon Demon Lord. It spat out a very strange language, but the humans interpreted its message in their minds. It was the godly evil mind ability. The Demon Lord was a godly-level creature that could manipulate any creature's minds. It could communicate with all kinds of races. It could unite the Pacific Ocean and give orders to the godly prophet and instigate more wars. After it gave its order, the ocean demons in the city became ferocious and restless. They crossed the river barrier and charged at the mags. They launched a full-scale massacre. At the same time, the ocean undead swarmed the mags. Their red and razor-sharp skeletal bodies looked like a meat grinder in the war. Multicolored lights arched across the sky. The mag's elemental glow formed elemental rainstorms simultaneously. They felt humiliated and angry. They unleashed a massive fire meteor formed from slurry blaze, a rain of heaven and earth crystal spears that pierced the lands, and a dense swirl of wind blades. A whale crocodile covered in bone vertebrae appeared from the tumbling river. It crushed a group of super-level mags from the Hunter Union by landing on them from above. 2 people died from the group. They were pierced by the whale crocodile's terrifying bones. The evil whale crocodile then dragged them a few hundred kilometers. The mags were disfigured and died miserably. But the bone vertebrae whale crocodile soon met its own fate. Its rampage caused it to fall into a forbidden mage trap. Enormous knife and axe struck it. In the blink of an eye, the bone vertebrae whale crocodile died a tragic death within the cursed knife and axe formation. It had been torn apart to the size of screws and parts. Several chief sharks broke through the yellow scorching light barrier and tried to destroy a group of powerful light element mags. Just then, a razor-sharp green wing swung at them and cut the chief shark into pieces. It was the green East Sea god that had attacked them. Its power had increased tremendously, and the chief sharks were no longer its match. However, the green East Sea god was soon surrounded by many shark men and beasts in the sky. A Zirconia chief shark whose power was clearly superior to other ruler-level ocean demons almost broke the green East Sea god's wing bones. Roar! The Azure dragon roared, and the space in the sky shook. A green afterimage that resembled a dragon danced and intertwined in the sky. It later formed a terrifying and powerful hurricane above the Hongkou River and crushed thousands of crimson-red undead. The hurricane formed from the dragon dance continued to expand. When it expanded to the extreme, it transformed into 9 hurricanes that resembled dragon shadow and charged towards Pudong along 9 straight lines. It crushed the ocean demon army and the undead army. The densely packed evil spirits were killed within a split second under the 9 lengthy hurricanes. Tens and thousands of ocean demons and ocean undead died. The Azure dragon looked as majestic as ever. It had undoubtedly strengthened the humans' faith in the middle of their hopelessness. They felt that there was no reason for them to despair. With the Azure dragon in the sky, and on their side, the magic city had hope yet. The cold moon demon lord glanced at the Azure dragon. And the Azure dragon unflinchingly met its eyes. Just a while ago, the cold moon demon lord had the prime waves to neutralize various magic, thus allowing it to chant its evil spell without any distraction. But now the cold moon demon lord had lost its protection. A glimpse of contempt appeared in the Azure dragon's eyes as it looked at the demonic creature. The Azure dragon stopped wasting its time on the insignificant ocean demons. It roared and charged at the demon lord to kill the leader of the ocean godly horde once and for all. Chapter 2877. The Azure Dragon's Might. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The cold moon demon lord had not expected the Azure dragon to be so hot-tempered. The cold moon demon lord moved back a little. Just then, the ocean queen stood up and glared at the sacred totem Azure dragon with its red amber eyes. The Azure dragon's body was majestic and towering. It moved in the sky and almost covered it. Meanwhile, the royal skeleton queen was the size of a human. The Azure dragon saw it only as a small red grain of sand. The ocean queen sneered. It raised its red head and let out a long shrill, like a woman singing in a high-pitched voice. Bam! 100,000 of undead on the land disintegrated. They transformed into razor-sharp and terrifying weapons made of bones under the ocean queen's chant. They formed an evil skeletal domain of a 2-kilometer radius around the ocean queen. The appearance of 100,000 bones was frightening. They floated above the magic city like a red storm of disaster. The Ocean Queen used half of them to form a red bone palace to protect itself, then transformed the other half into sharp weapons and aimed at the sacred totem Azure dragon. Striking a target with 10,000 arrows was a blood-curdling sight. Having razor-sharp bones made up of 50,000 ocean undead aimed at the target was unimaginable. If the razor-sharp weapons were aimed at a large city, the buildings, skyscrapers, and streets in that city would be riddled with holes. The super-level Union trembled in horror upon witnessing its incredible demonic power. The members of the Forbidden Curse Association broke out in cold sweat. This was just one of the Ocean Queen's random undead spells. The Azure Dragon was in the sky. The razor-sharp bones swarmed it. While everyone thought the Azure Dragon was bound to be injured, it charged headfirst toward the rain of scary red bones. The red rain of bones swallowed its green silhouette. Even so, it still glowed in sacred totem light. The bone spears, bone spikes, and spinal bone tips of evil spirits shattered into pieces or were turned into dust the moment they clashed with the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was fearless. It continued to charge toward the Ocean Queen and the Cold Moon Demon Lord. It stretched out its front claws and lunged at the Red Bone Palace which held the Ocean Queen. The Azure Dragon crushed the Red Bone Palace into pieces in a single claw. The shocking and terrifying claw mark lingered in the space. The Ocean Queen's palace made up of bones collapsed. The Ocean Queen unleashed 100,000 undead bones to attack the Azure Dragon again. Half of them shattered into pieces the moment they met the Azure Dragon's divine light, while the other half collapsed with a single swing from its claw. While the humans suffered with hopelessness, the Azure Dragon beat the demons effortlessly. The humans felt hopeful. Fury flashed in the Ocean Queen's red-amber eyes. It slowly raised its hand. Its long palm looked like a withered branch, and it pulled the clouds from the sky. The clouds changed color. They turned as black as ink. Flashes of red lightning struck the earth. A withered bone claw gradually appeared from the sky under the terrifying light and grabbed the Azure Dragon by its neck. The sacred totem Azure Dragon sensed it. It moved and dodged the scary withered bone claw. The Ocean Queen continued to transfer its evil power to the clouds. Multiple withered bone claws appeared in the sky. In the middle of the red lightning storm, the withered bone claws were so large that it could crush a huge mountain range. The Azure Dragon moved its body. It swung its tail at the pitch-black sky at an incredible angle. When it struck with its tail, ripples appeared in the sky. The dark clouds scattered, and the multiple withered bone claws disappeared. The Azure Dragon coiled up in the sky. It drew the Ocean Queen and the Cold Moon Demon Lord into its coil. When the people looked up, they saw that the Azure Dragon's body resembled a sacred dragon palace in midair. Under the sacred totem light, it appeared divine. The Cold Moon Demon Lord and the Ocean Queen were trapped within the sacred dragon palace. They were the leaders of two greatest hordes. As a result, many kingdoms and hordes were affected. The demonic auras in the city because of the ocean demons and evil spirits gradually diminished. The divinity of the Azure Dragon, someone shouted. The mags along the river cheered. No matter how dark and violent the storm was, there was always a trace of light. The sacred totem Azure Dragon's light was the magic city's ray of hope to continue with their fight. The Ocean Queen's undead chant was no longer audible. The undead army lost its order and crashed onto one another. There was a pause in their attack. Most of the undead don't have their own thoughts. Councilman Gu's eyes lit up. Councilman Gu was a soul element mage. Even though he had not reached super level, he had an exceptionally good understanding about the soul element creatures. He noticed the subtle difference in the undead groups. These undead were born not long ago. Some were forced to grow mature through certain undead demonic spells. Regardless of their levels, they don't have minds of their own. They are like puppets. They will act only when someone pulls their strings, Dean Xiao affirmed. Does this mean the undead will scatter and lose their direction if we sever their mental connection with the Ocean Queen? Asked the chief of the Eastern Mage. It's possible. The ocean undead live in the depth of the ocean. They can hardly survive on land and shallow sea areas. Most of the undead army here are recent byproducts from the Pacific Ocean near China continental shelf. Most of them are still newborn. This type of undead are simple-minded and can be manipulated with ease. This is why the Ocean Queen barged into our territory without hesitation. The mags from the Forbidden Curse Association were knowledgeable. They had a wealth of experience, and they were aware of the powerful horde's many weaknesses. If the mags made clever use of their weaknesses, they might be able to significantly reduce the pressure before them. Do we have psychic element or soul element forbidden mags in the country? Asked Dean Xiao. President Hongkou frowned. They did not have a psychic element or soul element forbidden mage. Those forbidden mags were available only in foreign countries. But would they be willing to be involved in this battle? President Hongkou wondered. They might not risk their lives for the sake of another country. President Hongkou, Lingyan Monk is a psychic forbidden mage, said Councilman Gu. A thought sprang up in his mind as he spoke with a deep sense of urgency. The crowd's eyes lit up. They had unexpectedly summoned two powerful forbidden mags through the rally order. The old lady and the old monk were forbidden mags. They came out of nowhere. It was as if they had disappeared and were long forgotten. However, this time, they came forward to help during the Magic City's calamity. Chapter 2878. The Demonic Ocean Skeleton. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. If we cut the connection between the ocean demon with the undead from China's continental shelf, we can significantly reduce the threat, said the chief of the Eastern Mage. Theoretically, it works. We'll do it according to your suggestion. Councilman Gu, Chief Zhu, you two will assist Lingyan Monk. Get rid of the undead's hostile energy as soon as possible, said President Hongkou. Chief Zhu and Councilman Gu nodded. They looked up at the higher ground and realized the Cold Moon Demon Lord was casting an evil spell with extreme coldness that froze the Azure Dragon's sacred dragon palace. The Azure Dragon turned to ice. It could not maintain that posture for long. It shook its body and flung the polar ice away. It was through the Azure Dragon's minor movement that the Cold Moon Demon Lord and the Ocean Queen broke free of its grasp. They flew toward the Pudong Sea area. The Azure Dragon was about to chase after them when the Lord of the Shark Men and a demonic ocean skeleton appeared. They stood in the Azure Dragon's way. The demonic ocean skeleton was covered in blood-red tide. Through its translucent liquid skin, it could be seen that its body was covered in whale ocean beast and shark ocean beast's vertebrae. Compared to the king skeleton rampaging through the Pudong Sea area, the demonic ocean skeleton was the true warrior of the ocean skeleton. The demonic ocean skeleton was the ruler of the ocean skeleton. When the aloof undead red bone demon appeared, 9 king skeletons appeared from among the undead army. The king skeletons were made up of red-brown tides. Their bones were made up of numerous rusty demonic bone structures. When they traversed through the middle of the undead army, they stood out like giants. They exuded an obvious demonic aura. The 9 king skeletons were not as great as the one Mo Fan had killed. The one Mo Fan had killed had a fossil of the powerful Chongming divine bird on its spine, after all. With the fossil, the king skeleton could restore itself through the Black Sea water. Its regeneration ability had caused tremendous trouble and damage to the army at the Pudong battle. It was a wise decision that the Forbidden Mage had not fought it at that moment. The Mirage Dragon King and Mother would have killed the Forbidden Mage together with the Apex-grade experts in a single sweep. The demonic ocean skeleton's body size was at the same level as the mountain zombie. When it stood up, its backbone faced the sky. Numerous red cartilages sprang up from its backbone. The cartilages were long and thick. They wrapped around the flying Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was focused on the Cold Moon Demon Lord and the Ocean Queen. There were many ice remnants around its limbs. The remnants froze its dragon bones and slowed down its movement. When the red cartilage cords shot at the Azure Dragon, several hundred cartilage cords wrapped around its midsection. Roar! The demonic ocean skeleton roared. The 9 red-brown king skeletons gathered. They grabbed the cartilage cords and attempted to drag the Azure Dragon down from the sky. How could those few decayed skeletons bring down the Azure Dragon with ease? The Azure Dragon soared up into the sky and broke the cartilage cords. It lifted the demonic ocean skeleton and 9 king skeletons up from the land. The demonic ocean skeleton was caught by surprise. It had planned to drag the Azure Dragon down to the land, only to end up being flung into the sky. When the Ocean Queen saw this, evil light glinted in its red-amber eyes. When it glanced across the Pudong Sea area, the undead army covering the sea water surged in numbers. The undeads marched toward the direction of the demonic ocean skeleton. They grabbed the demonic ocean skeleton and its cartilage cords with their claws, tails, and bony arms. There were hundreds and thousands of undeads. They united and attempted to drag the Azure dragon down from the sky. The undeads had more strength than most demons. A large number of undeads moved in unison and tried to pull the cartilage cords down. Snap! 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 The cartilage cords broke. The undead's arms began to collapse as well due to the extreme force. The red undead army's bones shattered. Many powerful undeads were killed in the middle of direct combat with the Azure dragon. The Azure dragon was pulled downward slowly. Even though its body was majestic and as huge as a mountain range, it could not withstand the massive undead's strong pull. The Azure dragon's body resembled a mountain range. It smashed onto the red undeads and stirred up a wave of bones that stretched up to dozens of kilometers. When the Azure dragon fell, it glided into tens and thousands of ocean undeads and crushed them. It was a shocking and horrific sight. The Azure dragon is surrounded by the undeads. Should we go and help it? What should we do? When the Azure dragon fell into the middle of the undead chaos, people panicked. The Azure dragon passed by Hongkou River. Hongkou River was protected by many barriers. The Ferris Fortress barrier had protected the skyscrapers. It could provide the Mags with a certain level of protection and stop the ocean demon army for a while. The human army had made use of the Hongkou River to fight the ocean demons and undeads. It was impossible to cross the Hongkou River and help the Azure dragon even if they wanted to. The Azure dragon fought alone above the Pudong Sea area. When it landed, it was surrounded by countless powerful ocean demons and brutal undeads. The cartilage cords wrapped around its body restricted its movement. Out of desperation, the Azure dragon fought the endless army on the land. It killed a large number of the ocean demons and undeads in every attack. Thousands of demons were pulverized. However, the number of the ocean demons and undeads only reduced slightly. As the battle raged, various ocean demon hordes and empires united. Unless they could inflict severe damage to the Emperor-level ocean demons, the ocean demons from the East Ocean and Pacific Ocean would continue to invade the city. Swoosh! 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 A strong, massive wind struck the magic city. The black skyline was visible. It looked as though the skyline was only a few kilometers away from the magic city. The cold moon demon lord's eye of the tide rolled. It continued to manipulate the tides and the heaven-shaking demonic waves. The royal skeleton queen obstructed the Azure dragon from interfering with the cold moon demon lord. The royal skeleton queen had made the Azure dragon fall into the middle of the undeads. The Azure dragon was forced to fight the endless undead army without any assistance. The ocean queen let out an ear-piercing laugh once again. With the demonic ocean skeleton and the undead army continuing to hold back the Azure dragon, the magic city was certain to drown in the ocean. Chapter 2879. Demon's Endless Splendor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo-fan, you can't go there. The other side of the river is hell. Dean Xiao stopped Mo-fan. It's not like I've never been to hell, said Mo-fan. The Forbidden Curse Association has invited Lingyan Monk to cast spells. I believe the undead army will soon be rid of the control of the Ocean Queen. Those undeads and ocean demons can't kill the Azure dragon. However, you'll die if you break in, said Dean Xiao. Mo-fan looked up and found that Councilman Ji Yu and Chief Yu had flown toward the Ocean Queen along with a few forbidden mags. They were going to deal with the Ocean Queen to buy some time for the Azure dragon. The demonic spells of the Ocean Queen were too powerful and might severely injure the Azure dragon. However, they wondered if they could fight against the Ocean Queen. They wanted to cut off the connection between the Ocean Queen and the Ocean Undeads, but the process was extremely complicated. If they failed, the Azure dragon would be trapped in the Pudong Ocean area. Besides, the Cold Moon Demon Lord would not miss such a good opportunity. It would instruct the army of demons to attack the Azure dragon while it was down. Humans were isolated from the army of ocean demons and the undead. Only a few powerful forbidden mags could fly in the air to attack. However, if the Cold Moon Demon Lord and Ocean Queen joined forces, the situation would be dire. We can't defend ourselves like this. How can we cross the river? Eagle-winged Shaoli asked. They must face the truth. The mags had been relying on the previous barriers, formations, buildings, and fortresses to defend themselves. They would lose if they crossed the river and fought with the ocean demons head-on. However, the results would be the same if the Azure Dragon was suppressed and could not stop the Cold Moon Demon Lord from summoning the Sky Tide. Mo Fan moved. Other people's decisions were not important to him. He would not let the Azure Dragon be trapped and attacked by the other demons. The Azure Dragon had set up a wall to protect him. He could not stand by and do nothing while it was in danger. Mo Fan! Mo Fan! A familiar voice came from behind him. Mo Fan turned around thinking that someone intended to stop him. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Mo Fan was not impulsive. The Azure Dragon was locked by cartilages. What he wanted to do was to break those cartilages. Once the Azure Dragon broke free from those cartilages, it would not be afraid of those demons. Mo Fan, wait. I've something for you, said the voice again. Mo Fan looked over and saw Moon Moth Phoenix flying toward him. Lingling and Lung Qing were on its back. Mo Fan stopped at the river. Why did you run? You can't solve everything on your own. Take this. Lingling got down and extended an arm to hand him something. Mo Fan was puzzled. He did not know why Lingling gave him a glass bead. Is this a corpse locator? If I'm killed, I doubt you will find my corpse in one piece. Lingling was so angry that she kicked Mo Fan's leg. This is the power of the evil bead sublimation that Grandpa collected when he tracked the red demon. Mo Fan was stunned. He quickly put the glass bead together with the evil bead sublimation on his waist. An icy evil energy poured into the evil bead sublimation, filling the missing energy in the bead. After a while, the evil bead sublimation shone brightly once again. Mo Fan was so excited that he gave Lingling a hug and a kiss on her cheek. Lingling, you're my little angel. Mo Fan was overjoyed. There are several sections of seawall with the same stones as the ancient Great Wall. If you can wake them up, it should be able to enhance the strength of the Azure Dragon. I'll find Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, and the others after you cross the river and ask them to help me find those sections of the ancient city wall and seawall near the magic city, Lingling said to Mo Fan. All right. I'll leave it in your hands. Mo Fan nodded. There should still be some water from the underground holy spring in Zhao Manyang's water Buddha beads. The spring water could awaken the ancient city wall of the magic city seawall. Having been attacked by many ocean demons, the Azure Dragon needed some new ancient city walls to recover fully. After watching Lingling on the back of the Moon Moth Phoenix, Mo Fan turned in the direction of Pudong and looked across the river. The ocean demons stood like dense high-rise buildings on the other side of the river. There were countless little demons at the feet of those powerful demons, and they crawled like swarms of ants over the ruins of a submerged city. Behind this horrific horde of demons was a red rolling desert of skeletons of the undeads. Each undead looked like a grain of sand, and the high-level undeads were like sandbags and dunes. The bustling city on the other side of the river differed sharply from the demon-infested land. No one knew which side was the most realistic. It was no wonder that people felt despair when they saw the Azure Dragon fall on the other side of the river. Hell was truly on the opposite side of the river. He crossed the river not because he had extraordinary courage but because Little Loach was Mo Fan's other half. It struggled and grew in the quagmire to turn into a dragon and fly in the sky. It had become the Azure Dragon. Mo Fan couldn't leave his other half behind. In the battle in northern Xinjiang, Mo Fan had realized that a demon was living in his body. The demon was himself, who was eager to kill and fight. Now that the evil bead sublimation was filled again, Mo Fan's body no longer trembled because of the powerful army of demons. His blood was boiling with excitement. The demon had appeared again. Someone is crossing the river. What is that guy doing? Is he crazy? Isn't that Mo Fan? Oh my god. What is he doing? Is he planning to rescue the Azure Dragon alone? Several people from renowned families knew Mo Fan, including the Lu family, the Bai family, the Mu family, and the Dongfang family. They saw Mo Fan step across the river and Ferris Fortress barrier, where people appeared alone among the monsters. Most of the demons gathered near Lu family's mouth were of the ruler level. Even if he had reached the peak of the super level, he could not survive in the middle of such a chaotic group of demons. Mo Fan wondered how he would deal with the undead army if he couldn't even defeat a few groups of demons. When viewed from the opposite side of the city, Mo Fan's figure appeared too small compared with the surging river and the groups of demons. Even if the fire on his body raged when he took a step forward, he only looked like a tiny firefly on the other side of the river, where the demonic energy hung like a cloud. But for some reason, this firefly still shone brightly. The flames flushed the river where Mo Fan stood and reflected the hideous figure of the giant demons ahead. At first, the brilliance on his body was ordinary. Then, it became dazzling. Chapter 2880. Reassemble and Trample. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. People were surprised. It was not a brilliance that an ordinary mage could radiate. A red sun seemed to have fallen and dyed the river red. Even the ocean demons, on the other side of the river, were stunned. The divine fire was getting more intense and formed a magnificent soul shadow comparable to a god behind Mo Fan's tiny back. The divine flaming Snake King followed Mo Fan and moved forward majestically. Its terrifying divine fire and divine body rushed toward the demons on the other side of the river. The demons had trampled on ashes, dust, ruins, and flowery skyscrapers. As Mo Fan stepped on the shore, the ashes, dust, and ruins fluttered like yellow sand. They rearranged, recondensed, and recast over Lu family's mouth. Soon, a golden palace made of sand appeared in that spot. It was spectacular and unbelievable, like an incredible mirage. However, the golden sand palace was not an illusion. It floated in the sky and moved synchronously with Mo Fan. The kingdom of sand in the air was not a real place, it was the huge earth element power contained in Mo Fan's demon bloodline. When Mo Fan did not need it, it became a palace and floated in the air. The demons rushed forward, and a dozen giant ocean beasts blocked Mo Fan's way. The Cold Moon Demon Lord had controlled them, so they could not sense danger. Mo Fan looked at the kingdom of sand in the air and slowly raised his hand. The Golden Kingdom of Sand Palace instantly transformed into an ash sword. The sword was comparable to the Oriental Pearl Tower, but it was in Mo Fan's hand this time. Die! The ash sword immediately slashed down. The ash sword of the Kingdom of Sand had divided the overflowing sea water, vast land, and infinite demons into two. It was almost as if the ash sword had divided a deep black river. The river was parallel to the Hongkou River and converged on the Bund. Most people who gathered on the riverbank were super-level mags, but they could not believe what they saw. Was that person really the Mo Fan they knew? How did his power instantly surpass all the powerful demons? How could the earth element magic he cast achieve such a shocking effect? Even an earth element forbidden mage couldn't do that. The fire god of the Forbidden Curse Association was shocked. Dean Xiao, your student is. President Hongkou said eagerly. Although Dean Xiao knew Mo Fan had this ability, this was his first time seeing it in reality. The demon element was a research area that the Magic Association had abolished. The experimental subjects had all become demons and monsters with infinite power, short lifespans, and always caused trouble. However, Mo Fan did not have these traits, as if the demon's power was born within him. He was neither devoured nor manipulated by the demons but gained their powers instead. Dean Xiao could not answer President Hongkou. Now that the Magic City had the Azure Dragon, 5 sacred totem beast, and a real demon to protect this precarious territory, people could finally stop despairing. When Mo Fan killed King Skeleton in the past, many mags in the Magic City had acknowledged him. It was even more shocking now that he had crossed the river alone and shown his demon form to others. It turned out that the power of a person might be able to make a difference. The deep black river was full of the corpses of the demons, and it took some time for the water to fill the river. The ash sword disintegrated into countless minute ash particles and condensed into larger golden stones. The stones were like armor, and they gathered in front of Mo Fan. At first, it formed a big yellow sand armor. Then, it slowly became an ancient warrior that stood among the demons. This yellow sand giant warrior stepped forward in step with Mo Fan. However, Mo Fan's speed was faster than the yellow sand giant's. When the demons gathered, Mo Fan's small figure overlapped with the yellow sand giant. The earth equipment of the Kingdom of Sand. Unlike Dubai, Magic City did not have deserts. However, the city had countless ruins of buildings destroyed by the demons. Every stone, every inch of soil, and every tile at the ruins had turned into the power of Mo Fan's Kingdom of Sand. The ruins in the Magic City had been summoned by the earth and reassembled to fuel its power. The reassembled demon that walked in the ruins of the city could even compete with the Black Dragon. The ocean overlords, rulers, and heroes in front of them became weak and vulnerable and died under Mo Fan's attacks. Mo Fan wore the earth equipment and threw the ash sword far away to a quagmire filled with undead and ocean demons. The sword was as straight as a skyscraper. The sword trembled slightly, and the blazing sand suddenly swept in all directions. The yellow shock waves of hundreds of meters high swallowed countless evil spirits like a sandstorm. Sandstorm sword. The attack made the area full of demons an empty and barren land. Mo Fan's reassembled body, which was 5 or 6 kilometers away, suddenly crumbled into dust. The sands and dust surrounded the upright sword, and a powerful arm quickly condensed at the hilt. More sand and dust assembled to form arms, shoulders, chest, and head. A tall figure appeared where the sword was. Mo Fan, who had reassembled with the sand and dust, towered as if the ash sword was his real soul. On the other side of the river was the nest of demons. The place was full of demons, and it was difficult for forbidden mags to move. Helping the Azure Dragon was supposedly an impossible task, but Mo Fan had already crossed nearly 10 kilometers. He was getting closer to the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was indeed huge. Even though the undead army was as huge and boundless as the Red Desert, the Azure Dragon was like a lonely blue mountain among them. Its claws, tail, and body were killing evil spirits without a stop. The Azure Dragon turned around and saw Mo Fan. Mo Fan was in the terrifying quagmire formed by the evil spirit armies. However, he walked forward even then. The Azure Dragon roared angrily. Tens and thousands of undead were shaken into the sky like rain. Little Loach, here I come. Chapter 2881. The Immortal Black Dragon. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. 9 red-brown king skeletons blocked Mo Fan's way. Mo Fan did not know what special connection they had with the previous king skeleton. But he could sense the deep hostility they conveyed, as if they were enemies from a long time back. Mo Fan sneered. Do these ugly and hard skeletons think they can block my way? Mo Fan held his sword and stabbed the ground. The ruins at the back moved, and ash wolves arose and instantly formed an army. The ash wolves roared and rushed toward the 9 king skeletons. The ash wolves overpowered the king skeletons. The wolves bit off their bones and tore off their limbs. The ground was littered with undead's torn bodies. The royal skeleton queen saw this. It was furious. It was not easy to trap the Azure Dragon, so it could not let it escape. Wake up, the Ocean Queen said to the skeletons on the ground. The shallow sea of Pudong was full of rusty bones. However, some of these bones had fine black lines on them. The black pattern iron bones seemed to have been on standby for a long time. After the Royal Skeleton Queen gave an order, they fit together like pieces of a puzzle of different shapes in the shallow sea. The black pattern iron bones were in different positions. Some black pattern iron bones were very far away but flew like bullets and gathered around Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon. The long tail was full of thorns. The huge wings were covered with huge fishbone barbs. The lizard-like body was also made of sharp and hard spines. The black patterns connected and formed the patterns of the undead. The evil power on it made this newly formed terrifying creature emit a deadly aura. The black patterned creature roared, and countless rusty bones turned pitch black. They were dismantled from other undeads and turned into black bone wasps that swarmed in the air. Netherbone Dragon. Chief Zhu and Councilman Gu were shocked. They tried to suppress the Ocean Queen to break off her connection with the undeads and relieve some pressure on the Azure Dragon. But no matter how they attacked, the Ocean Queen was still a powerful Emperor-level creature which remained unfazed. The creature she awakened was the legendary Underworld Demon. It was the Emperor of the Underworld, who was far superior to the demonic ocean skeleton. The numerous dragon bone wasps made the Netherbone Dragon even more terrifying. It was hard to imagine that such a legendary creature belonged to the Ocean Queen. The Netherbone Dragon targeted Mofan. The Ocean Queen would not let the Azure Dragon return to the sky. She would try her best to suppress the Azure Dragon and prevent anyone from helping it. She was not trying to kill the Azure Dragon but trying to protect the Eye of the Tide of the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The heaven-shaking demonic waves would arrive soon. At that time, more powerful ocean demons would arrive. No matter how powerful the Azure Dragon was, how would it be possible to withstand so many Emperor-level demons in the entire Pacific Ocean? Mofan stared at the vicious Netherbone Dragon and removed the earth equipment he was wearing. The place was full of undeads and seawater. The humid air and the breath of the undead greatly weakened Mofan's kingdom of sand. He could not rely on this power to defeat the tyrannical Netherbone Dragon. However, Mofan had another solution. His overall strength had increased since he transformed into a devil in Dubai. The most important thing was that Mofan had not obtained the Black Dragon Soul at that time. After the Netherbone Dragon appeared, Mofan could hear the call of his magic suit. The dragon's body had been destroyed, but the dragon's soul was immortal. Mofan would not forget that a giant western dragon was inside his black magic suit. It was the Black Dragon Emperor, who was at the top of the food chain. The Devil's Call, Black Dragon Suit. The earth of the Kingdom of Sand slowly dissipated, and the Black Dragon Soul lingered around Mofan. The Devil bloodline was ultimately powerful among all other abilities. The Black Dragon Suit Mofan summoned this time was completely different from the usual. A towering dragon shadow shrouded Mofan. Unlike Eastern dragons, the Black Dragon was impressive and huge. It had a thick, broad belly and chest, rather than a long, slender body like the others. When Mofan summoned the Black Dragon suit, he thought it would shroud him like the earth equipment and transform him into a Black Dragon warrior. To Mofan's surprise, the Black Dragon soul seemed to be still alive. It assembled onto Mofan's body and then flew to the sky, turning into a Black Dragon Emperor made of black metal scales. His whole body was covered with mechs and steels. When he waved his wings, he could hear the mechanical sound of the metals. The Black Dragon Emperor, who had killed itself in the Dark Plane, seemed to have been reborn with this magic suit. It flew in the sky magnificently. Its meeting with Netherbone Dragon felt like a fated confrontation. The Netherbone Dragon saw the Black Dragon Emperor and roared. Two legendary Western dragons fought with each other. Mofan was completely unaware of the situation in front of him. He vaguely remembered Asheria once mentioning the Black Dragon Emperor's enemy from 1,000 years ago. After killing it, the Black Dragon Emperor had been seriously injured and hid in the cloud cliff of the Tyrant Mountains. Could the Netherbone Dragon be the incarnation of the Black Dragon Emperor's enemy, wondered Mofan. Even if they had died long ago, they would not stop fighting. The Netherbone made a comeback with black patterned skeletons as its body. The Black Dragon Emperor continued this 1,000-year battle with the magic suit as its body. The epic had always vividly described the encounter outside the modern city. Mags of the Forbidden Curse Association were as shocked as Mofan. The two dragons fought feverishly. Every attack could cause the sky to shatter. Other undeads, including those ruler-level undeads, seemed insignificant and vulnerable in front of them. They dared not approach the two dragons at all. Mofan looked at the immortal Black Dragon Emperor and suddenly understood why the dragons had supreme status. It was because they never lost their fighting spirit. The Eastern dragons were the same. When danger came, they would still wake up, even if they were broken, dilapidated, forgotten, or buried in the sand. It could be buried in the sand, but it could still fly and cover the sky. It was an eternal guardian. Chapter 2882. A Troublesome Shark. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The obstacles ahead had turned into 9 red-brown king skeletons. As Mo Fan walked forward, the divine flaming Snake King soul shadow behind him suddenly shot out. All the undeads along its path were burnt to a crisp and cleansed by the flames that spread from the flaming Snake King. A king skeleton standing at the forefront reacted quickly. It tried to jump up to avoid the flaming Snake King's fire, but the widespread, roaring flames shot up and turned into a huge head of a snake that bit down on the king skeleton. The bite was powerful because Mo Fan saw the king skeleton shattering with the impact. When its body plunged into the ravaging flames, it was severely injured. The other king skeletons quickly moved to the side, but the rampaging flames just split into 8 other snake heads. Now, there were a total of 9 flaming snake heads. They charged straight toward each king skeleton. The flames raged, and the heads of the snakes were so powerful that all the king skeletons suffered different degrees of injuries and burns. At that moment, Mo Fan stepped into the area ravaged by the flames. If someone had looked, they would have seen that a huge snake encircled the area Mo Fan traversed to attack all those who approached him. Mo Fan moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the first king skeleton who was dragged into the sea of fire. Compared to the king skeleton who attacked the magic city, these king skeletons were weaker, and they did not have any regenerative abilities. Even if they had any, Mo Fan could still easily defeat them in his current state. He brought his right leg up and stomped down on the bone-covered, flame-ravaged ground. A bump shot up ahead of him, as if something terrifying was eagerly making its way up from underground. Boom! An earthen spike erupted diagonally into the air, piercing through the first king skeleton and dragging it into the air. It hung in the air like a maroon-colored flag. Due to the force from the thrust, its body was impaled firmly on the spike, though its limbs swayed non-stop in the air. When the other king skeletons saw their comrade's carcass, they stepped back instinctively. However, at that moment, the demonic ocean skeleton howled, as if telling them that the undeads had no fear. Mo Fan continued onward as the divine flaming Snake King swept through the battlefield. All the undeads and the ocean demons within the radius of 3 kilometers were slaughtered by the soul shadow. The remaining 8 king skeletons might have fought fearlessly, but once Mo Fan walked out of the battlefield, all of them hung in the air like maroon-colored flags from 8 other spikes that had erupted out of the ground. All 9 skeletons were impaled in a neat row, and they swung in the air. Just when Mo Fan was approaching the Azure Dragon, he felt a strong wind blowing behind him. The wind was so strong that it swept up all the debris from the ground and charged at him like a meteor from space that was about to crash on the surface of the earth. He could sense the destructive presence from it before it reached him. Mo Fan turned and saw a huge seabed mine. He also saw rows upon rows of spike-shaped teeth on the mine. He knew just from the jaw alone that it had an absolutely terrifying bite. That type of jaw was present only in ancient carnivores. If he ended up in its mouth, he would be torn to pieces in an instant. It was the Lord of the Shark Men. It was incredibly troublesome. It possessed a powerful body made up of a seabed mine, allowing it to face without fear against the Azure Dragon. It could cause a rampage on the battlefield. It had an extremely destructive power. But that was not all, it could even easily withstand forbidden curses and super-level combination spells. This creature was arrogant, brutal, and so incredibly reckless that it had tried to bite through the Azure Dragon's tail. At this very moment, the Lord of the Shark Men went up against Mo Fan like a destructive, terrifying meteor. Since it showed up near the trams at the Zhong River, the remaining cables stuck themselves on the Lord's dorsal fins, causing all its ores, fossils, and ancient gemstones to light up. Mo Fan made use of dimensional hopping to avoid the brutal crash, but the divine flaming Snake King soul shadow retreated into him. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Shark Men slowly floated above the sunken part of the ground, resembling a barren island. Its eye shone with a horrifying spark as it stared at the tiny Mo Fan. Its gaze was disdainful and full of contempt. Mo Fan looked at it. The Black Dragon Emperor, in his armor, was still fighting against the Netherbone dragon, and their fight would not end for a long while. The Azure dragon's tail was about 8 kilometers away from Mo Fan, but since it was drowned out by the undeads, it could not help him. Mo Fan felt a little troubled by the Lord of the Shark Men. It was not that he was afraid of its might. It was just that the Lord of the Shark Men was the toughest and unreasonable of all the emperors. If even the Azure dragon's divine power could not put a scratch on it, then Mo Fan would just be wasting his time fighting against it. He didn't want to waste his energy or his time, so he had to think of an effective way to hit back. He had to find its weakness. Roar! It would not be easy for the Lord of the Shark Men to kill Mo Fan either. Mo Fan had mastered the Shadow Element, the Space Element, the Chaos Element, and the Earth Element. These abilities were also maxed out when he was in his demon form. The Lord of the Shark Men would be hard-pressed to capture Mo Fan. Mo Fan tried flying into the air, and just as he expected, the Lord of the Shark Men swam in the air. Despite its huge body, it could still swim around on the earth and the air as though it was seawater. The fog was thick. The Lord of the Shark Men's mind-body remained as astonishing as ever. Suddenly, Mo Fan overturned the order of space so that gravity was reversed. But the Lord of the Shark Men was smart. The moment it sensed that the order of gravity had changed, it immediately used its sharp dorsal fins to crash against space, causing it to shudder, and thereby throwing the changed order into a huge mess. The winds of order blew backwards, and the space around them started regaining its original position. When Mo Fan saw the Lord of the Shark Men ignoring the rules of space, order, and gravity to charge at him, he was forced to perform dimensional hopping once more. But the Lord of the Shark Men was aggressive. It charged into the dimensional tunnel through the crack Mo Fan left behind. The storm of the alternate dimension raged against it, but only caused it to shed one layer of skin. Mo Fan had no desire to fight against this reckless and dangerous shark in the alternate dimension, so he picked an exit at random and returned to the normal dimension. Mo Fan let out a slew of curse words. He had finally got up to a space only 8 kilometers away from the Azure dragon, but due to the Lord of the Shark Men chasing him, he returned to the place where the 9 king skeleton swayed in the air, away from the Azure dragon. This was a flaw in picking an exit at random. Dimensional hopping was the improved version of instant teleportation. It allowed him to move long distances, but the moment he picked the wrong dimensional tunnel or picked an exit spontaneously, it would just bring him to a place further away from his intended location. Mo Fan really wanted to skin the Lord of the Shark Men and pluck out all of its tendons. Chapter 2883. Dragon Shadow Spear. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. There were plenty of ocean demons, and even more undeads. During the short moment Mo Fan fought against the Lord of the Shark Men, the path he had cleared was covered again by the Shark Men and more undeads. Their numbers had increased, even more than the ones he had encountered before. There were giant shark beasts, chief sharks, shark heroes, seabed bone undeads, shark skeletons, corpse-feasting fish kings, and many more. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Shark Men had returned to Pudong. Its face was turned toward Mo Fan, and it grinned, baring its sharp teeth of diamonds. A grin full of mockery. Unfortunately, there was not much free ground left. Otherwise, if Mo Fan could equip himself on the earth, he could fight head-on against the Lord of the Shark Men. Growl! Hundreds of seabed bone undead surged forward from behind Mo Fan. They held a bone staff in their hands. These creatures were known as necromancers of the sea, and Mo Fan saw them shaking their bone staffs at him. The empty sockets of the skulls on the staffs shone in a wicked, strange, red light. They were casting an evil curse. Mo Fan hated curses the most. Before the seabed bone undeads could cast their curses, he threw a punch behind him. When his fist struck air, countless high-voltage lightning bolts shot out and split into even more lightning bolts that shot through the seabed bone undeads' bodies. The creatures fell apart, and the bone staffs landed on the ground. Growl! Thousands of shark heroes equipped in ice blue frost armor marched toward him from his right. Some of them rode on ice sharks, some held sharp bone forks, and some had underwater heavy axes. They seemed to have gone through something like the training of a human army, because they moved as one when they marched forward. They even attacked as one. However, Mo Fan was prepared. The mud under their feet turned into a churning, black swamp. Countless black tentacles erupted, and they strangled their necks. To readers: our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link 39 HPCN 6J to support us. Only a handful out of the thousands of shark heroes made it out of the execution grounds that was the swamp. The chief sharks, who watched from the air, intended to use these shark heroes to exhaust Mo Fan's strength and ambush him during the chaos, but these shark heroes were no different from cannon fodders to him. They couldn't even reach him. Mo Fan glanced at the chief sharks, and his body vanished from the spot like a drop of ink falling into water. The next moment, Mo Fan appeared on the dorsal fin of a chief shark. This was a chief shark made of zircon. It was as tough as a zircon. If Mo Fan had not gone through his demonification, he would have had a hard time fighting against this chief shark, because it was a ruler among all ruler-level creatures. Mo Fan held on tight to the chief shark's dorsal fin with one hand and brought his other hand up high before unfurling his fingers a little. A sharp, black dragon spear appeared and shone with a black, metallic glow. A thick aura of death surrounded it. Whoosh! The dragon spear pierced through the chief shark's heart. While in his demon form, Mo Fan was like a hunter in the dark. The long and thin dragon shadow spear pierced through the chief shark's back and came out through its stomach. The dark, corrosive powers of the spear spread through the chief shark's body at lightning speed. The chief shark squirmed and struggled in an attempt to throw Mo Fan off, but Mo Fan held onto the dragon shadow spear tightly and poured his power into it. The chief shark suddenly plunged and crashed on the ground. Its body had already eroded completely before it hit the ground. Its zircon skin fell apart due to rot. The dragon shadow spear continued releasing its corrosive power, and pus grew on the huge chief shark's body before it was reduced to bones. When Mo Fan withdrew the dragon shadow spear, only black, brittle bones remained of the chief shark. It did not even have the chance to turn into an undead. Interesting. Looks like this thing is made specifically to deal with these tough creatures. Mo Fan's gaze landed on the Lord of the Shark Men. Due to having its body made of ores and gemstones, this creature did not even fear facing the Azure Dragon. However, there was nothing in the world which was completely invincible. Even the Titans in Greek mythology were killed by some weapon or another. Darkness was perfect to take down these ugly and tough creatures. The Lord of the Shark Men had seen what happened to its subordinate, and it narrowed its small eyes. Mo Fan suddenly charged forward with speed, and his body practically blurred into a black line. He swung the dragon shadow spear, producing thousands of afterimages for the spear. These afterimages sliced through the air like a black meteor shower and swept past the body of the Lord of the Shark Men. Just as he had expected, the corrosive power of darkness was the best method to deal with these creatures. He could see those afterimages leaving behind multiple holes on the creature's body. These holes were filled with the corrosive power of darkness, and they started gnawing into the Lord of the Shark Men's tough skin like living worms. The creature howled. It was in great pain because of the corrosive power. Its howl summoned its Shark Men army to surround Mo Fan. The air was filled with giant shark beasts, and the ground with shark heroes and other subspecies of shark men. They were so densely crowded together that they formed a magnificent, terrifying sea of silver grey. Mo Fan sneered. He tossed the dragon shadow spear into the cloud of blackness. He saw the cloud exploding into a black vortex. Innumerable number of dragon shadow spears plunged down from within the vortex and stabbed into the ground at the speed of meteors to pierce through the Shark Men army. Screams of agony rang in the air. The Shark Men army was like the most pitiful of ants before the dragon shadow spear. They died in droves, but the dragon shadow spear continued its attack. Its area of effect was so large that not even the Lord of the Shark Men was safe. Chaos, seal! Mo Fan decided to deal an even more brutal blow. Once he was done with casting the Dragon Shadow Spear Rain, he cast a Chaos Element spell that spread to a wide area. It copied the Dark Element spell from the Dragon Shadow Spear, and Mo Fan used it to attack the Shark Men's army again. If any of them survived, he cast another spell. Even if they managed to survive, they would be crippled and stuck with the corrosive power of death. The Lord of the Shark Men could only watch as its army was slaughtered by Mo Fan's Dark Element magic. Lava gushed out of its body like a volcano. The Lord of the Shark Men was a powerful creature. It carried an underwater living volcano in its body. However, if it were to fight Mo Fan with fire element magic, it would be marching to its own death. Mo Fan's demon fire burned, and the light he emanated was even stronger than the light from the Lord of the Shark Men's volcano. In fact, even the lava that gushed out of the Lord of the Shark Men's volcano turned into a source for Mo Fan's demon fire. Chapter 2884. Cocklebur Clams. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Froom. Half of Mo Fan's body was on fire, while the other half was a cold shadow, making him look sinister. He ran to the Lord of the Shark Men. Suddenly, the shadow and fire merged and formed the Black Demon Fire. The demon fire instantly crushed all the deep-sea lava on the Lord of the Shark Men's body and engulfed it. A black fire was unheard of. The Lord of the Shark Men twisted and struggled to extinguish the Black Demon Fire. However, the demon fire spread faster than normal fire. It burned along the parts of the Lord of the Shark Men's body which had rotted and used the gas generated from those parts as its fuel and kept burning. The fire became fierce as the necrotic gases increased. Around them were the undeads and the corpses of those that Mo Fan killed with the Dragon Shadow Spear, so the necrotic gas in the area reached its saturation point. When the black fire burned in such a place, the effect was even more terrifying. The fire burned everything it touched until everything was reduced to ashes. It was unclear whether the power of the Black Demon Fire was of the fire element or the shadow element. However, both could turn an object into ashes in an instant. It was even more terrifying when the two merged. The Lord of the Shark Men's body and the volcano in it had been reduced to ashes by the raging fire. The Black Demon Fire engulfed the giant body, which even the divine power of the Azure Dragon could not shatter. The arrogant and cruel Lord of the Shark Men screamed and fled to the ocean desperately. The Black Demon Fire followed it. It would not disappear in a short period. Even if the Lord of the Shark Men got into the deep icy sea, the Black Demon Fire would not extinguish, as it was a special fire that not only could burn at high temperatures, it also contained the scorching ability of the shadow element. Mo Fan smiled as he watched the Lord of the Shark Men flee. Fusion magic worked best when Mo Fan was in demon form. Otherwise, it would be hard to deal with the Lord of the Shark Men. Without the Lord of the Shark Men, no one else could stop Mo Fan from moving forward. The Black Demon Fire did not disappear. The divine flaming Snake King at Mo Fan's back had become a black divine flame. It was like a snake demon who looked down on all manner of living beings as it ruled the ninth circle of hell. The dark divine flaming Snake King began to kill everything on the battlefield. Mo Fan did not need to do anything, as the dark divine flaming Snake King took care of the demons. Mo Fan reached the tail of the Azure Dragon and found that its hind claws were trapped in thousands of chondral cords. The ocean undeads crawled on the chondral cords like ergates in a nest of maroon ants. They used their bodies to strengthen the chondral cords. As more undeads crawled up, the chondral cords became thicker and tougher. It was no wonder that the Azure Dragon could not escape from it. Since the number of undeads kept increasing, the Azure Dragon was forced to stay on the ground. Mo Fan glanced at the Azure Dragon's tail. The giant tail of the Azure Dragon stretched from the overpass entrance to the airport expressway. Although the chondral cords did not bind the tail tightly, thousands of clams stuck to it like cockleburs. It was terrifying to see. The Cocklebur clams had thin thorns all over their bodies. The Azure Dragon scales were big, but it had a soft granite-like skin between the scales, allowing it to twist its body in any way it wanted. The thorns of the Cocklebur clams were extremely thin, and they pierced through the soft skin between the scales. The Azure Dragon had countless sections of the ancient Great Wall as its body parts. The parts that were broken, cracked, and dilapidated had not been repaired, especially because the ancient wall relics were not well preserved. The soft skin and the broken parts had become the target of those evil Cocklebur clams, making the entire tail of the Azure Dragon almost completely stiff. Thousands of undeads crowded the Azure Dragon's tail, hind claws, and other parts of its body. If Mo-Fan did not remove these parasitic creatures in time, the Azure Dragon would be in danger. The Azure Dragon roared as it sensed Mo-Fan approach. It was trying to tell Mo-Fan to take care of the Cocklebur clams on its tail first. The Azure Dragon relied heavily on its tail to exert strength. If it became stiff, it would affect its whole body. "Leave it to me." Mo-Fan jumped onto the Azure Dragon's tail. Rows of thorny fins were stuck at the end of the tail. There were hundreds of Cocklebur clams on the fins, which were the size of a small guard tower. The Cocklebur clams not only stung but also made it difficult for the Azure Dragon to lift its tail due to the sheer collective weight of the clams. Mo-Fan looked at them. Pulling them out by force would injure the Azure Dragon's soft skin, so he could not use violent magic recklessly. It was a pity that Mo-Fan had not mastered light element magic. The sacred chants of the light element magic could exorcise these skeletons. Mo-Fan's fire element and shadow element were not lethal to these creatures. "I can only use lightning element. The Azure Dragon also has lightning power. So why didn't it use divine lightning to kill them?" Mo-Fan looked at the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon's whiskers were its source of lightning power. He understood why it did not use the divine lightning when he saw that one of its whiskers had fallen off. The Cold Moon Demon Lord must have been responsible for that. When Mo-Fan had rushed to the Azure Dragon, he had seen the Cold Moon Demon Lord cast a demonic spell. After that, he had not seen the Azure Dragon summon lightning bolts. Whisker? Mo-Fan looked around and saw the fallen whisker of the Azure Dragon in a town 4 kilometers away. A large group of corpse-eating bone fishes was trying to devour the Azure Dragon's whisker. The remaining lightning power of the Azure Dragon was on that whisker. It would be difficult to wipe out tens and thousands of Cocklebur clams on the Azure Dragon's tail with just Devil's Lightning. If Mo-Fan could absorb a part of the Azure Dragon's divine lightning, he would be able to wipe out these intractable undeads quickly. "Azure Dragon, I'll get your whisker back, so hold on." The Azure Dragon and Mo-Fan could understand each other, so it knew about Mo-Fan's plan. Its other whisker began to accumulate lightning while waiting for Mo-Fan to get the other whisker back. The corpse-eating bone fishes were a group of low-level undeads. They were similar to the microbes found in nature and could break down any corpse. These corpse-eating bone fish would devour and decompose a body at a high speed. The dragon's whisker was precious. If this group of corpse-eating bone fish ate the Azure Dragon's whisker, they would most probably evolve into Bone Fish King. However, the fine thunder velvet on the whisker had powerful lightning and magnetic force. The corpse-eating bone fishes that approached the whisker were electrocuted and reduced to ashes. Chapter 2885. Soul Shadow, Divine Fire Phoenix. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Mo-Fan walked toward the whisker, the lightning bolts on the thunder velvet subsided. Some corpse-eating bone fishes with strong resistance had started to eat it. Mind, disintegration. The silver eyes flickered. Mo-Fan froze the corpse-eating bone fishes and disassembled the bones of these greedy creatures one after another. Soon, they were only a pile of broken white blocks. Mo-Fan was about to take the whisker away when he felt a chill on his back. His demon bloodline that had always been eager suddenly became calm. The dark vein surged. Mo-Fan turned around and saw a creature with a cold body and 2 whiskers. It was the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Mo-Fan had not expected the Cold Moon Demon Lord to appear beside the Azure Dragon's whisker. Its Eye of the Tide and Eye of the Ocean stared at Mo-Fan coldly, as if they could see through him. Mo-Fan took a deep breath. This was the first time Mo-Fan felt such terror in his demon form. The dark vein changed the hot demon's offensive blood to a defensive state. The demon in his body seemed to be telling him that he could only survive this terrifying creature's stare if he were to remain calm. He wondered who was stronger between the Dark King and the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Mo Fan tried to breathe calmly. The Cold Moon Demon Lord only stared at him for a few seconds, but it felt like decades. Its stare felt like mental torture that would make him collapse at any time. It was similar to the time when Apis accidentally saw the evil ruler's figure. The fear still lingered at the bottom of his heart. Now that he faced it again, the fear grew and spread all over his body and soul. Mo Fan tried not to look at the Eye of the Tide and Eye of the Ocean, but he could not avoid the eyes of the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Its eyes that were always shut were now open for some reason. Its eyes suddenly widened and turned into a still lake. A thin layer of ice sealed the cold lake with countless corpses at the bottom. They all died in different ways. Zhong Kong, Qin Yue, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Mu Ningxue, Zhong Xiaohu, Yi Xinxia. Mo Fan was familiar with all of them. On the cleanest and shallowest part of the lake, Mo Fan saw a face exactly like his. The person was dead, but he must have cried desperately like a child at the last moment of his life. It was the Divine Wood Well. The corpses inside were of all the people he knew well, including those he had fought in many battles. They were all in the well. Mo Fan felt goosebumps erupt on his skin. The Cold Moon Demon Lord searched for everything he cared about, feared, and was afraid to face. Mo Fan still could not figure out what was actually inside the Divine Wood Well. However, it must be a godlike existence close to the Dark King. Could it be that the Cold Moon Demon Lord had also reached an unattainable realm? It was impossible, he told himself. It would never reach such a level. Otherwise, why would it try so hard to gather all the empires in the Pacific Ocean? It was the Ocean Evil Mind. It could spy on people's minds like the godly Horde Prophet. It replicated Mo Fan's memories and turned them into scenes that would break him. He knew the Cold Moon Demon Lord was behind it, but why couldn't he wake up? He was trapped in a nightmare. Even though he was short of breath and struggled, he still could not wake up. Mo Fan felt as if he was pulled into an endless underwater abyss. The cold and heavy water surrounded him. He was thousands of miles away from the light, but he did not know if he could reach the bottom of the lake. It was doomsday. The ocean demons and undeads in the Pudong Ocean area ruled this apocalyptic era. Mo Fan's fire had gone out on the messy battlefield where he had been in demon form just a while ago. The demon pattern slowly faded and revealed his face. However, evil energy still surrounded him and extracted his soul like a ghost. The Cold Moon Demon Lord stood less than 5 meters away from him. Its skirt spread out, and the tips of its whiskers flickered with a strange light. The Eye of the Tide and Eye of the Ocean opened and connected to the whiskers. The heaven-shaking demonic waves that rolled to the skyline fell at a place far from Pudong with a weaker aura than before. The members of the Forbidden Curse Association noticed it in the sky and looked at it. It uses the Eye of the Tide and Eye of the Ocean on Mo Fan. It wants to kill Mo Fan. Councilman Jiyu exclaimed in horror. The heaven-shaking demonic waves were collapsing. Even though the Cold Moon Demon Lord could juggle 2 spells at the same time, the chanting of the heaven-shaking demonic waves was affected because it was casting another powerful demonic spell. We need to think of a way to save him. The members of the Forbidden Curse Association flew toward the small town. The Ocean Queen noticed everything. It sent out undead sound waves and summoned tens and thousands of broken undead smashed by the Azure Dragon. It set them up as the Broken Bone Formation to block the mags of the Forbidden Curse Association. The people of the Forbidden Curse Association could not land on the ground because of the Broken Bone Formation. For a long time, the Cold Moon Demon Lord did not attack any Forbidden Mage because of the ongoing chanting of the heaven-shaking demonic waves, but it intended to strike a fatal blow on Mo Fan. The Cold Moon Demon Lord had understood that Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon could prove to be a threat against its plan. The seal of Azure Dragon on the forehead, which looked like the third eye, suddenly glowed. Many totem patterns appeared in the small seal of the Azure Dragon. Mo Fan's forehead was hot. The sacred light shot at the Cold Moon Demon Lord's closed eyes. The Cold Moon Demon Lord screamed. It was no longer calm and indifferent. It tried to catch Mo Fan. Mo Fan finally woke up. he sensed a blue eye on his glowing forehead, and scorching sacred fire burned in his own eyes. Thanks to you, I got to recall my fear from back then, and now I understand that I should cherish my life. Blue sacred fire burned in Mo Fan's chest. It had killed him with the eye of the tide and eye of the ocean. But that didn't matter. There was a fiery heart in his body. With that fire, his body healed, and he was reborn. His soul had merged with the demon. The demon fire that burned even more vigorously in the desperate situation of death refused to extinguish. The Cold Moon Demon Lord tried to use his past and his fears to kill him. However, it had shaped him into a new being instead. Your tricks are not any better than Medusa's. Mo Fan avoided the Cold Moon Demon Lord's attack. The sacred fire on Mo Fan's body burned even more brightly. In place of the divine flaming Snake King's soul shadow, the divine fire phoenix was spreading its wings on top of the sacred fire. The appearance of the mysterious feather sacred totem beast seemed to be outlined in Mo Fan's demon fire soul shadow. Chapter 2886. The Azure Dragon Breaks Free. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. A blue claw appeared and targeted the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The mysterious feather sacred totem beast soul shadow at Mo Fan's back was not complete. It was not enough to find related totems. However, the afterimage that appeared had an incomparably magnificent aura. The divine fire phoenix had the most powerful flames. The Cold Moon Demon Lord's body turned into icy seawater and escaped through the gap between the Azure Dragon's claws. However, Mo Fan did not intend to let it go that easily. He raised his hands into a prayer pose. The mysterious feather sacred totem beast soul shadow at his back slowly opened the Empyrean fire wings and suddenly attacked the Cold Moon Demon Lord. A few of the Cold Moon Demon Lord's whiskers burned. Its eye of the ocean opened and created an island made of seawater. The island pressed on the Empyrean fire wings and stopped the powerful fire from burning its body. As the Azure Dragon and Mo Fan besieged it, the Cold Moon Demon Lord fled. Mo Fan could feel the viciousness of the evil ruler of the ocean from its eyes. It wished it could turn the misleading memories that Mo Fan had seen into reality to truly break him. Mo Fan sneered. After rescuing the Azure Dragon, the first thing he wanted to do was to kill the ocean evil mind. The Cold Moon Demon Lord retreated, and the Royal Skeleton Queen immediately flew over to guard it. The Cold Moon Demon Lord turned and glanced at the collapsing tides. To kill Mo Fan, who was in the demon form, it concentrated the divine power of the Eye of the Tide on him. It wanted to stop all the chanting and kill Mo Fan first. However, his willpower was far more tenacious than what it had expected. Not only did it fail to kill Mo Fan by inducing a mental breakdown, but it had also delayed the arrival of the tide. It could not afford to be distracted anymore. If it was distracted again, it would delay the arrival of the heaven-shaking demonic waves on this continent. Right now, he could only let Mo Fan take the Azure Dragon's fallen whisker away with him. Mo Fan could feel the enormous divine lightning energy in the whisker. Even though it had not returned to the Azure Dragon, the lightning power it released could kill all the Cocklebur clams. Mo Fan absorbed the lightning power from the Azure Dragon's whisker. Then, he merged it with the space element and created silver-blue lightning chains. Lightning chains had a powerful crushing effect. After they touched a Cocklebur clam, they would quickly turn to the next target and form a chain made of lightning connecting every clam. The silver-blue lightning chains pierced through tens and thousands of Cocklebur clams and turned them into powder. The clams on the soft skin of the Azure Dragon were finally gone, and its tail slowly returned to normal. Bang! The Azure Dragon raised its tail and smashed the undead army. The blue cracks in space branched out like a spider pattern and sucked in the undeads through them. After a few smashes, the cracks in space increased in number. Countless undeads fell into an endless abyss. Mo Fan was in the middle of the undead army. He was looking for the chondral cords that trapped the Azure Dragon. Soon, he found one with brown bone undeads crawling on it. They used their bodies to strengthen the chondral cords. Thousands of undersea withered bone giant generals were at one end of the chondral cord. They acted underworld burlaks and tied a part of the Azure Dragon's body to the ground. Go to hell! Mo Fan raised his hand. The shocking Fire Phoenix wings slanted like a blade. The Fire Phoenix wings injured and killed thousands of Withered Bone Giant generals. Before the Withered Bone Giant generals could escape, Mo Fan jumped to the sky and stepped on a burning fireboat. The fireboat fell from the cloudy sky and smashed the Withered Bone Giant generals. Once the fireboat touched the ground, it exploded, and the detonation engulfed all the Withered Bone Giant generals. The vibration even caused the undead dunes to collapse. Roar! Without the pulling of the Withered Bone Giant generals, the hind claws of the Azure Dragon could finally move. It raised them and broke free from the chondral cords. The powerful hind claws caught the head of the demonic ocean skeleton and crushed it. Fortunately, skeletons could not grow their heads back. Its body sent out a chondral cord again which wrapped around the waist of the Azure Dragon. The tail of the Azure Dragon could move freely, so it didn't give a chance to the demonic ocean skeleton to trap it anymore. The Azure Dragon wagged its tail and sent the demonic ocean skeleton, with a mountain-like body, flying more than 10 kilometers away. Many strong Emperor skeletons fell along the way. Roar! The Azure Dragon vented its anger on the despicable undeads. Every time it wagged its tail, many undeads were crushed to death. Its hind claws caught the dune-like undead army. No creature below Emperor level could escape from its claws. With its neck finally free, the Azure Dragon raised its head and breathed out on the vast undead army. The dragon's breath was real annihilation. The undeads did not leave anything behind and vanished altogether. The undeads were dying. From the moment the ocean undeads came ashore, the army of Ocean Demon had expanded rapidly. However, with the outbreak of the dragon deterrence of the Azure Dragon, the red undead army seemed to have vanished completely. The Azure Dragon did not need to fly. Even on land, it could use its ancient force to wipe out vulnerable undeads without using a single divine spell as long as it had its limbs and claws intact. It attacked all the way back from the Pudong airport. The undeads lost tragically. The Azure Dragon had killed countless undeads by then. The Royal Skeleton Queen could not stay still, and it tried to stop the Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon, the demonic ocean skeleton, is still around. Let's kill it first. Mo Fan stood on the horn of the Azure Dragon once again. The demon joined forces with the Azure Dragon. The weak undeads could not withstand it. Those who wanted to trap the Azure Dragon using the human wave attack would be killed by Mo Fan's lightning hands. Without the restriction of the despicable undeads, the Azure Dragon could kill the skeleton army brutally. A divine beast like the Azure Dragon could crush thousands of undeads even if it just rolled on them. Chapter 2887. Divine Throne of the Undead. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Ocean Queen chased after the Azure Dragon, but the Azure Dragon ignored it. It was not easy to kill the Ocean Queen. However, the demonic ocean skeleton must first pay the price for its previous actions. The Azure Dragon wagged its tail and plowed through the undeads. Its body gradually flew off the ground. It did not fly very high. Its ventral scale flew over the heads of the withered bone undeads. Many ocean undeads retracted their heads, but it was useless. The claw of the Azure Dragon had blue lightning bolts. Wag your tail at the Ocean Queen. Mo Fan looked back and saw that the Ocean Queen was approaching the tail of the Azure Dragon. Mo Fan did not know what evil demonic spell the Royal Skeleton Queen was about to cast. He saw the space around it become dark red like an esophagus of an ancient monster. It was trying to devour the tail of the Azure Dragon. The tail of the Azure Dragon had become more flexible. It swung its tail to the sky and summoned a bolt of golden divine lightning. Boom! The golden divine lightning sent the Ocean Queen flying, and the terrifying esophagus of a monster disappeared. The target of Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon was not the Ocean Queen. The demonic ocean skeleton had not fully regained its consciousness after the attack of the Azure Dragon. Its emperor bones were badly crushed. Mo Fan soon realized the place where the chondral cords appeared had become empty holes, and black blood oozed out. Trap it! Mo Fan hurriedly said to the Azure Dragon when he saw the demonic ocean skeleton trying to escape. The claw of the Azure Dragon touched the ground, and the mountain-like body flew up. The demonic ocean skeleton ran on the corpses of the whited bone undeads. The Azure Dragon slithered in the air like a snake and caught up with the demonic ocean skeleton. It bit the demonic ocean skeleton, but the demonic ocean skeleton was strong. It tried to break free from the Azure Dragon's bite by force, but the Azure Dragon did not give it a chance to escape. The Azure Dragon raised and shook its head, throwing the demonic ocean skeleton to the ground. The Azure Dragon's claw pressed the demonic ocean skeleton to the ground. The ground cracked, and the surface sank a few meters down. The demonic ocean skeleton struggled. It tried to break the claw of the Azure Dragon to escape. However, the Azure Dragon pinned the demonic ocean skeleton with increased force and bit its upper body. Its claw pressed it to the ground, but its head swung up. This wild bite instantly tore the demonic ocean skeleton into two. Blood sprayed out. The scene was gruesome and shocking. The Emperor-level demonic ocean skeleton was completely ripped apart. To prevent its Emperor bones from reassembling, the Azure Dragon deliberately sprayed blue dragon's breath on the Emperor bones. The dragon's breath turned the bones of the demonic ocean skeleton into ashes and wiped out the black blood. The Azure Dragon was still angry. It caught a few Emperor-level skeletons that kicked it when it was down and bit them to death. The Royal Skeleton Queen flew to the sky, and the regathered undead army followed below. The army was as big as a 1,000-meter-high mountain, so they looked particularly frightening on the flat ground. Its amber eyes were full of anger and viciousness. It was because the Azure Dragon had ignored and embarrassed it in front of the undead army. Buzz! A harsh vibration rang in the air. Countless dragon wasps formed a terrifying forest in the sky and surrounded the Ocean Queen and the Netherbone Dragon. The Netherbone Dragon had an evil aura. Its back was made up of the corpses of many Emperor-level creatures. It looked frightening. The Ocean Queen stood on top of the head of the Netherbone Dragon. More and more black bone wasps gathered at its back. The aura of the undeads almost engulfed the entire world. It stared at the Azure Dragon and Mofan resentfully. The undead army smashed by the Azure Dragon gathered again and climbed onto the other undeads. Those wriggling figures made the Red Undead Mountain appear even bigger. The Red Undead Mountain was like a divine throne of the undead. It dragged the Ocean Queen, who rode the Netherbone Dragon. The Cold Moon Demon Lord hovered on top of the Ocean Queen like a moon. Cold lights shone on the messy world with the chanting of the devastating tide. On the other side, the Azure Dragon moved. Its blue mountain-like body was comparable to the Undead Mountain. Its magnificent tail was on the muddy ground, but its horns almost touched the clouds. Mofan stood between the Azure Dragon's horns. The mysterious feather-sacred totem Bee Soul Shadow was on its back and spread out in the fiery glow. The Black Dragon Emperor was suspended beside the Azure Dragon. The Black Dragon Emperor was a giant creature, but it appeared only as big as the Azure Dragon's head. The combination of the Western Dragon with the metallurgical forging made it seem as though the Black Dragon Emperor had been reborn. The Azure Dragon was fearless and took the lead in killing the Cold Moon Demon Lord in the sky. The Ocean Queen immediately rode the Netherbone Dragon and blocked the Azure Dragon. A long skeleton hand came out of the tall red undead mountain below it to grab the Azure Dragon's neck. The metallic Black Dragon Emperor suddenly took a deep breath. Its belly swelled and it spat out a terrifying black fire at the red undead mountain. The long skeleton hand was forced to retract and block the giant fire of the Black Dragon Emperor. The Netherbone Dragon took advantage of it and launched a surprise attack. It wanted to use its sharp thorn to pierce the eye of the Azure Dragon. Mofan flew up and punched out a lifelike divine fire eagle at the Netherbone Dragon. Buzz! Numerous black bone wasps flew toward the divine fire eagle. They relied on a strange evil energy to extinguish Mofan's fire. The demon bloodline could push a certain power to its peak in a short period. Mofan had control of the Chongming divine fire, and Little Flame Bell had the inheritance of the mysterious feather-sacred totem beast. The intensification of the demon bloodline awakened another soul of the sacred totem beast and formed an incomplete soul shadow at Mofan's back. Mofan knew that it was not a complete sacred totem beast. He needed more related totems to trigger its real appearance. However, Mo Fan yearned for this power. He believed that the complete mysterious feather-sacred totem beast could easily burn these bone wasps to crisp. The black-patterned bone wasps were strange. Not only could they eat Mo Fan's fire, but also could devour the fire that the metallic black dragon emperor spat out. Mo Fan carefully observed the Netherbone dragon. The strongest ability of the Netherbone dragon was obviously the black bone wasps attached to it. Chapter 2888. Dragon Wind Hat. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The red undead mountain squirmed again. Many skeleton mountains appeared on the divine throne of the undeads, composed of hundreds and thousands of the undeads. These mountains were comparable to giant bone spears. They pierced outward from the undead mountain from different directions. Some even pierced through the clouds. The mountain bone spears moved toward the Azure dragon. Many necromancers cast a strange demonic spell at the Azure dragon, and something like the fangs of red poisonous snakes pierced into its skin. The number of red poisonous fangs increased. They bit off the sacred totem beast dragon scale from the Azure dragon's body. The mountain bone spears stabbed at the place where the scale had peeled off. A few mountain bone spears had pierced into the skin of the Azure dragon. The Azure dragon moved around the divine throne of the undead. Its claw hit the divine throne and left a big hole. However, many skeletons climbed up from the ground and filled up the hole immediately. The sharp laughter of the Ocean Queen echoed in the sky. It mocked the Azure dragon's attempts. The divine throne of the undead was still getting higher, and the number of the hideous mountain bone spears kept increasing. They were like a fully armed undead pillbox and could shoot out poisonous arrows with corrosive ability from all directions. The Azure dragon could not use its power. If its tail smashed at the divine throne of the undead, the mountain bone spears might pierce through it, too. The divine throne of the undead was meant to deal with a giant creature like the Azure dragon. It kept expanding, as if it wanted to nail the Azure dragon to the divine throne. The Azure dragon kept a distance and moved quickly from a low altitude. It circled the divine throne of the undead while keeping a 5 kilometers distance around it. Its head and tail formed a big blue arc around the divine throne of the undead. After making a full circle, the Azure dragon flew upward. It flew in circles with great speed. Its action created a giant air current, which swept within 5 kilometers of the divine throne of the undead. Then the Azure dragon flew upward again. It was so fast that its figure was a blur. Even when the Azure dragon left the area, the afterimage remained. The Azure dragon continued to fly up in circles at high speed. The Azure dragon's figure seemed to have elongated. An increasingly majestic blue air current formed a trendy hat with the center of the Azure dragon's ascent as its wind axis. The dragon wind hat wrapped the whole divine throne of the undead. The hideous mountain bone spears broke as the dragon wind hat spun violently. The skeletons climbing on the divine throne of the undead got swept into the sky like dust. The sky became cloudy, and skeletons were everywhere. The army of skeletons on the ground also received a destructive blow. The Azure dragon spun in the sky, and the dragon wind hat below became even more terrifying. It felt as if the dragon wind hat would cover the whole Pudong. The terrifying undead mountain was crumbling. The ruler-level undeads at the top collapsed first. Then, the undeads in the middle shattered. Finally, it was the turn of the undeads at the bottom. The bottom was composed of tens and thousands of withered bone undeads. They still could not survive. After a while, the shattered bone fell on the ocean not far away and on the other side of the Hongkou River. The dragon wind hat created by the Azure dragon did not stop. Some small and weak undeads were swept up to the sky and shattered after clashing with the powerful blue air current. The red skeleton flew in the air like a sandstorm. Some fell like hail, and some, like snowflakes. The laughter of the Ocean Queen stopped. As its throne fell, it could no longer fight with the Azure dragon. The Azure dragon was still in the clouds. As it slowly landed, an even more terrifying divine power hit the land. The royal skeleton queen stood among the undead army. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The place where the Azure dragon gazed seemed to crack. A crack rapidly appeared below the Ocean Queen and the undead army. The gap between the crack and the surface reached 60 meters. Except for the Ocean Queen, all the other undeads were red sand in the dragon cracks. The Royal Skeleton Queen trembled. It could not accept the defeat and roared at the Azure Dragon in the sky. The eyes of the Azure Dragon flickered, and it stared at the ground. After sinking for about 60 meters, the dragon crack sank a few dozen meters more. A sponge would become hard after being compressed, let alone a ground full of mud, sand, stones, and rock. The Royal Skeleton Queen could not stand still anymore. It kneeled on the ground. Its kneecap almost shattered. The strange white gauze on its head also disappeared. An evil red light appeared on its body, and its amber eyes gleamed. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the dragon crack of the Azure Dragon. The dragon crack was still sinking. The divine power was too dominating. The skull, as well as other parts of the Royal Skeleton Queen, began to crack. Roar! The Netherbone dragon roared madly. It wanted to save its owner by sending the black-patterned bone wasp toward the Azure Dragon. Mo Fan would not let it disturb the divine power of the Azure Dragon. He was on the back of the metallic Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor spread its wings and flew. It knocked the Netherbone dragon down with its body. Mo Fan jumped off the Black Dragon Emperor before it knocked the Netherbone dragon down. He quickly changed the soul shadow on his back, and the incomplete Empyrean divine fire immediately disappeared. A dark shadow quickly emerged like a giant ghost. It was like a black cloak attached to Mo Fan. Mo Fan threw the black sky cloak to cover the black-patterned bone wasps that flew toward the Azure Dragon. These black-patterned bone wasps were the cause of the plague. They could quickly infect creatures and weaken their power. If the black-patterned bone wasps appeared in the city, they could harm the residents of the city. They were also the Netherbone dragon's strongest ability. The divine power of the Azure Dragon was about to crush the Ocean Queen. Mo Fan must not let the black-patterned bone wasps affect the Azure Dragon's divine power. Chapter 2889. Poisonous Netherbone Dragon. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Cold Moon Demon Lord had stayed in the background, observing everything. However, it could not stay calm anymore. Once the Azure Dragon defeated the Ocean Queen, it would lose its strongest protection. After all, the members of the Forbidden Curse Association had restrained other Emperor-level ocean demons, so they could not stop the Azure Dragon. It opened its eyes. However, they were not the eye of the tide and the eye of the ocean but the eyes on its face. The ghost whiskers under it opened slowly like octopus tentacles, and a strange electric light shone on these whiskers. The strange light got intense and almost made its body transparent. The strange light flowed in its body like glowing blood and finally flowed to its brain. Its brain and eyes radiated a dazzling brilliance like the sun and the moon. The brilliance did not illuminate the entire world. Like a track light, it only illuminated the Netherbone dragon and the bone wasps. The body of the Netherbone dragon seemed to be absorbing the evil mind light. Its broken bones recovered quickly, its wings expanded, and its skeleton body had suddenly become stronger. Its body had grown terrifyingly sharp horns. Those horns and thorns could kill anything. The group of bone wasps also began to transform with the illumination from the evil mind light. In a few seconds, they turned from a group of black-patterned bone wasps to a group of black-patterned iron-blooded dragon wasps. There were many bone wasps, and they had strong phagocytosis, infecting ability, and cooperation skills. Now that each bone wasp had the bloodline of the real underworld dragon, they had stronger wings, stings, bones, and toxicity. A black-patterned iron-blooded dragon wasp could harm a small town easily, let alone a group of black-patterned iron-blooded dragon wasps. Mo Fan's black sky cloak could not cover these evolutionary dragon wasps. They flew toward the Azure Dragon rapidly. They would sacrifice their lives to pierce and sting the Azure Dragon. After all, the Black Dragon Emperor in magic armor was not the real Black Dragon Emperor. With the evolution of the Netherbone dragon, the Black Dragon Emperor in magic armor was severely hurt. It could no longer withstand the terrifying attack of this evil underworld dragon. Mo Fan anxiously looked at the Black Dragon Emperor in magic armor and the group of black-patterned iron-blooded dragon wasps flying toward the Azure Dragon. Black Dragon Emperor, come back. You have tried your best. Mo Fan used the Soul Seal to recall the soul of the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor could no longer fight against the Netherbone dragon, so there was no need to let it lose its soul in defeat. The metal was removed and turned into pieces of black armor. It flew to Mo Fan and turned into a black dragon suit on Mo Fan's body. Although the soul of the black dragon had gone, Mo Fan could feel that this magic outfit still contained a large amount of power of the black dragon. It gave Mo Fan a glimmer of hope because it felt like the Black Dragon Emperor had still got his back. Mo Fan had an extraordinary physique because of the demon element. Now that he had a suit made of the black dragon's armor, he believed he would not lose when dealing with the Netherbone dragon. The black dragon wings spread, and a black fire burned all over it. As Mo Fan flew, the wings with black fire made him look like a black missile soaring into the sky. The fire accompanied Mo Fan. The black dragon wings and the outline of the fire phoenix wings dyed the sky red. Mo Fan rushed to the group of dragon wasps and slaughtered them with the demon's power. The fusion magic increased the destructive ability of several elemental magic, such as silver lightning, black fire, and red sandstorm. Even though the dragon wasps had evolved, they still could not withstand Mo Fan's attack. One after another iron-blooded dragon wasps died in the air. The dense black clouds they formed kept getting smaller. Roar! The roar of the Netherbone dragon echoed from a few hundred meters away. The Netherbone dragon, which had also evolved, was even more frightening than before. Its target was Mo Fan, and it was now flying toward him. As soon as the Netherbone dragon arrived, the black-patterned iron-blooded dragon wasps that Mo Fan had injured seemed to regenerate and become more aggressive. The group of dragon wasps put their lives at risk and stabbed Mo Fan. Mo Fan was wearing dragon armor, so he could withstand some attacks. However, such rapid attacks could threaten his life. Roar! The Netherbone dragon was cunning. It attacked Mo Fan, knowing that the Azure dragon would come to his rescue. However, the moment Azure dragon came out of the clouds, the Netherbone dragon flew past Mo Fan and rushed toward the Azure dragon's neck. There was still a wound on the Azure dragon's neck, which the Cold Moon Demon Lord had inflicted. The Netherbone dragon was a powerful and unparalleled poisonous dragon bee. It pulled out the poisonous sting at its bottom and fiercely stabbed the Azure dragon. Roar! The Azure dragon roared. The poisonous sting pierced into its wound. The dark red poison spread along the Azure dragon's neck. The divine power of the dragon crack subsided. The Ocean Queen, which the crack had almost tortured to pieces, was finally free. It trembled like an old 80-year-old woman but still managed to escape from the dragon crack. The Azure dragon was angry. It slightly lowered its head and used its horns to smash the poisonous Netherbone dragon. The poisonous Netherbone dragon fell straight to the ground. Its bones broke apart, but it was still alive. After a while, it got up again and let out a strange cry. Its cry seemed to be calling to something. Previously, the Ocean Queen had called the skeletons with black patterns, many of which were dismantled from the powerful ruler-level undeads. This time, the Netherbone dragon seemed to be calling those shattered skeletons to strengthen its body. Mo Fan thought there were still some unawakened black-patterned skeletons. However, the poisonous Netherbone dragon ordered those black-patterned iron-blooded dragon wasps to attack the ruler-level undeads. The bone of origin of the ruler-level undeads would develop the black patterns after the dragon wasps stung them. The dragon wasps attacked many undeads. As more ruler-level undeads were infected with black-patterned bones, these black-patterned bones flew toward the Netherbone dragon so that it could transform again. What kind of demonic spell did the Cold Moon Demon Lord cast to make a summoned Emperor-level creature even more terrifying than the Ocean Queen? Chapter 2890. The Plague Ruler. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The black-patterned dragon wasp was unstoppable. Many ruler-level ocean undead were scattered among the undead army, especially those that were newly born on China's continental shelf. The other ruler-level ocean undead were more experienced and possessed a certain level of intelligence. They were aware that the Netherbone dragon would devour them if they were infected by the black-patterned dragon wasp. However, the undead from China's continental shelf lacked intelligence. They were like newborn undeads with only the instincts to hunt and gather. The black-patterned dragon wasp pierced into the skulls of the undead from China's continental shelf with its sting. An evil black mark appeared behind the ruler-level undead skulls. The black mark spread throughout the undead's body rapidly like a disease. The undead changed from red to black. The strong smell of sickness came from within its bones. It was horrifying. The black-patterned dragon wasp not only targeted the undead, but also the powerful ocean demons. When it stung the living ocean demons, their flesh and organs turned purulent, as though they were covered in mud and water. Their flesh and organs fell off their bodies and they turned into evil black bones. The Netherbone dragon flew past them from above. The black bones flew toward the Netherbone dragon like irons to magnet and repaired its shattered parts. They also added venomous horns and spikes to it. For a moment, the sky was filled with the Netherbone dragon's necrotic gas. The evil aura covered the Pudong area for a short moment before spreading rampantly through the city like a swarm of insects. An undead rat appeared from a pile of carcasses. It was made up of black and hideous bones. Even though it was small in stature, the necrotic gas spilling out of it was terrifying. More undead rats gushed out from the piles of corpses. Their greedy eyes sparkled like emeralds in a dark pool. There were too many of them. Flap, 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 flap. Undead flies hovered in the sky. They came from the ocean demons that were rotting. The undead flies flew toward the dense epidemic clouds to make them bigger. Undead rats, undead flies, and the black-patterned dragon wasp. The Netherbone dragon had become the embodiment of all the plagues in this world. It had summoned 2 other great armies. It became even more powerful. It could even stay independent of the Ocean Queen and become the new ruler of the Plague Empire. The Azure dragon's sacred totem light failed to dispel the terrifying epidemic clouds. On the other side of Hongkou River, light element mags constructed walls of light. They were aware of how much devastation the creatures within the epidemic clouds could bring to humans. What the hell is the Cold Moon Demon Lord doing? Mo Fan glanced at it before looking at the transformed Netherbone dragon. It had not been easy for the Azure dragon to wound the Ocean Queen. They thought they had successfully stopped the Cold Moon Demon Lord from chanting, but little did they know that the Netherbone dragon underwent transformation twice in a row. Mo Fan, Councilman Gu and the Forbidden Mags were nearby. "We'll join forces against the Netherbone dragon," said Chief Shu. "Retreat and go to the river to stop the undead rats and undead flies. No matter what, you must stop them from flooding into the city," said Mo Fan. "I'm afraid that the Azure dragon and you will have difficulty holding back these creatures. Besides, the Azure dragon is severely wounded," said Councilman Gu with concern. The Azure dragon's neck was stung by the Netherbone dragon's poisonous tail. The long sting was just under its neck. It was unlikely that the Azure dragon could stir up a powerful hurricane like before. The poison would spread throughout its body and affect the Azure dragon's ability. "We've cut the connection between the Ocean Queen and its undead from China's continental shelf. The Lingyan monk has cast his spell. The undead from China's continental shelf will collapse soon. By then, they will pose little threat to us. We'll stand guard over the river to give citizens sufficient time to evacuate. After that, we will leave so that we won't end up perishing in this place," said Councilman Gu. The Azure dragon had severely wounded the Ocean Queen, which was very crucial for their survival. This allowed the members from the Forbidden Curse Association to complete their decimation plan to reduce the undead's threat over time. Still, their reaction had been a little slow. If they had reacted to it before the Netherbone dragon's transformation, there would have been fewer terrifying enemies, including the plague ruler that threatened the citizens' lives. The plague creatures were different from usual demons. Regardless of how the demons roamed about the land or attacked the people, as long as they were killed, they could not regenerate. But the plague creatures were contagious. They lived in the city sewers and on daily items that most migrants frequently used. They produced garbage. A tiny undead rat or undead fly could infect a large group of people. Furthermore, if they failed to control the epidemic, it would result in more infected creatures and cause more deaths. Even if they did not die from the plague or the war, the people would eventually fall sick and suffer in pain. It was a torture to those who were already going through a difficult time. The undeads were scary. But the plague was terrifying. An undead plague was the world's most terrifying thing. It could wipe out any horde in a single blow. The waves are coming. Mo Fan pointed at the high skyline waves. The entire Pudong was covered by a rainstorm. The rainstorm did not come from the sky, it came horizontally from the ocean. Was it a horizontal sweeping rainstorm, he wondered. When they looked up, they saw that the horizon and the skyline had been engulfed by the massive waves. The heaven-shaking demonic waves were even more monstrous than it appeared to be. It looked as if the other side of the world had drowned. It was dark and depressing. They turned to the other side and saw that it engulfed souls. The people were unable to fight back and sank into their deepest fears. They lost their mobility and their ability to think. They were paralyzed on the ground and waited for the inevitable doomsday. Once the heaven-shaking demonic waves reached them, more than half the people were trapped. They couldn't migrate. Moreover, the ocean demon army was in their way. The magic city and its citizens would sink to the bottom of the ocean. All battles and efforts would be meaningless if they couldn't crush the eye of the tide. "We've no way out," Councilman Gu let out a sigh. "We don't have any other choice," said Mo Fan. Chief Zhu nodded. He did not plan to retreat. If he failed to destroy the eye of the tide, his previous effort and perseverance would be meaningless. He decided to fight the Cold Moon Demon Lord to death. He was a light element forbidden mage and could inflict damage to the epidemic most effectively. Just then, he noticed an enormous segment of the ancient wall on the north through his peripheral vision. It looked like an ancient war fortress flying toward him. Chief Zhu was stunned. He asked Mo Fan, "Are they sending help?" Mo Fan turned to see a familiar segment of the green walls. They were flying toward the Azure dragon. The seal on its forehead was like an eye glowing in divinity and giving out heat. Chapter 2891. The Azure Dragon vs the Demon Lord. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ancient wall flew toward the Azure dragon and repaired the missing parts on its body. The sacred totem beast scale was perfected and glowed even more brilliantly after the ancient wall repaired the missing parts. The Azure dragon scale radiated a layer of sacred gold ripples. Its scales dazzled. With the addition of the ancient wall segment, the Azure dragon soul was free. The ancient walls, sentry towers, beacon towers, and walls that flew to the Azure dragon glowed in sacred totem beast divinity. The Azure dragon appeared more lifelike and projected an imposing aura. Mo Fan glanced at Hongkou River. He saw the black totem turtle and the moon moth phoenix. He also spotted Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu, Zhong Slouhu, and the others. It looked like they were the ones who had summoned the sea walls made up of divine walls to repair the Azure dragon's missing parts. Mo Fan was over the moon. It was the perfect time to replenish the Azure dragon's health energy. The Azure dragon, with sacred ripples, glowed in unique divine light. The poisonous sting on its throat fell off. The poison that had spread through its body was slowly disappearing. It did not take long before the Azure dragon recovered its former magnificence. Mo Fan hopped onto its horns and fixed his gaze on the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The Cold Moon Demon Lord was on the back of the Netherbone dragon. It continued to summon the destructive heaven-shaking demonic waves with the eye of the tide. Time was running out. The heaven-shaking demonic waves would reach the magic city in less than 2 hours. The heaven-shaking demonic waves' terrifying aura could inflict unimaginable damage to the coasts near the East Ocean. They had to stop it while it was still on the high sea. Roar! The Azure dragon was surrounded by sacred ripples. It charged toward the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The Cold Moon Demon Lord opened the eyes on its face. A wicked, bone-chilling light glinted in its eyes. It gave up the eye of the ocean that caused the pouring of waterfall onto the magic city and targeted the Azure dragon. For a moment, a frightening ocean whirlpool appeared in the sky above Pudong. The whirlpool was massive and looked like a city made up of liquid. The Azure Dragon appeared small before the whirlpool. The Cold Moon Demon Lord had extensive and powerful evil spells. Each of its spells was capable of inflicting damage that was as severe as the end of the world. The Azure Dragon tried to break itself free of the ocean whirlpool. The sacred ripple surrounded its body. The gold ripples that resembled a swimming dragon flashed and spread throughout its body to shake the ocean whirlpool apart. The Netherbone dragon hid itself within the ocean whirlpool. It raised its head and struck at the Azure Dragon's jaw with the plague horn on its forehead. Mo Fan jumped down from the Azure Dragon's horn. He summoned Black Dragon Kick. The soul shadow on his back transformed into an enormous black dragon. It was as huge as a mountain range. He trampled on the Netherbone dragon with his heavy weight. He crippled the Netherbone dragon's ambush. His trample was impactful. The poisonous horn on its forehead cracked. When Mo Fan trampled on the Netherbone dragon, the Cold Moon Demon Lord floated in the sky. It stretched its body whiskers toward Mo Fan like claws. Mo Fan focused on it and realized that the Cold Moon Demon Lord's body whiskers flashed with multicolored lightning. When its body whiskers danced in an order, Mo Fan thought he was looking at a kaleidoscope of colorful worlds. They were remarkable. By the time Mo Fan returned to his senses, the Cold Moon Demon Lord's whiskers that resembled a kaleidoscope were right before him. He felt the necrotic gases almost suffocate him. He quickly traveled through space element to break free and kept a distance from the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The Cold Moon Demon Lord looked disappointed. It had failed to kill Mo Fan yet again. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon successfully broke free of the ocean whirlpool. It charged at the Cold Moon Demon Lord with its claws. The Cold Moon Demon Lord avoided it like a flying spirit. The multicolored evil whiskers were soft and light like fibers, and it was difficult to grab them. With these whiskers, the Cold Moon Demon Lord moved freely in the sky and avoided attacks effortlessly. Azure Dragon, keep a close watch on it. I'll take on the Netherbone dragon, said Mo Fan to the Azure Dragon. Mo Fan was in demon form. He dared not clash head-on with the Cold Moon Demon Lord. This was not his first time being affected by its necrotic gases. It was best to leave that monster to the Azure Dragon. It was clear that the Cold Moon Demon Lord did not want to tangle with the Azure Dragon any longer. However, it was left with very few powerful ocean demons to fight for it. It had no choice but to confront the Azure Dragon itself. The Azure Dragon was a sacred totem beast. It was immune to the Cold Moon Demon Lord's godly evil mind attack. The Cold Moon Demon Lord failed to manipulate the Azure Dragon's mentality, thus it found it wasting its time continuing to fight the Azure Dragon to get it tired. Moreover, with the Azure Dragon's current ability, it could threaten the Cold Moon Demon Lord's life. The Cold Moon Demon Lord's eye of the ocean flashed. It could not cast the evil spell of pouring water onto the magic city. Therefore, it kept changing its position with the help of its bizarre whiskers. The Azure Dragon, on the other hand, coiled its body around the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Roar! The Azure Dragon spat a green dragon hurricane with sacred ripples. The green dragon hurricane moved toward the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The Cold Moon Demon Lord's multicolored and magnificent whiskers spread out like layers of oil paper umbrellas layered on top of each other. When the dragon hurricane struck it, it somehow changed the direction of the wind. The Azure Dragon tried another attack. It aimed its horns at the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Its horns glowed in sacred light. It became enormous. It charged at the Cold Moon Demon Lord with its dazzling horns. The Cold Moon Demon Lord twisted its body. It withdrew its multicolored whiskers and vanished suddenly. A strange coral thorn appeared on the Azure Dragon's back. The Cold Moon Demon Lord appeared on top of the coral thorn. It held the coral blood demonic thorn with both of its hands. Its arms were so powerful as if it had absorbed the power of thunder. It wrapped around the Azure Dragon's body with its whiskers. The Cold Moon Demon Lord looked like a dragon slayer. It rode on the Azure Dragon's back and stabbed the coral blood demonic thorn into the Azure Dragon's back ruthlessly before slashing it all the way to its waist. The Azure Dragon's blood gushed out. The Azure Dragon shook its body and flung the Cold Moon Demon Lord away. The wound on the Azure Dragon's back was gruesome. It did not care about its pain and chased after the Cold Moon Demon Lord. It grabbed the Cold Moon Demon Lord with its front claws and tore it apart. Several of the Cold Moon Demon Lord's whiskers broke. Its blood which gushed out from the wounds were sticky and silvery. Groan! The Cold Moon Demon Lord let out a shrill cry. The whiskers that connected to its eye of the ocean rose and struck the Azure Dragon's head. When it struck, the sky was ripped with holes, and endless icy cold sea water gushed out of those holes. It looked as if the other side of the space was a planet of an alternate dimension. When the Cold Moon Demon Lord shattered the alternate dimension wall, the sea water from the planet gushed out at the Azure Dragon. Chapter 2892. The Eye of the Ocean. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan fought the Netherbone dragon at a lower altitude. Little did he know that a massive influx of seawater planet gushed toward him from his back. It was hard to imagine there was such a scary spell in this world. It made all living creatures appear like tiny ants before such a spell. They did not stand a chance to fight back. When the seawater planet swept the Azure Dragon to the Pudong Sea area, the Azure Dragon wrapped its tail around Mo Fan to protect him. It was a fierce tide. Even though the Azure Dragon was the size of a mountain range, it, too, was washed into the ocean. Fortunately, the Oriental Sacred Dragon was different from a common dragon. The Oriental Sacred Dragon could swim in the water. It could swim as fast as it flew in the sky. Manipulating the ocean was one of Azure Dragon's many abilities. After they were washed up on the East Ocean, the Azure Dragon's fins on its back manipulated the movement of the ocean. It summoned layer upon layer of ocean waves and stacked up a majestic ocean mountain. The ocean mountain was several thousand meters tall. Its diameter was more than 10 kilometers. It looked as if the East Ocean had soared into the sky in a single glance. It was a shocking sight to behold. The ocean mountain finally stopped the Cold Moon Demon Lord seawater planet. Mo Fan hid within the Azure Dragon's tail. He felt dizzy. It was appalling and confusing just what kind of monster the Cold Moon Demon Lord was. Each evil spell it cast was 10 times stronger than a forbidden mage's. If it had not been for the fact that the sacred Totem Azure Dragon protected him, Mo Fan would have died a long time ago. He was still in demon form. But he was akin to a child before the Cold Moon Demon Lord. It could kill him with ease. Cork! 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 The Netherbone dragon was with them wherever they went. It wanted to infect the Azure Dragon with its plague curse. However, since the Azure Dragon was surrounded by sacred ripples, the Netherbone dragon had difficulty inflicting damage. Hence, it decided to target Mo Fan. The vast sea area was 100 kilometers away from Hongkou River and the Magic City. The dark and depressing heaven-shaking demonic waves continued to advance from the far side of the East Ocean. There was a large number of ocean demon hordes gathering on the surface of the sea. The creatures had heads that resembled a lizard, and their bodies resembled a shark. They were covered in blue scales. They were armored. They wielded metal weapons. Many unknown ocean demons had appeared. The grand arrival of the heaven-shaking demonic waves would open the frontier. They wanted to celebrate the occasion. They looked forward to it. They would cover the areas where the heaven-shaking demonic waves traversed. Of course, these ocean demon hordes were nothing to the Azure Dragon. With the Azure Dragon's presence in the sea area, the ocean demons dared not make a move. They did not want to be affected by the two godly-level creatures. They stayed as far as they could and deliberately left a vast sea area for the two to fight each other. The fight between Mo Fan and the Netherbone dragon was like a battle between God and the devil. The ocean demon hordes offshore were killed as a result of the fight. Mo Fan cast Demon's Lightning. His Demon's Lightning spread all over the sea surface. Thousands of servant-class and warrior-level Scarlet Demons were killed. Their corpses floated above the sea. The Netherbone dragon was brutal. It released its black-patterned dragon wasps and transformed the ocean demon hordes into corpses on the water to absorb more necrotic gases and increase the level of poisons for each of its poisonous thorns. This was the difference between demons and humans. Under catastrophic situations, the Mags united and fought back using defensive magic to reduce the level of fatality. Ocean demons, on the other hand, lacked such conscience. They were killed before they could escape from the mishap. They were either killed by Mo Fan's firepower in his demon form, the Azure Dragon's ocean-shaking waves, or the Cold Moon Demon Lord's terrifying tumbling ocean. The Cold Moon Demon Lord was merciless. Each of its evil spells was powerful and boundless. The Azure Dragon and Mo Fan were swept to the east and farther away from the city and the land. The Azure Dragon was aware that the Cold Moon Demon Lord's Eye of the Ocean was very powerful. The Azure Dragon's ability to control the ocean was inferior to it. The Azure Dragon was exhausted after holding on for some time. "It wants to sweep us into the East Ocean and drown us," said Mo Fan. The Cold Moon Demon Lord's spells relied heavily on the ocean. It had powerful control over the ocean. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon could only summon wind and rain. It could soar into the sky and swim in the ocean. The Cold Moon Ocean Demon used the ocean as its weapon. Each of its attacks was likened to a doomsday catastrophe. The Azure Dragon was forced deeper into the ocean. Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon had unknowingly left offshore. Even though they were on China's continental shelf, there was a sea slope. It was an area where the sea level dropped significantly. The seawater was extremely deep. The Azure Dragon tried to fly into the sky many times. But the Cold Moon Demon Lord's powerful Eye of the Ocean stirred up the ocean surface, causing the ocean to surge and tumble. The Cold Moon Demon Lord made use of each drop of seawater as its weapon to attack the Azure Dragon. As the Azure Dragon's mighty body was restricted by the seawater, as if it could be dragged down into the ocean abyss at any time. Splash! The Azure Dragon drowned. Mo Fan was covered by the strong and fierce tide. Mo Fan found underwater combat to be more difficult. He could only cast shadow, space, and chaos element magic. If he cast lightning element magic, the creatures under the ocean could not sense the lightning element magic in the sky, thus the effect of his lightning element magic on them would be affected. The Cold Moon Demon Lord finally forced the Azure Dragon to its territory where the Cold Moon Demon Lord could fight best. The ocean was several hundred kilometers in circumference and had an average depth of 500 meters. It was a perfect battlefield for the Cold Moon Demon Lord to cast its evil spell. It laughed. Its laughter transmitted to Mo Fan's head. He felt like it was mocking him. It can get us in such a mess by using its Eye of the Ocean alone. Mo Fan felt helpless. Even though the Azure Dragon had sacred ripples, it was suppressed when confronting the Cold Moon Ocean Demon. The Azure Dragon swam in the ocean. A terrifying black hole appeared behind it and tried to suck it in. Only God knew what type of demonic abyssal sea prison was on the other side of the black hole. "Dive down and go to the bottom of the ocean," Mo Fan said to the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon trusted Mo Fan unconditionally. It shook its body and swam like a snake into the depths of the ocean. The bottom of the ocean and the land in this area sloped downward. As they moved eastward, they went deeper into the ocean before reaching the true deep sea area. The Cold Moon Demon Lord and the Netherbone Dragon went after them. They did not intend to forego the chance to kill the Azure Dragon and Mo Fan. The Cold Moon Demon Lord's evil spell was not affected in the bottom of the icy cold and dark ocean. Its Eye of the Ocean moved around like a wheel. For a moment, the bottom of the ocean was stirred up. Gravels and mud flew everywhere. Chapter 2893. Black Flame Magic Armor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Don't stay inside the water, go deeper. We're going to the rock layer crack at the bottom of the ocean. Mo Fan said with a great sense of urgency after he noticed the ocean shaking violently. The Azure Dragon swung its tail vigorously and banged against the big crack at the bottom of the ocean with its indestructible dragon horns. The Azure Dragon's body was extremely hard. To it, the rock surface was no different than mud. Moreover, it possessed earth element magic, so it could easily break the hard rock at the bottom of the ocean. After they burrowed into the rock stratum, the sea area above them blasted off. Terrifying ocean waves struck them. The rocks under the ocean were shattered into powder. The Azure Dragon dived deeper. The rocks at the bottom of the ocean were thicker and harder. The Azure Dragon had to slow down its pace. At the very least, they managed to avoid the destructive ocean waves. "They're coming after us." Mo Fan looked up. The world under the ocean was pitch black. He sensed the necrotic gas and aura of sickness from above. He also sensed the evil aura that belonged to the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The rock stratum was not completely solid. Some of them resembled a cave. The rock stratum collapsed because of the terrifying and destructive waves. When they went deeper, the rock stratum became increasingly dense, like hard rocks at the bottom of the ocean. The Azure Dragon had to use more strength to smash the rocks. Moreover, the Cold Moon Demon Lord and the Netherbone Dragon were after them. They brought along seawater and poured it into the depths of the cracked rocks. Spectacular waterfalls appeared in the rocky world under the ocean. When the icy cold seawater was poured into the rock veins, a large amount of white gas gushed up. "There it is." Mo Fan was delighted and quickly turned the Azure Dragon to head toward the area with white gas. The Azure Dragon crushed the black rocks under the ocean. Extreme heat gushed out of the cracks. They saw flashes of red. The light illuminated the pitch-black rocky world under the ocean. The next moment, flaming red liquid in high temperature gushed out from the crack. It spread because of the Azure Dragon smashing. Red lava flowed like streams and covered the black rock stratum area. It was a massive volcano under the ocean. It contained lava. The scale of the lava was as large as Westlake in Hangzhou. This would undoubtedly improve Mo Fan's strength. The rock stratum had blocked most of the seawater. Regardless of how fierce the movement of the seawater was, their impact weakened because of the heavy rocks. Moreover, the rock stratum was connected to the land. It was a sacred place with pure earth element. It was Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon's territory. The Cold Moon Demon Lord and the Netherbone Dragon had caught up with them. Mo Fan stretched out and bit the back of his hand. His teeth sank into his blood vessels. His warm demon's blood flowed out and dropped on the ocean dike. His blood was absorbed as soon as it touched the rocks. The blood droplets made the rocks glow even more, like a rare metal that had been quenched by a furnace. It dazzled and became scorching hot. Wrath of the Earth's crust, black flame heavy armor. Mo Fan created a covenant with the Earth's crust with his blood. The searing hot rock veins shook violently. Mo Fan was wrapped by countless black flame rocks. The rocks were as big as a building. They became his earth-heavy armor. Mo Fan changed from a tiny person to a gigantic figure. He was transformed into a heavily armored demon empowered by the ocean rock veins. The earth-heavy armor was more powerful than when it was under the Kingdom of Sand's influence. The heavy rocks that supported the ocean made him look even more stout and imposing. He absorbed the underground lava that was as big as West Lake. The powerful lava under the ocean became a part of Mo Fan's earth-heavy armor. Each piece of rock that made up the heavy armor exuded an aura of evil black flame that came from underground. Black flame heavy armor demon. Mo Fan felt the ocean lava flowing in his body. The lava made him invincible. Meanwhile, the ocean rock veins gave him a super powerful demonic body to fight the Emperor-level ocean demons. Roar! The Azure Dragon seemed to have regained its vitality under the ocean rocky world. It shook its body and charged at the Cold Moon Demon Lord and the Netherbone Dragon with its dragon horns. Mo Fan had become an enormous god in the underground. He could no longer stand between the Azure Dragon's horns. Hence, he rode on its back. He raised his hand. He was ablaze in black flame. He wielded a long and huge blade of the black flame. The blade contained the power of the earth and the lava. The Azure Dragon lunged at the arrogant Netherbone Dragon with its dragon horns and sent it flying backwards. Mo Fan, on the other hand, aimed at the Cold Moon Demon Lord's head with his blade of the black flame. He slashed it with his earth and fire elements magic that had the most destructive effect. The slash split the bottom of the ocean into a huge gorge. The sea area above his head was split into half. The Cold Moon Demon Lord did not avoid his attack. A few of its whiskers were cut off. Mo Fan had targeted the Cold Moon Demon Lord's tail whisker that was connected to its Eye of the Tide. Unfortunately, its tail whisker was much more powerful than its other whiskers. Mo Fan did not give up. It was a chance hard to come by to be able to inflict severe damage on the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The Cold Moon Demon had driven Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon to the bottom of the ocean. It had not expected the two to use the ocean rock veins to counterattack. It was slightly nervous as it held off Mo Fan's blade of the black flame. The Cold Moon Demon Lord did not expect Mo Fan's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. His black flame heavy armor was so powerful that it threatened the Cold Moon Demon Lord. "Bite it," said Mo Fan to the Azure Dragon. This was a rare opportunity. The Cold Moon Demon Lord tried to kill the Azure Dragon so that no one could stop it when it ruled the land. Hence, it showed no mercy in chasing after them. Even though Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon were at the bottom of the ocean, the Cold Moon Demon Lord had insisted on pursuing them. If only the Cold Moon Demon Lord realized the rock stratum and the underground lava were beneficial to Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon, it would have fled without hesitation. This was the area where the Cold Moon Demon Lord's Eye of the Ocean was suppressed slightly. But once it returned to the ocean, the Azure Dragon would be no match for it. They had to finish their battle here. Mo Fan would not allow the Cold Moon Demon Lord to leave the rock veins. He would not allow it to leave the primary underground lava. The Azure Dragon and Mo Fan understood each other. The Azure Dragon ignored the Netherbone Dragon. It decided to coil up and trap the Cold Moon Demon Lord instead. Regardless of how much damage the Cold Moon Demon Lord could inflict on it, the Azure Dragon would not let go of it this time. Mo Fan lifted his blade and aimed at the Cold Moon Demon Lord's tail whisker which held its Eye of the Tide. He was ablaze in brilliant black flame. It was a symbol of his determination. Chapter 2894. Break the Tail of the Eye of the Tide. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Cold Moon Demon Lord was illuminated in blue demonic light. Its body and whiskers became as hard as diamonds. When Mo Fan slashed it with his blade of the black flame, his earth-heavy armor shattered and cracked with the impact. He felt his bones aching and becoming numb. Mo Fan wondered what bizarre demonic spell the Cold Moon Demon Lord had cast on him. Nevertheless, he had no other option. His blade of the black flame cracked. Mo Fan resummoned it. Black lava shot out from its crack, making it look as if a dozen volcanoes had erupted simultaneously. Mo Fan could bring out the best of the black flame heavy armor in demon form, but he felt that the Covenant was not strong enough. The Earth Blood Covenant. He would become more powerful by shedding more blood. No matter what, he had to cut off the Cold Moon Demon Lord's Eye of the Tide this time. He cut his palm with the blade of the black flame, like an ancient martial artist paying his respect in a special way. He used his own blood to show his innermost sincerity. Blood spilled out of Mo Fan's hand. He activated his dark pulse to speed up the flow of the blood so that the blood reached his arm and poured onto the surface of the ley line through his palm. The ocean occupied 70% of the world. It was as if the ocean was the world's foundation. The rock stratum was the world's core. The rocks below the surface were unimaginably massive. All living creatures just lived on the rock surface. At that moment, Mo Fan spilled his blood onto the ley lines that spanned for tens, hundreds, and thousands of kilometers. The ley lines in the ocean were even vast. Mo Fan was aware that he could only use a very small portion of the ley lines with the Earth Blood Covenant. As long as he could obtain it, it was capable of destroying everything. The ley lines in the ocean were all pitch black and cold. However, the ley lines boiled and burned. Black flame gushed out from the cracks. The flame grew stronger. They came from Mo Fan's blood of the demon that was filled with fire and arrogance. The dark ocean world turned into a sky of intense black flames. The dense black flame pistol flew toward Mo-Fan and ignited his massive and majestic heavy armor. The ley lines looked like a black sun, and there was a demon holding the blade of the black flame in the middle of the sun. The demon slashed the Cold Moon Demon Lord's icy cold diamond body. Swoosh! The Netherbone dragon was eager to save its master. When it saw Mo-Fan slash at the Cold Moon Demon Lord with his blade of the black flame, the Netherbone dragon flew toward the Cold Moon Demon Lord to defend it. Mo-Fan cut the Netherbone dragon's jagged bone with his blade of the black flame. His black flame remained strong even in the icy cold world. Irrespective of the Netherbone dragon's sudden appearance to defend its master, he continued to slash at the Cold Moon Demon Lord. The Cold Moon Demon Lord's blue lights dimmed. Its icy cold diamond body shattered like glass before turning into countless meteors and shooting into the surrounding rocks. Just then, a terrifying icy cold recoil immediately struck back. Mo-Fan was sent flying away. His heavy armor collapsed like a building. Mo-Fan was shocked. He had given his all. He had transformed into ultimate demon form. He had believed that the blade of the black flame could kill all Emperor-level creatures. To his horror, he had only broken the Cold Moon Demon Lord's defense only to end up being thrown back and injured. How powerful is the Cold Moon Demon Lord, he wondered. Roar! The Azure dragon roared. It found the falling Cold Moon Demon Lord in the middle of the black flame. The Azure dragon aggressively bit the Cold Moon Demon Lord's eye of the tide. The Cold Moon Demon Lord had not recovered its senses from Mo-Fan's attack. The Azure dragon approached it suddenly, and it did not have time to cast its demonic spell. The Azure dragon was as resolute as Mo-Fan. Even though the Cold Moon Demon Lord's whiskers over its body unleashed destructive light, the Azure dragon clung to its tail whisker which held the eye of the tide. Slash! The Azure dragon bit off the Cold Moon Demon Lord's tail whisker. For a moment, the ocean lay lines, and the ocean itself shook. It was as if the whole world trembled along with the Cold Moon Demon Lord's eye of the tide. Mo-Fan's bones shattered because of the recoil. He was in excruciating pain. He couldn't even move a finger. However, he was over the moon after he saw the Azure dragon bite off the Cold Moon Demon Lord's tail whisker which held its eye of the tide. Cork! 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 The ley lines turned icy cold unexpectedly. The rock surface condensed with cold diamond frost. Breaking the Cold Moon Demon Lord's tail whisker did not seem to threaten its life. Instead, Mo-Fan sensed its unusual aura, and the aura spread profusely. A bone-chilling evil aura in the ocean rapidly suppressed the dazzling and scorching rocks, as well as the black flame that covered the ley lines. The Azure dragon sensed something. It quickly grabbed Mo-Fan with its hind claws and fled the ocean. Dong! 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 A loud bang resounded. The rock surface under the ocean turned into powder, and seawater poured down from above. Mo-Fan hid inside the Azure dragon's claws. He saw the ocean collapse. An extremely terrifying icy-cold destructive force followed behind the Azure dragon. The areas where the Azure dragon had passed by were reduced to ashes within seconds. The Azure dragon sped up. It passed by the rock surface and reached the ocean. It swam out of the ocean and soared into the sky. It reached the clouds and flew into the space above the sky. The destructive force that came from the ocean ley lines followed behind it. Mo-Fan saw the ocean fall and the light extinguished. The space shattered. If it had not been for the fact that the Azure dragon had fled on time, the sacred totem beast would have been killed, too. Mo-Fan could not believe there was a creature in this world capable of such devastation. Has the heaven-shaking demonic waves subsided? Mo-Fan looked toward the east. The heaven-shaking demonic waves in the east had indeed subsided. It was so tall that it reached the sky, signaling the arrival of doomsday. Even though the heaven-shaking demonic waves still looked majestic and terrifying, it had weakened. The heaven-shaking demonic waves had subsided. The eye of the tide was the key to this. Mo-Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He and the Azure dragon risked their lives to break the Cold Moon Demon Lord's tail which held the eye of the tide, and it was all worth it. Azure dragon, where are you going? The city is in that direction. Mo Fan noticed the Azure Dragon flying toward the Pacific Ocean. The Azure Dragon continued in that direction without looking back. It flew further away from China. It flew extremely fast. The color in the sky changed. The color of the boundless ocean changed, too. The sky and the ocean changed to the same color. It was only then that Mo Fan realized they had almost reached the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Are you going to throw the Eye of the Tide into the Pacific Ocean?
Isn't that the same as returning it to the Cold Moon Demon Lord? Asked Mo Fan, confused. Chapter 2895. The Mags Evacuate. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The middle of the Pacific Ocean blended perfectly with the sky. An ancient, magnificent sacred dragon flew through the sky. The green airflow surged and stretched for dozens of kilometers. The airflow had not subsided even after the Azure Dragon had left. The ocean below the sky was inky blue. Mo Fan noticed the sea was different from other areas. The density of the seawater in this area was higher, it was deeper compared to other areas. The Azure Dragon approached the ocean surface and threw the Eye of the Tide into the calm, ink-blue ocean. Suddenly, the ocean erupted. A terrifying tail flung up high and attempted to pull the Azure Dragon down into the ocean with it. Mo Fan was shocked. He had not expected a terrifying creature to live under such a calm and still ocean. The Azure Dragon quickly soared into the sky. The owner of the tail did not reveal its true form. It could not grab the Azure Dragon. It swept away the Eye of the Tide. A frightening gas ripple appeared on the ocean. It swept the entire Pacific Ocean. The unknown creature hidden under the ocean seemed to have transformed after obtaining the Eye of the Tide. Its aura grew increasingly frightening. Mo Fan looked down. He felt as if he had been sucked into the deep, calm ocean. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon did not stay there any longer. It quickly returned to China. This is another ruler in the Pacific Ocean. Did you want it to restrain the Cold Moon Demon Lord by giving it the Eye of the Tide? Mo Fan finally understood. The Cold Moon Demon Lord was very powerful. It could fight the Azure Dragon easily even though it was in the middle of chanting the heaven-shaking demonic waves. After losing its Eye of the Tide, it did not need to chant anymore, so it would be even stronger than before. The Azure Dragon could not fight it even if it now only had the Eye of the Ocean. The Azure Dragon knew that biting off its Eye of the Tide would only stop the heaven-shaking demonic waves from engulfing the land. However, it would not stop the Cold Moon Demon Lord from continuing its massacre with fury. The Cold Moon Demon Lord would vent out its anger to the remaining mags standing guard over the Magic City. Even though the citizens had been evacuated from the city, the mags, who were still fighting, would all perish. They were destined to be defeated in the war, but they had to ensure their people's survival. The Azure Dragon threw the Eye of the Tide to another Pacific Ocean ruler. The moment the ruler possessed the tide power that belonged to a demon lord, its strength would increase by leaps and bounds. By then, it could fight the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Hence, the Cold Moon Demon Lord was left with only two options. It could either choose to stay in the Magic City to continue its plan of sinking the land, or it could return to the middle of the Pacific Ocean and grab its Eye of the Tide from the mysterious ruler. You've made the correct decision. This will buy us more time. Mo Fan finally understood the Azure Dragon's intention. The Azure Dragon flew over the coast. It did not stay in the sky above the Magic City. It continued to fly toward China. The sky was vast. The Azure Dragon's body gradually petrified and decomposed. It started from its head, claws, then its long body. The Azure Dragon was exhausted. It was summoned briefly through the underground holy spring. It relied heavily on the special source to prolong its life. After the source of the holy spring drained out, it had to return to the soil in different cities, mountains, and battlefields all over the country. Mo Fan stared at the wounded and scarred Azure Dragon. Even though it had transformed back into segments of ancient walls, the scars were visible. The scars did not just come from this harsh battle, those were accumulated from the rise and fall of the country from thousands of years. The Azure Dragon was no longer a living being. It was no longer an ancient god either. It was an immortal guardian. Regardless of how the Azure Dragon formed or disintegrated, Mo Fan stared at the immortal sacred beast in awe. He strongly believed that when the Azure Dragon was at its prime, it certainly had been a holy spirit that was more powerful than the Cold Moon Demon Lord and the other ocean rulers. However, the passing of time had expelled it from the list of the roof of the world. It made him sad, but Mo Fan was aware that the Azure Dragon had done all it could. The seal of Azure Dragon that resembled a sky eye on its forehead slowly faded. It left Mo Fan's forehead and transformed into a small pendant again. The pendant floated before him. The Azure Dragon transformed into a little loach pendant and returned to his neck. This time, little loach was green in color. It was no longer black like before. The sacred totem beast companion vessel glowed with extraordinary luster. It was an ancient sacred object. If only you had revealed your true form from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to work so hard throughout my cultivation path. But this isn't that bad, too, right? Mo Fan stroked his pendant. Mo Fan had learned from Ms. Tang Yu that Little Loach was a growing soul cultivation vessel. Indeed, it was in the middle of its growth. Mo Fan was in the middle of growth, too. Instead of looking forward to something falling into his lap and becoming a superhero within a second to protect the galaxy, Mo Fan preferred to grow slowly. It was only through experience and growth that he could learn to become more practical and stronger. He would be more confident in facing dangerous encounters in the future if he built on his experience. At the very least, he knew how to grow to become more powerful if he was given sufficient time. How could a man who was a stranger to his own power be certain that he would not lose himself to an even more powerful force? Mo Fan flew back to the Magic City. All the citizens in the Magic City had evacuated. The ocean demons roaming inside the city lost their backup because the sky holes had ceased to form. As a result, they were gradually eliminated. The tide subsided in the east. The heaven-shaking demonic waves finally disappeared from the sky. The people felt more at ease. Ocean demons' carcasses stacked up by the two sides of Hongkou River. The river was stained red with blood. The city was in a dilapidated state. Mutilated limbs were everywhere. It all looked bleak. The mags were exhausted. Still, they continued to fight the battle. There were ocean demon remnants inside the city. They hid inside the underground tunnels and buildings. There were many of them. It was impossible to kill all of them at once. Swoop! A white light arched across the sky. When it reached the peak, it transformed into countless white comet tails and scattered in every direction. All the mags saw the white meteor flying above them. It was an evacuation signal from the Magic Association. The mags could finally leave this hellish place. All of them began to leave. If the war were to continue, it would go on for days and days. There were several enormous Emperor-level ocean demons, Shark Kingdom, Deep-Sea Lizard Demon Dragon Empire, Salamander and Shell Demon Empire, and even more in the direction of Pudong. The Magic City had lost in the battle. But thankfully, the people were alive. Chapter 2896. The Barrier Plan. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The evacuation location was Ding City. Ding City was constructed with the purpose of becoming the elemental capital. It was part of the plan to designate it as the Magic City's evacuation destination. After the citizens had successfully evacuated from the Magic City, the mags left, too. However, the process of evacuation was challenging. The people were scattered in various areas. Many of them were trapped within the ruins. Most of them were blocked by the ocean demons, thus they were trapped inside the refuge. Even though the white meteor had sent the signal to all the mags to evacuate the city, many stayed behind to help those who were still trapped. Mo Fan could maintain his demon form for a while longer. When he fought the Cold Moon Demon Lord, the ice recoil had severely wounded him. Mo Fan had absorbed the ley line's lava, but he could not completely recover due to the cold impact he suffered from the Cold Moon Demon Lord. Fortunately, staying in demon form had strengthened him. He had a stronger life force. After reaching the Magic City, Mo Fan gathered the 5 great totem beasts and stalled for time for those who had not been able to leave the city. It was already dark when Chief Shu found him. "Where's Councilman Gu?" Mo Fan did not see the powerful forbidden mage. "He wounded the Ocean Queen, but it killed him," said Chief Shu. Mo Fan took a deep breath. This was not his first time receiving the news of death in the battle. The Forbidden Curse Association had suffered great losses in the war. "If we could have foreseen this and evacuated earlier," mumbled Mo Fan. Chief Yu shook his head. "The ocean demons are too strong. If we don't stop them, they won't just harm the Magic City, they will move to the entire country." The war was inevitable. They were destined to pay a heavy price in exchange for temporary peace for the coastlines across the country. The preparation for war was hasty. However, the coastline along China was considered well-preserved compared to other countries near the Pacific Ocean. Mo Fan had been to the NDAs. He was aware that certain countries had fallen apart due to the ocean demons. The countries were at war. Many people were killed. So many lives lost. They had failed to unite to fight the ocean demons. The Magic City had been defeated. But after a few years, when the people regained their strength, they would take it back. They wouldn't leave an ounce of land for the greedy ocean demons. "Leave with your totem beasts now. We can't afford to suffer any more losses. Besides, the Magic City barrier plan has started. When the time comes, the Forbidden Curse Association will need you and the totem beasts to destroy the ocean demon empire within the Magic City ruins," said Chief Shu to Mo Fan. Mo Fan nodded. "Thank you for everything you did for the Magic City," Chief Yu said with sincerity. Mo Fan vividly remembered the first time he visited the Eastern Mage Tower to awaken his 3rd and 4th elements. At that time, he was astounded by the Eastern Mage Tower's splendor. Chief Yu was the leader of the Eastern Mags. He represented the apex of the Magic Association. Mo Fan was touched with his words. "Please, don't mention it. I've been staying here and attending school ever since Bo City was destroyed. This is my second home." Chief Zhu was stunned. "Thank you for not letting us down. The Magic Association surely knew what it was doing when bringing you up." Mo Fan smiled. Chief Zhu also smiled. A long-awaited smile. Meanwhile, no one knew where the Cold Moon Demon Lord had disappeared. Mo Fan thought it would be furious because of the humiliation it endured. Mo Fan and the Azure Dragon had their hands on its Eye of the Tide. But if they had kept the Eye of the Tide to themselves, the Cold Moon Demon Lord would have surely taken it back by all means. The Azure Dragon had tried to destroy the Eye of the Tide. But the Eye of the Tide was a sacred object. It was indestructible. The Azure Dragon had no choice but to throw the Eye of the Tide to another ruler that might possess its power and force the Cold Moon Demon Lord to leave the city. By doing so, the Azure Dragon had saved the Mags in the Magic City. Thankfully, the outcome turned out to be worth it. They hoped that after the ruler in the Pacific Ocean gained the Eye of the Tide, it would become the Cold Moon Demon Lord's rival. Once the Pacific Ocean was split into 2 ocean demon camps, the Cold Moon Demon Lord would not dare to invade the coasts. Humans needed more time to make plans. They especially needed time to consider the relocation and evacuation of their people. No matter what, they had to prepare for everything. When the Ocean Demon Army gushed in and the base city failed to hold them back, they had considered transferring the people to China. They needed sufficient time to make plans. They needed to make various arrangements when moving so many people from one place to another. They had to clear the roads, provide escorts, and stock up on supplies. They also needed to give the army more time to open up the wasteland and build a city there. At Ding City, bone-chilling coldness filled the air. The clouds condensed in the sky above and made the elemental capital made up of rocks look even colder. It was day since they evacuated the Magic City. The Magic City barrier plan had started. Before Chairman Xiaozheng was transferred away, the barrier plan was one of the strategies deployed in the event that several base cities were defeated. In order to prevent the base city from turning into the Ocean Demon's paradise, after the people evacuated the city, the underground refuge was connected to form a steel barrier under the city. This could serve as a stronghold to locate the ocean demons at any time. The magic city was occupied by several powerful Emperor-level ocean demons. However, the powerful ocean demon army could not possibly stay in the magic city all the time. They would take back the magic city someday. The steel barrier under the magic city was an important stronghold in their plans to take back the city in the future. After they took back the city, various magic organizations would assign the mags to the city and rescue the people who were trapped inside. They would slowly kill all the troublesome ocean demons. The steel barrier stronghold plan was a strategy for a long-term battle. It's so cold. When will the bloody weather clear up? People walked on the streets in Ding City. Many people had moved to Ding City. It was certainly crowded. Fortunately, everything was in order. The citizens in the Magic City had experienced Black Alert, so they cherished the peace they currently had. I heard that the world's magic organization gathered experts to fight the extreme South Emperor. I wonder how the situation is. If they can change the cold weather, we don't have to suffer so much. The patrol officers chatted as they gathered around a communal fireplace to keep warm. Chapter 2897. Visiting the Totem Beast Hero. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. 3 days ago, rumor had it that the world's experts had fought with the extreme South Emperor. The catastrophe that the Cold Moon Demon Lord had stirred up in the Magic City had sent a fearful message to the world. If even the most powerful magic city in China with many national magic associations could not hold back the ocean demon's invasion, how many more countries would be destroyed in this era? Ding City was a busy city. Many news stories spread from across the world. Those who had been dormant, neutral, or hibernating had heard about the ocean demon's provocation. They laid their eyes on humans like hungry wolves. Why didn't the world's experts fight the Cold Moon Demon Lord? It's wounded. If they kill it, they can eliminate the danger in the Pacific Ocean, said the leader of Ding City Guardian Mage, Wenxia. Xie Qinghua wore a big military coat and held a walking stick. Xie Qinghua had not expected Ding City to be the Magic City's evacuation destination. Ding City was crowded with people in such a short period of time. The officers, army, and volunteers were extremely busy. Fortunately, Chairman Xiaojing had personally been here prior to this. They had prepared well for this possible incident. Thus, Ding City did not end up becoming a mess. The housing issue was not a major problem. Ding City had many rocks. There were plains around the city. Roads and buildings were built on the plains. Many migrants were allowed to stay on Ding City's plain. Xie Qinghua stared at the industrialized new city on the plains. He sighed. Not every country is invaded by the ocean demons, but the cold weather across the globe has threatened many countries, especially Europe. Wenxia was puzzled upon hearing his words. On second thought, she understood the message he wanted to convey. Those countries that had not been threatened by the ocean demons ignored the safety of the countries near the coasts. Every country's leader was self-centered. They only wanted to solve the global coldness issue that had brought them problems but turned a blind eye to countries near the Pacific Ocean. Regardless of how many of the cities were destroyed, or how many people had died, they ignored it because it had nothing to do with them. It's difficult to continue to survive if we keep on relying on other people's help. At the end of the day, we must grow strong, said Xie Qinghua. Wenxia nodded. We have powerful creatures in our country. The Azure dragon is one of them. That's right. Our country has existed for around 5,000 years. Some of the things are in our heritage. We can't forget them just because time has passed, or things have changed. We should thank the person who found the ancient sacred totem beast. By the way, I learned that they have settled the totem beast team in North Park. I must handle some army-related preparation. Wenxia, to visit them on my behalf, said Xie Qinghua. Of course. Wenxia summoned several guards and went to North Park. The reason North Park was called a park was because there were stone sculptures there. Even the plant decorations were made up of stones of different materials. There were several houses in North Park. They usually received the ruling leaders in North Park. This time, they assigned the place for the Totem Beast team. Do behave yourself. They are the Magic City heroes, understand? When Xia gave a piece of her mind to her followers when she noticed their playful grins. Dao Jing and Zhu Donghao were her followers. They took a bus here. After they experienced the battle in Ding City, they decided to stay on for further developments. Wen Xia had achieved great things, so she was rewarded with a high position. The fledgling mags under her lead naturally obtained a lot of premium resources because of her. Therefore, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and they were also afforded promising positions. Strength was very important, but opportunity was even more essential. They might not know the importance of the existence of a broken city made up of stones, but with the development of Earth Elemental Capital and implementation of the policy, Ding City became the second flying bird-based city. Furthermore, it had become the Magic City's refuge. It was Magic City's backup. Ding City was no longer what it used to be. Those who had experienced the battle in Ding City had risen to power. Even though they were just common mags, they held managerial positions in certain departments. They were aware that their achievements in Ding City were nothing compared to the Totem Beast team's great accomplishment. The Totem Beast team had found the Azure Dragon. Without their painstaking search for the sacred Totem Beast, the people would not have known the existence of such a mythical national beast in their own country. Knock! 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 Wen Xia straightened her lapel before knocking on the door. The courtyard door was not actually closed. Even so, Wen Xia dared not simply push open the door. She knocked until someone responded. Come in. The door is not closed. The voice came from the courtyard. Wen Xia pushed open the door. She walked in a military stride. She held her chin high. After Zhu Donghao and Dao Jing noticed their superior solemnity, they followed suit. They maintained the same pace as hers. Hey, isn't he Mo Fan? He's one step ahead of us. Dao Jing was the first to recognize Mo Fan. She looked delighted. Mo Fan had barged into the dark cave alone and saved her life. Dao Jing certainly would not forget him. Wen Xia was stunned when she saw Mo Fan playing with a group of small animals glowing in spiritual holy light in the courtyard. A little white tiger was covered in mud and happily squirmed toward other small animals. A flame porcelain doll kept running. Apparently, it preferred to keep itself clean and did not want to be stained by the little white tiger. There was a small holy spirit that resembled a butterfly on Mo Fan's head. It chased and played with the little white tiger. There was an eagle on top of the stone-carved wood. It looked divine and aloof. Its gaze never left the noisy small animals. For a moment, Wen Xia thought she had entered a petting zoo. Mo Fan sat among the animals. He was stained with mud, but he laughed along. How are you? You've arrived before us. The Totem Beasts are playing in the courtyard. Will this affect the Totem Beast heroes from resting? Wen Xia walked over to him. Totem Beast heroes. Mo Fan was puzzled. We came to pay a visit to the Totem Beast heroes. As an honorary council, we came to welcome them, Wen Xia said solemnly. It was only then that Mo Fan understood her words. He burst out in laughter and pointed at the mud-stained Totem Beasts. He said, they are the Totem Beasts, and I'm the person you want to see. Wen Xia looked at the small beasts that were playing in the mud and then glanced at Mo Fan, who looked so carefree. Were they really the majestic and magnificent Totem Beasts and the Totem Guardian from the Magic City War they had heard about? Chapter 2898. The Totem Beast's Privilege. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wen Xia, Dao Jing and Zhu Donghao could not believe it. The little white tiger was very playful. When the green East Sea god did not pay attention to it, the little white tiger threw a handful of mud at its feathers. The green East Sea god stood on the wooden statue. It was more mature compared to the other Totem Beasts, hence it did not bother playing with them. It was furious after the others threw mud at it. The high and mighty Green East Sea God would not bother to play with mud. The Green East Sea God was stirred up. Its body expanded. Its green feathers glowed in holy light and occupied the entire courtyard. Within a few seconds, the Green East Sea God revealed its true form. Its terrifying green wings were so powerful that it could flap North Park away effortlessly. Wenxia, Dao Jing, and Zhu Donghao were speechless. At the same time, the little white tiger glowed in holy blue light. It was shrouded in a bone-chilling aura and was covered in spotless white fur. The playful little white tiger transformed into a magnificent heavenly scar sacred tiger that glowed in holy light. It confronted the Green East Sea God in midair and exuded a terrifying aura. The trio's jaws dropped. It was only then that they realized Mo Fan wasn't bluffing. These little babies were truly totem beasts. They had transformed into mini-versions. After the three people saw their true forms, they were weak to their knees. Many video clips had circulated on the internet, but most of the clips were taken from a distance away, including the image of the Azure dragon coiling up in the sky above the Magic City. When they saw the totem beasts at a close range, it was only then that they realized how powerful they actually were. They're going to fight each other. The little white tiger is going to fight the Green East Sea God. Mo Fan shouted. Several people ran out of the house. Wenxia thought that the totem beast heroes came out to stop the totem beasts from fighting each other. She watched in disbelief when the young people sat on chairs in the courtyard and took out snacks from their pockets and waited for a good show. The moon moth phoenix flew between the two totem beasts. It quickly calmed the two with its serene and peaceful aura. Mo Fan thought it was a pity that he could not witness the battle between the Green East Sea God and the Heavenly Scar Sacred Tiger. He wondered which would be more powerful. Are you the legendary totem beast heroes? Wenxia asked incredulously. So, we are being called the totem beast heroes, huh? Not bad. I like it. Zhao Manyang was all smiles. People admired and respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao Manyang felt that his life was better now that people respected him for his actions and not for his massive wealth. He would rather become a wealthy, handsome, and popular man with great achievements than just a rich, spoiled brat. Aromatic smell wafted out from the kitchen. Yushasha and several young ladies had come over with several large plates of delicacies. Go wash up and eat your food, said Yushasha. After that, she glared at Mo Fan. Not you. The food is for them. I'm covered in mud. What's wrong if I go and wash up? Do you seriously think I'll fight for food with the totem beasts? Mo Fan said with a huff. Yushasha smirked. Mo Fan entered the house. He took a shower and changed his clothes. Everyone chatted inside the courtyard. Mo Fan came out of the house and noticed that Wenxia, Zhu Donghao, and Dao Jing looked at him differently now. Tell me, how did you summon the Azure dragon? Everyone is discussing it fervently across the country. Oh, my God. I'm also a friend of the Azure Dragon Guardian. We've boarded the same bus and been to the Dark Cave together. I can't wait to attend the annual classmate gathering and compare my achievements with theirs. Zhu Donghao said excitedly. The Forbidden Curse Association has sealed the news for us. Don't tell the rest that we're the ones who shared the news with you. We haven't found some of the missing totem beasts, so we're worried that someone else will hinder our progress or harm us. Jiang Xiaoxiu acted vigilantly and warned those who came to visit them. Understood. But I suppose those who have the intention of getting you into trouble are aware of the identities of the totem guardians, right? Asked Wenxia. Indeed. But at the very least, they won't recognize us at a single glance wherever we go. The identity of totem guardian has to be well hidden. The totem beasts have to be well protected, said Song Feiyao. Anyway, we're aware of the presence of totem beast heroes. I heard that the Forbidden Curse Association will prepare a totem medal for us that will grant us certain power equivalent to that of a counselor. We can even request the military for assistance with that. Jiang Xiaoxiu brought up the issue. Indeed. Ding City will prepare the totem medals for you. I came here to discuss the issue with you. Also, I would like to spend some time with your totem beast so that I can create corresponding totem medals for all of you, said Wenxia. That's great. The country only supported us from the shadows before, but now it's supporting us openly. Zhao Manyang smiled in satisfaction. Moreover, some of the researchers and archaeological teams will cooperate with you unconditionally. They will provide you with any information and documents that you need, added Wenxia. Great! Finally, we don't have to do everything on our own. Can we find a place to camp and enjoy life while leaving the dirty work to others in our future search for the totem beast? We'll just have to give them our orders, Zhao Manyang said happily. Dream on. In fact, the country can't help us much. It has only granted us certain privilege, said Jiang Xiaoshu. Not really. President Hongkou has issued some paperwork to us and helped us collect the legend of totem beasts from various places. I believe we'll get a lot of important information from there, said Mo Fan. The totem beasts had done a remarkable job in the Magic City War. Countless people had witnessed the true totem beasts. The totem beasts had always been in the country. They acted as the guardians of the people. Summoning a vast number of mags could help find the remaining missing totem beast. Furthermore, this could save the totem beast team some time. The ocean demons will make a comeback. By then, we won't be heavily defeated like this time. Mo Fan said solemnly. Thankfully, they did not give up looking for the totem beast's traces. They were glad that their hard work had paid off. This was the reason why Jiang Xiaojun had been willing to dedicate his life to search for the mysterious and ancient totem beasts. The totem beasts were truly extraordinary holy spirits with unique powers. Chapter 2899. The Complete Ice Crystal Bow. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. What mattered most now was to increase their strengths. It was unlikely that they could summon the Azure Dragon again unless they could find another source of underground holy spring. Unless the evil bead sublimation was replenished, it would be difficult to cast demon element magic again. If the Cold Moon Demon Lord or the Ocean Queen made a comeback, Mo Fan could not contribute much to another war. Little Loach had transformed into a little Azure Dragon pendant. The underground holy spring had spilled onto the ancient Great Walls all over the land. Little Loach was the one that benefited from all of it. It was the one that had summoned the sacred totem beast and unlocked its ancient seal. Little Loach glowed in green luster. The pure energy within itself was as vast as an ocean. The nether ocean within the little Azure Dragon pendant stirred up tumbling waves. Each wave was capable of improving Mo Fan's cultivation and helping him break through the barrier. Mo Fan needed sufficient time to improve the strength of each of his magical elements. He did not have any special plans. He only wanted to focus on his cultivation. He had to cultivate in a quiet place. With the help of the divine tool, the little Azure Dragon pendant, his level of cultivation would reach its peak within a very short period. Although the sacred totem Azure Dragon was in deep slumber, it had left behind tremendous treasure for Mo Fan. After the battle at Hongkou River, the Azure Dragon and Mo Fan had harvested numerous soul remnants and soul essence. The soul remnant and soul essence could help to boost Mo Fan's cultivation. It would be an arduous task to ensure the level of cultivation for 8 of his elements to reach their peak. But with the massive resources he owned, Mo Fan could do it. Cultivation was boring. There was no shortcut to improve the level of cultivation for the elements. Even though Mo Fan had gained much popularity and the people across the country had been discussing the totem beasts and the Azure Dragon fervently, he turned a deaf ear to all this and shut himself inside a small courtyard. Let the world proclaim his legend to their heart's content. Mo Fan's thunder element had achieved the highest level of cultivation, followed by his fire element, shadow element, and space element. The level of cultivation for his summoning element, earth element, and chaos element was slightly lower. But he could slowly digest the massive energy within the little Azure Dragon. He believed the level of cultivation for all of his magical elements would increase by leaps and bounds after this. Mo Fan did not go anywhere else. He stayed in Ding City, just like the rest. Like him, Zhao Manyang reaped significant benefits from the war. He followed Mo Fan and practiced his own cultivation, which was a rare sight. This jerk hardly cultivates. It seems like after experiencing the power and ability, he decided to become an expert too. Not long ago, Zhao Manyang had grabbed some assets from the Zhao family. He exchanged the assets for various magical sources. He finally seemed to have realized that nothing was more important than becoming stronger. The weather was icy cold. The breeze felt like a whip on their bodies. The trees had dried up. A large area of forest nearby Ding City had withered. Many crops had frozen to death. Even the rivers began to freeze. After half a month of such a climate, they finally began feeling slightly warmer. But the weather did not last long before the cold wind started again. It began to snow. Even though Ding City was an earth element capital, it was covered with snow. It had been a long time since they experienced this drastic change of seasons. They did not experience any warmth. There was only constant bitter cold. They transported tons of flints out of the dark caves. The flint served as important heating material for the city. The cave demons are driven to the corner, and they are desperate. They gave their all to fighters to keep the fire magic stones. Luckily, we have sufficient reserves of mags when we open up the wasteland, otherwise, it would be another tough battle, said the officers on the transport vehicle. But we can't go on like this. We don't have any land to plant crops. The city exhausted a lot of the magic stones to generate heat. The monsters inside the dark cave will someday lose their minds due to the cold weather. They will come out and simply kill people. The weather along the coast is warmer. I miss Shanghai. The weather over there was much better than here. Word has come from the underground barriers that an expert deployed from the imperial capital has killed the head of the deep-sea lizard demon dragon. After that, the lizard demon dragon fled into the ocean. Who is that person? He is so powerful. I heard he's the youngest forbidden mage in the country. He has long gained the insights of the independent forbidden curse method. I'm not sure what his name is, but I heard he's a fire element forbidden mage. That's something worth celebrating. The weather over here is too cold. There's nothing much except the rocks. I hope we can return to the Magic City someday. I would rather fight the ocean demons daily than freeze to death here. At Fanshui Mountain. Flying Bird Bay City and Fanshui Mountain were naturally warmer compared to the mainland since those places were near the sea. The cold air was tempered by the vast Pacific Ocean. The climate was like the usual winter in the south. Mu Ningxue was draped in a white goose coat. Her hair was as white as snow and fell over the coat's shoulder braces. She walked in the ancient courtyard like a noble lady from the ancient era. She looked regal. Got it. I still need to practice my cultivation for a while longer. After I finish my cultivation, I'll return to Fanshui Mountain. The voice message came from Mo Fan. He was working very hard to practice his cultivation. He could practice his cultivation at Fanshui Mountain. However, considering that the Flying Bird Bay City and Fanshui Mountain were in an eventful period, Mo Fan would most likely be affected by the invasion of the ocean demons if he chose to practice his cultivation there. Mu Ningxue also wished he could practice his cultivation somewhere more peaceful so that his level would improve. Ningxue, I found the earth crystal shattered pieces from the Amazon ruins. We have to pay a fortune if we want to buy it from the top hunters. I suppose you need them, right? Xiao Yu walked to her with a box in her hand. Mu Ningxue opened the box. When she saw the special crystals that resembled shattered diamonds, she smiled radiantly. Xiao Yu stared at her. Mu Ningxue was truly a natural beauty. When she smiled, her charm attracted even the ladies. I suppose this should be enough for me, said Mu Ningxue to Xiao Yu. Does this mean you almost completed your ice crystal bow? Xiao Yu asked expectantly. Yes. I have to speed up my cultivation, Mu Ningxue nodded. After you finish practicing your cultivation, I believe not many people in the country will be a match for you. You're exaggerating. No, I don't exaggerate my words. I've seen you use the ice crystal bow before, Xiao Yu said. Chapter 2900. The Antarctic Recruitment. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ocean demons had threatened every base city. This included the flying bird base city. The traces of the Emperor-level creatures were discovered on the offshore many times. The Magic City had experienced the Black Alert once. No one knew when it would be the flying bird base city's turn. Every base city was on guard. They saw the ocean demons' true forms from the Magic City battle. The ocean demons were much more powerful than they had expected. The flying bird base city was not fully established like the Magic City. The city lacked foundation and did not have sufficient reserves of powerful mags. It lacked top combat groups such as the Magic Association, the Forbidden Curse Association, the Super Level Union, and the Advanced Army. If the Cold Moon Demon Lord and its Ocean Demon Army were to sweep away the flying bird base city, the city would not stand a chance. Perhaps the Cold Moon Demon Lord did not show even the slightest interest in this newly constructed base city. It was aware that the Magic City and Imperial Capital were the important ones. Even so, the flying bird base city was not peaceful. After all, the number of ocean demons that appeared in the South Ocean were as many as in the East Ocean. The flying bird base city was the city hub between the East Ocean and South Ocean. With the Magic City battle over, the people in the flying bird base city trembled in fear. Without the Magic City support, could the newly constructed base city truly survive the attack of the ocean demons? Some of the citizens had attempted to migrate to another city. The ocean demons devoured human flesh. None of them dared to risk their lives and stay here in the city. Most of the people staying in the flying bird base city were foreigners. They did not feel very attached to this city. However, some of the people who had migrated decided to return. The condition they had stayed in was poor. The weather was icy and resources were scarce. The icy coldness had not only affected them, but it also caused the crops to freeze. The river's surface was frozen. There were also transportation issues. Warm places had their advantages. Moreover, the ocean demons on the mainland had become ferocious due to the extreme cold. The city was under constant alert. Regardless of whether they stayed on the mainland or along the coast, they faced the same problem. Those who often migrated realized this issue. The same happened everywhere, including countries overseas. They had been living in fear for several months. The flying bird base city had been struck heavily several times. Still, it managed to hold back the attack. The Ocean Union officer mentioned that many ocean demon hordes appeared and hibernated with the seasonal change. The following season would cause a certain level of hindrance to the ocean demon horde's movement regardless of whether it was the tide or the ocean current. Therefore, they were able to enjoy some peace along the coast in these 3 months. The inference was from the experts, but most people did not fully trust their words. The flying bird base city did not let down their guard. The frequency of the ocean demon attack had reduced. Meanwhile, Mo Fan practiced his cultivation behind closed doors. Likewise, Mu Ningxue focused on her cultivation. The collection of the final pieces of the ice crystal bow was completed. The soul power from the shattered pieces could improve her cultivation by leaps and bounds. On top of that, she could finally use her completed ice crystal bow. She had reached a bottleneck for her cultivation. It would be meaningless if she continued to cultivate further. She walked to the courtyard and felt that the air in Fanshui Mountain was no longer as icy cold as before. Some unknown wildflowers bloomed into bushes. If this were the past, the current season would either be summer or spring. However, they had winter throughout these days. When she came to the council hall, it was empty. She saw an envelope. There was a coat of arms woven in gold silk on the surface. It looked familiar, but Mu Ningxue could not recall what the symbol meant. The envelope had her name on it. Mu Ningxue opened it and took out a letter. It resembled an invitation card from Queen Elizabeth. It read, China Fanshui Mountain, Mu Ningxue. The Intercontinental Magic Association does not simply send out invitations to the mags. The 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance respects every mage, and we trust that they are given freedom. However, we encountered an unresolved issue in the middle of executing a great plan.
We require the help of a unique ice element mage like yourself. Please accept our invitation.
We hope you share similar concerns as us in this time of global crisis. Regards, the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. Mu Ningxue finally understood. The letter came from the Intercontinental Magic Association and the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. This suggested that the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance was in the middle of executing a far-reaching plan together but had encountered some obstacles during the process. Mu Ningxue was puzzled. Why did they choose her? The Five Continents Magic Association Alliance was an international alliance. And she was not the only outstanding ice element mage in the world. Why her? Come in, please. We've heard of your story circulating in our community. We never expected to have such an outstanding mage in the country. You look much younger than we expected. Mu Linqing's voice rose from outside the door. When he entered, he saw Mu Ningxue on the main seat with the special letter. He looked delighted.
Have you finished your cultivation?
Yes, Mu Ningxue responded, fixing her gaze on the person Mu Linqing brought in. That person wore unique red clothing, adorned with complete accessories. He gave off an imposing aura at a single glance. Mu Ningxue found the person to be familiar. After Mu Linqing introduced him to her, she realized that the person was none other than the famous fire element forbidden mage. He was Wei Guang, the newly promoted forbidden mage. He was an expert under the Magic City underground barrier plan. He had destroyed the leader of the deep-sea lizard demon dragon and had its army flee to the ocean. He cultivated fire element magic and achieved the forbidden curse. He quickly comprehended the independent forbidden curse principles. Many old mags had not been able to complete the forbidden curse spell independently. Wei Guang's appearance made them break out in a cold sweat. Still, his presence represented the country's forbidden curse force. Wei Guang sized Mu Ningxue up. I supposed you've read the letter. The Forbidden Curse Association assigned me to meet with you. But I still don't understand. Mu Ningxue was still confused. The crusade against the extreme South Emperor is real. The Five Continents Magic Association Alliance are in the Antarctic continent. My team and I will escort you there, said Wei Guang. The Antarctic? Mu Ningxue frowned.